was Falcons' first game inside of Swiss. It was against Wildcard, and they lost 7-1 on this very map. So it's maybe a little bit of a revenge tour here for Falcons. Of course, it's a map that they played a little bit more than just that once against Wildcard, and it's certainly a map that VP have played recently as well. They played it yesterday against G2 and struggled. So in terms of map preference, it looks okay for Falcons on Chalet. Fortress is where I really start to worry, because that has not been a great map for really either of these teams. VP have been a little bit better on Fortress, and then Lair as a decider. I mean, that is the decider. That was the deciding game. And it's
Dick Pro will.
So far.
In particular, you know, I think you possibly try to recreate that. So they've tried to pivot to something else, and one thing we've seen, not uncommon for Falcons either, a bit more of a move to Brede on this Monty.
I was going to say, Brede's the only player really for me that hasn't had to change too much with Shaco leaving and Doom taking on those reins, because Brede's job is just Brede's job. There's no one really that can do it better, and there's no one else that's going to try and replace him. You're not going to ask them to do anything different. So it's no surprise to see Brede sticking some old favourites there. But even, you know, Solotov on the Snake, yes, we've seen Solotov in more of that flex role and flex position. But the Snake, that's such a powerful operator. That is where you are looking to try and gain that early information and that early entry. Takes Dan down, really catching him off guard there. The Lion Scan is just going to root any of these VP players in place from making a successful trade onto that. Good information now being gathered as well as Pasha. He's just going to be playing it down on those lines. Going on with Rorik, but Rorik's tucked over in towards stock, and this is where you see the true power of Snake.
This is where you see the true power of all the information that Falcons are bringing. EE1D, Dokkaebi Call, and Soliton Scanner all hitting at the exact same time. Though that one doesn't actually involve any of those results, any kills for Falcons. Instead, it was still that early work play by Joom, and now a second one. Waiting inside a library, pass around this point, truck down library stairs in his Rorik, so understandably focused on Solotov. Forgot about the Dokkaebi's presence upstairs. Joom would play in with the Doke, an operator that we normally saw Yuzus, I think, mainly play on the previous iteration of the Falcons roster, and obviously changing hands, and Yuzus maybe suffering for it a bit, having a bit of a rough tournament in comparison to where he has been in the past.
ピアノとオフィスが終えてるんで、時間めっちゃあるから。いいね。乗り越えた。ハーフホールまで来た。
Falcons have already swung right into the site. Sky's going for the flank, put 1 HP in the process. Must win fight against Yuzus around the corner. Mr. Consistent just got to win one. Sky sees the angle first. Yuzus watching the other angle. And a classic Monty 1v1. Just go full shield, try to pull them back as much as you can. Both impacts expended by Skies, but Brede very worried about hitting that full shield. Exposed, even commits to a brief ADS. Only now, as he's walked out of the doorway. Moved into the traditional position. Of course, with the changes, you can't just walk back safe and sound like you could before. A lot more movement required. We're still needed a Brede, but still 8 seconds remaining. That is all he needs to last. Trying his best, moving back and forth. Sky's only 1 second to go, and even if he got it, not enough time to counter defuse. Brede keeps him at bay and locks in the first for Falcons.
Brede just getting reps in for the final 7.5 seconds of that round, just practicing his craft.
1ラウンド目からやるね。ここやばかったな、最後。
I mean, it's just disgusting. Grim with the Deimos band. The Deimos is a big part of that opening play and a lot of big part of that information. Round one, a Lion, a Dokkaebi, and a Snake. It's disgusting. There's so much that you've got to do, and every single time they've got to kill, bang, popping a Lion Scan. Just keeping those defenders restricted, keeping them in their
ソリトンレーダーが範囲外ではある。わあ、ちゃんとこう15名、ソリトンレーダー外の分かってるんだ。
Just completely focused on moving down kitchen and dining.
いやー、これどうなってるかな。終えた。ロックしてるから。ドローン足元になる。おー、引ける。でも、パシャが死んだわ。あー、バマイは生きてること大事だからな。もう 1HP だから。
Didn't take many of those DMR bullets to hit to put you down to 1 HP.
Sky's
not useless for the rest of the round. There's no nades left that you could be taking a bit of splash damage.
次の電話タイミングで。
Pretty cautious. Finally, we see a bit of a response here. 2 kills coming for Virtus Pro. Both Leakyfac and
思ったけども
Dan and Rorik.
進行してったわ。その前に当たったわ。
Logibomb phone calls, the Soliton scanner, pretty much everything that Falcons have been using to get this early control.
勝ったの?
Gone by the wayside.
Dan, normally
the player on Virtus Pro to play the Aruni from this position, a common position generally, and a common player for VP to play it. But how much can you really counter-strat? Dan with an M14 in hand, one of the best players in Europe for a long time, one of the best guns in the game. Not really much you can do. There's a decent chance he's going to win that fight, even if you prepare the best you can.
連続視聴記録、アーカイブでも残るんだ。
Now just a 1v4 as the Monty falls to the Oryx, a engagement that seemed destined to happen. We saw Oryx riding earlier on in this round. And Yuzus, who I feel like has always found himself typically in these 1vx positions. Well, doesn't really have a lot of the right tools you might need for the job. No Dokkaebi calls like before, just one air jab, a couple flashes, and too little information.
At the moment, 4-1. Big results there for Naku. Hasn't been the player to get the most amount of kills.
一生スネーク使ってるよな。もうええでしょう。マジでスネークは。まあ今までの流れだと何バンするかな。結構ソリスとかはバンされがちなイメージはあるけど。
for a brief time was finding himself in the crosshair, but it's actually Rorik to retake this position. Now, he will give the game away. Bride spots him there playing as Day, and with that hatch now open, he's got a choice. He needs to try and scurry away, but there are already angles being held from support here. Pasha just trying to bait out his teammate a little bit right now.
エントリーはライブラリーに入ってるだけで、顔は全部外かな。
Playing much closer to the blue stairs and short by the dining site. Still, of course, with these EE1Ds with the Soliton scanner, so much information that can read out these vertical positions.
これ10部ここ得意すぎでしょ。オフィス続くの。
Finding him again. Just moving inside a library from the first half of the rounds. Falcons play it so slow on this side of the map. Pasha, again, not ready. It's another double for Joom to start out a library clear. And if it ends the way it did last time, it might be a 1v1 at the end. It'll still be a Falcons round. Rorik now creeping up. Information on Joom sitting, waiting for somebody in the wrong position. Looking down in the bar. Rorik popping up and hopping out onto cams.
Users now can start to be a little bit more active in the round. A lot of time spent on the drone. A lot of time.
メルシーのカバーがどこにいるかっていう。
Make you tucked into bathroom. Skies.
おー、裏取れてそうだけど、気づいた。
No real option now but to try and drop back, but they better believe there's players on the side. Nice kill there from Skies. That's going to be a back. But Falcons have got the man count here, and Bride already, even 30 seconds left on the clock, trying to get that plant down. I'm not too sure that Naku's going to get past even the first here. That's now confirmed. Drops the hatch straight into Usis' lap.
Yeah, Falcon just keeping a consistent career side, looking at going to the attack or.
By the Lion and the Dokbi.
リスバンになりそうかな。あ、そうリスバンするか。で、スネーク使い続けてって感じやね。
is a lot more workable than 3 players who have to maybe defend master bedroom and office while defending kitchen dining as the actual site. It's a much more workable position, and so even if a player goes down on the roam, the one-time Virtus Pro still got a generally coherent presence around the site. They were able to recover that round and close it out. So to your point as well, Ollie, that roam game really important. Even if somebody makes it back, that gives Virtus Pro a much more winnable position. Go back to master bedroom and office. The site he started off this defensive half with at the very beginning, and as the Monty's been banned, Bride's decided shields are still his favorite operator, at least for the Chalet attack.
Yeah, we don't always get to see Bride on the blitz, but it's something that's been working, hasn't it? It's been a winning formula.
2人終えてるけど、図書館上がるこれ。
You can keep your Soliton scanner, you can keep your logic bomb phone calls, just give Bride a drone and a yellow ping.
ウエストメインライブラリーエントランス。一応カバーいないから階段上がれる。
And of course the blitz, arguably a more deadly prospect. You can move a lot quicker on toward those players as soon as you know where they are. And so
あ、やばい。2.5 倍サイトの影に。
No, confidence check, information, big fat X, unfortunately for Solotov. Maybe thinking the mezzanine player was a bit further down, maybe committed to a different angle, but the Warden just swings around and Skies and the Warden still intact on this side of the map. Bride gets a little bit of a line onto the mezzanine player, but only a little bit of damage. Nothing to write home about. Skies still present, but walks right in front of Joom. Again, on this library cutoff position. He's got one job and one job through most of these rounds, and Joom's doing it excellently. Sends out his second Dokubi call. Snakewood decides he still has some fight left in him. They know he's here. He knows he just has to hold out. Joom has been the player on this attacking side. This entry over on Library has got a double kill each time it's happened. But it's a bit different this time, Ollie, because we only got a minute left.
Yeah, we've lost Leaky Fact in the process as well, so an even 3 versus 3 with a HP advantage at the moment for VP. Just turning that ROU projector on and off, seeing if there's a line that can be found. But with this wall soft, there's an invitation here for Bride.
ああ、これピアノの車線潰れてるから。
Double reinforcement over toward that library side. So the half wall is going to be crucial here, but with users falling, that stops that plan from happening.
Ooh, users falling, and Joom not getting the kill either. He's been so good with that DMR and the SMG-12. Not getting that one is uncharacteristic of him so far. Renegade activated around the corner. Dan needs to be exposed from this angle, and he is. Joom finds the head. Still so clean for Falcons on this attacking side. But so many players going for the retake. War gets focused elsewhere, and Pasha still alive. Not getting a lot of impact on this defensive attacking side. But so far, Renegade activated around the corner. Dan needs to be exposed from this angle, and he is. Joom finds the head. Still so clean for Falcons on this attacking side.
ハッキングしたとああ、これ誰もカメラ見てなかったんだ。
Renegade activated around the corner. Dan needs to be exposed from this angle, and he is. Joom finds the head. Still so clean for Falcons on this attacking side.
いやー、見るの遅かったな。
What's going to happen? You're just going to get back.
Round 0 kills. Side only around an 84. Pasha starts.
カメラ見るのサボってたな。
Hiding out in the bathtub. Skies.
Hello?
He's tucked right now. He's potentially got a little bit of safety around him as well with some of those magnets. Rorik will just be making a couple of rotations there.
The guy just you get the out quick. It's just video prep only trade.
Going to be with some of the drive.
Tech pause. Paying off.
Oh, we haven't seen like a little bit of a thorn in the side. Fortunately, this time it's not used on Twitch. It is going to be Solotov. So again, something that can be dealt with.
Yeah, generally speaking, when it comes to Virtus Pro's defense, it's pretty consistent for at least on Chalet for there to be a Rooney and some kind of trap operators, whether it's one, whether it's two. So this is just them again going with their pretty consistent game plan. And again, the thing about traps, as you said, you can slot a thorn in there, you can slot an L in there from Fenrir. They do different things, and yet they all fill the same general purpose, stopping the attack a little bit and giving information on where they're pushing, what they're prioritizing when clearing that util, or what gets activated if they actually walk walk into a position.
ありがとうございます。
moment is Dan's wants and needs to play a DMR, and we are seeing 2 DMRs be brought here. Naku joining in on that action as well. He's been playing quite a bit of smoke ahead of this round 5. So clearly wanting to try and hold some of these longer lines. Doom, good bit of information there. There's no lion scan to root that player in place, so that player now can move. There's no one on an active drone at the minute. It's going to be down to the logic bomb phone call, and that's always an indicator that the pressure is starting to mount.
And the C4 always an indicator that the defender might be trying to move. Before, when he was playing Oryx, Rima dashed across the window, made his way back, but not this time, unfortunately. Felled by the piano window player. Now those Zodo canisters fall. Oryx might have been particularly good in round 2 because of the Monty brought by Bride, but in terms of broader applicability and slowing down the attack, I think losing those Zodos is going to be a lot more important. But one important thing, Ollie, they still have 4 players around Baron Games, and that was sufficient for VP last time.
And they've still got Dan playing at Fireplace here.
同時攻めされる。ああ、もう引いたね。人数いないから。図書カードだけ残して引いたね。カバーがちゃんと取れないから。多分ここはもう耐えだね。ジム死んだ。あっちからやったか。
Sheer drone alone, and VP don't exactly have a lot of utility to stop any of the attackers from acting on the information gain. We're out of top. Our F-Knots, who knows how many remaining around the site, how close or far they may be. Maybe they're in really applicable positions to where Falcons might be pushing from. Really low time, they spot the smoke before the drone's inevitably shot. We'll have some kind of overperformance from VP, and that's even harder with Bride going down. Pasha, who's been quiet through the first 2 to 3 rounds, who came alive in round 4, has another 1v1 coming his way. Quick around the corner. Good headshot by Dan, but Falcons, with too many men to deal with, there's not really much Virtus.pro can do.
Roleplay as well.
In that case, good foresight.
Aren't they? I get that they won it.
大事な打ち合い勝ったな。
But they also won upstairs. Master bedroom in round 4. Going back to Baron Games now. All right, you've got the mirror. You've got the Denari trip. Is that a big enough difference? The mirror window can be.
ファルコンズが一番スネークこすってるよな。ああ、ぶんね。
Careful now, C4, like, oh, June saved the day!
ジューム救った。リケのこと救った。絶対死んでたわ。
June definitely candidate for MVP of Chalet Attack. Not only 8 and 5, doing so much good work on that library entry to the first
い
2 rounds.
やー、ジューム MVP やね、さすがに。
That could have been a double right there with the C4. Instead, Falcons stacking up outside of the bar window. Pasha playing close around the corner. Can another defender catch Falcons off guard?
MVP なんだ。
Another double at the beginning of these rounds. Licky back, looking to make good off that foundation set.
パパ取って。でもその間に進行が
But only just.
できてない。
It's still half the round to go. Falcons try to gamble, and while they lose the shield,
一旦情報
they
取る
keep
か。
the diffuser, and that's the important part.
They keep the diffuser. The HP is a little bit ropey though. It's going to get a lot better once Skies falls.
囲って、情報取って。おい。ジュームさすがに MVP だな。
Mid round, late round about retake. They don't like when opponent play aggro on them, so that's what we're gonna do. Yeah. In early round, they are close to each other in general, so don't be young if you kill. So basically, like they're close to each other, so we are close to each other, fucking full refrags, you know.
You know how they play? Basically, it's like us. Basically, they will just like be all close to each other. Then after, they will rotate and pinch from everywhere. Okay. And their second way to play is full retard with full exec. Dan can also go glass whenever he wants, like doing the same thing as he do with main, but he's just doing glass. So I think we should always like have agility on the side, so we force him to not play glass. You know what I mean? Someone has to bring Twitch for him or.
イングラズバン
And yeah, the defense.
イングラズで攻めてくる可能性があるって話
One Chandler dining and one
いや、また、また。
They can just go solar push. Kitchen.
So Nikita, if you don't want to play gas, you also can play any operator if you smoke. You smoke that pixel and you run K9 to try to kill the top main guy, you know? Because like glass for sure, like you smoke and you pick the side guy.
メイン界上スモーク焚いて、
just smoke and you run and kill top main, kill jungle. So if you do Albert, you can do that type of
ポスト取る感
Also
じ
like for Albert, it's sky check if you need Thatcher for the break the traps for your shields. So it's kind of fine. Like if you don't need it, you can play a lot.
Doer. Don't want their only. Even if you are
イングラ
guaranteed
ズ使って
to
くれ
do.
って
Ever
話
since
か
Blast took over, it's only been 1 time so they've been able to do it, and might be a good reason to bring some stuff out that you have not
メイン
shown
に
up
スモー
until
ク焚いて
and works every time. It really is a
取
good
る
one.
らしい
We do seem to be loving this downstairs site at the moment. Baron
スモー
Games
ク
has been
多
by
いな
far and away
やっ
the
ぱり
most popular site that we have seen so far today on Chalet. Not only for VP on their defense, but for Falcons as well. Dan, just saving his own Twitch drone. We love that. It's resourceful.
でかい
He can clear through and start to destroy a little bit of utility. The bulletproof camera on those
Huge.
main stairs is an absolute classic, by the way. That is something that Falcons do love to do. It looks like there's going to be a slightly different ideology here. There's a lot of drone work going on, not only in Trophy, but also inside a kitchen as well.
Well, and I was going to say, talking about ideologies, we see a different ideology from Falcons, not banning any of the shields against Virtus.pro, but VP, same ideology, bringing out the Monty. It's Nico's least played shield, Blitz and Blackbeard, take that by a wide margin. but it is still something. Even in the pack timeout we heard, Dark was talking about, you know, we can clear the traps for your shield this way, but the shield was almost being treated as a given, that of course he was going to play it. So it's clear that Virtus.pro still want to stick with this, and going back to what we said earlier about the potential lack of depth on this roster, it's not something we need to say they will lose the game for, but it's something to be worried about. Are VP still being a bit too predictable with these shields?
いやー、クラッシュ重いなー。縦で無理やり押せないね。まあ、床を開けて。まあ、スモーク戦術で、なんとか。でかー。誰死んだ？ツイッチ死んだ。で、大窓死んだから、圧が、大窓の圧なくなっちゃったから、どんどん完全に読めてる。
No problems whatsoever getting that kill. A lot of problems here for the Monty. Clash at the opposite side of the hallway. 3 defenders bearing down on his position.
ジューム出場。ジューム出場してます。
They like to play together in the early ground, so just don't peek them. Necessitating, at least in their minds, this VP to climb. Just to point out, going into this match, they will have played 70 rounds of shields in 170 rounds played on both attack and defense going into this match. That's almost half of total rounds on just shields, on just attack. So him going to ace, it's not like a massive exception, but it is kind of a big deal and representative that VP, at least for this round, are committing to something new.
Big enough. It's big enough of an exception. Nice drone bounce there from Pasha. I'm stealing that one. It's some good information straight away, and of course avoids that Denari trip.
このドローンもしっかり定番とかしてるよな。さあ、C4 持ちつき。ああ、いいね。放電でどこにあれがついてるか。どこにセルマついてるのか。裏側から追うの強いな。わあ。どうやな。これどこ使う予定だったのかな。あ、ここ塞いで、もう先に塞がれてたわ。見えたら言おうかなと思ったら、先に塞がれてた。いやいや、だいぶもう作戦読めてるんだな。タイムアウト中に言った通りになってるな。
Just needs to be cautious down there. He's clearing drones, but again, he knows that this team is going to try and push quite aggressively together in the early portion of the round and doesn't want to get caught out.
And also knows that VP probably ready for some kind of trick from him again. One of the best defensive players in this lobby. Basically tied with Pasha. Playing operators like Solus. Quick push in. EMP's destroying any utility that might stop Nako hit by the impact. Can't disable that one with the EMP. Glass hopping in quickly as well. Ready to hit with some DMR shots in the back. And this should be a kill for Virtus.pro. Also requires some library control, but Joom, who's moving over by Mezzanine and Fireplace. Worked his way through the basement, now moved up to blue stairs. Pops Rourke in the back, takes a Twitch drone down with him.
タイミングいいね、上がるの。ああ、拾える。
So patient with it on the second attempt. It's Pasha who falls. The flankers, the roamers from Falcons, making some big mid-round plays as Virtus.pro keep turning their backs and keep making.
完璧だね。
June was on to that trap layout. We're going to see the Ella this time. Still maybe. You've got to think about it. Oh boy, it's a Chanka ban.
スネーク版はなんない。
I think another thing to have is, at least when it comes to these sides, look at command for example. Not a whole lot of space we got going on here. If you're able to land a Shumika,
継続的に止めたいのか。長時間一発で止めるっていうより、断続的に継続して止められるのが、進行止められるのが嫌なんだよ。
And Ali brings up a couple fair points. It is also something they did not ban in their game against Shopify Rebellion a few days ago, so this is clearly something VP are worried about. Also,
I'm worried about it.
The Rebellion also only played it once on their defense.
I'm worried about it. That's all I'm going to say.
And VP won that round.
Ooh, Nicky. And he's worried about his feet. Blitz. Always a little bit vulnerable there, especially when you're walking on towards someone. Takes a little bit of damage. Is able to chip used down somewhat, but
まあ結構時間稼ぎマップだから、ジャンカバンはありえるよね。 工事も早いしな。
Solotov knows it's going to be the shield
い
back.
てー、あ
They
と一
hope
発
to
だ。
get the drone as well there, but look at the HP on Naku. He's lucky to be standing.
そうそう、イングラあと1個
Standing,
残ってる。
this probably going to run out, all things considered. Just another impact.
いやー、
We've
一
seen
発も
Virtus
食ら
Pro
いた
go
く
for
ない
the exact
ね。
same shield play against Shopify Rebellion, moving into Old Tower.
レーザーブルームシェル
Pressure
も
the player
怖い
out
わ。
games. I mean, it's a strategy we've seen other teams do. It's not unique to Virtus Pro. But again, with how consistently they've run these shields, we're getting well into the 80s now. We're getting close to the 80s for how many times Naco has played shield since kickoff and this event. Putting him to 1 HP is, at this point, a predictable part of the strategy for Falcons that maybe they can reliably employ. Ectothermic charge going on one side of the wall,
Oi,
a small
いいね。
gap on the other, and then since that's one shot, able to open up completely
あ、後締めした。
the hard they desire. It
足りる
comes with
か。
possible blitz. Just a little
あと
important.
1枚。
The cost has been sort of paid earlier on with the fact that Naku was on 1 HP, right? They've been able to get the wall open and they can now start to move through and operate inside a briefing. But Falcons are okay with that. Pocket reinforcement, they're able to battle it all off and go, yeah, okay, you brought your thermite, you better be using those exothermics because you are going to need them. Now, you do have the Thatcher, so Dan should be able to destroy these bandit batteries. And I don't think Dan is really in a position to do too much about it, given that he has got none left. Wall now open, but this is very one-sided. This is a serious stack-up from VP players, and we're going to need to see a little bit of a rotate off if they're going to try and have success.
ブリッツ進なんで、前への推進力がだいぶ落ちてる。あとは広がりがないな。一方向攻めだから。
Nice trade. But Falcons have well and good stalled this VP push for basically the entirety of the round. All that matters now is winning this one off the kills. Pasha and Sky's both going big. Rourke with one just around the corner. Pasha so good with the cover.
Wow.
Catches him off. Impact to seal the fate of a Virtus Pro player. Should be able to do it, or the Candela should be enough to disrupt, but Pasha's just throwing all of
あとリアップが一生出続けてる。リアップが一生出てる。
Pasha's just throwing all of them. They're struggling to push as the smoke canister lands. Another impact to seal the fate
あ、でもミュージアム側
of a
広がって
Virtus
んの
Pro
か
player.
一応。
Skies, nice trade. But Falcons have well and good stalled this VP push for basically the entirety of the round. All that matters now is winning this one off the
あ、メインが一応上がってるよ
kills.
ね。
Pasha and Sky
そうね、パシャが重要だった
going
な。
big. Rourke with one just around the corner. Pasha so good this VP push for basically the entirety of
ミュージアム側いないのかなと思ったけど、いたわ。
the round. All that matters now is winning this one off the kills. Pasha and
rotation back, paddle.
on Naquan, while obviously it falls by the wayside. Ollie, going into this series, Falcons haven't exactly been the best entry team inside of Salt Lake City, which is not at all what you would say about them in EML.
No, I think inside of kickoff, plus 17 on the entry. Inside of Salt Lake at the top of today. Now, okay, they've played some shorter games.
Yeah.
But it's only plus 4. So,
And a comparable amount of maps too, 10 to 8.
which, by the way, is mental, especially when you consider how good they were on the entry inside of Chalet. Now, okay, being plus doesn't necessarily mean that you're... Having a low plus number doesn't mean that you're bad because you might be good in some games and then lose a lot of openings in the others. But it somewhat balances out. It's still a low number for the team and the standard that we hold them to. They've lived up to that standard here today, at least on Chalet, and they have lived up to it on Forge, albeit not being able to convert that round. But the openings, definitely where Falcons are putting quite a lot of their attention at the moment. It's a lot more difficult on the defense than it is the attack, and I think it was a lot more evident in their attacking rounds. But still, with the way that they're not over-aggressing and over-peaking too much here, you can understand why it's happening.
マドニアもいないの
You can
確
also see
認
that
し
if
た
they're。able to recover rounds in which they're losing that opening pick, they start getting it, denying Falcons it entirely. They'd be keeping them in the general trend of Salt Lake City so far, which, to be fair, hasn't guaranteed Falcons losses, but it did put them in the 1-2 yesterday. And in the tournament, that Falcons have not looked bad. They've looked good, but they have looked beatable. They've looked human, which is not something we've always said about Falcons in the past. They're still trying to reattain that godlike status, that mythical status it felt like they had through that 2-year run with Shaiko on the roster. Virtus Pro on Fortress looking to try and steal some of that energy for themselves, pushing into this very stalwart defense. Pre-fire around the corner by Salatov, but hitting not one shield, but two. Blackbeard also being brought by Dan, who gets the opening pick, nails that Azami.
縦の推進力で無理やりをして、やばい、ピックされてる。
VP are knocking on the door. Falcons protecting their home the best they can. Two players lining up for the Blackbeard, though, as Yuzu's next up to challenge the Scar. Meets the same fate as Salatov. The duo, technically speaking, the newest entries before Joom onto this roster. Falling this big VP in a much better position with his Monty to break through the defense with Rorik backstabbing. This is an extra dimension we needed to see from Virtus Pro. How much impact can one Blackbeard have? Could still get a fourth. As Dan's on the board, will find VP are knocking on the door. Falcons protecting their home the best they can.
Q タワーってここ?
And two players lining up for the Blackbeard, though, as Yuzu's next up to challenge the Scar. Meets the same
炎症がさ、
fate has
まだ入ってないから、
The duo,
頭の中
technically
に
speaking, the newest entries before Joom onto this roster.
位置がわかんないわ。
VP in a much better position with his Monty to break through the defense with Rorik backstabbing. This is an extra dimension we needed to see from Virtus Pro. How much impact
どっちが Q タワー?
can one Blackbeard have?
ゲーム側が Q タワーか?
As Dan's on the board, will find it.
ダンがいる場所は? あ、ダンがいる場所は Q タワー?
Wasn't the only one here into that field.
Reliever Gershma as to what we saw last time. it'll be helpful to have a Gersh mod or two in pocket that you can chuck at the Monty if they unextend, and taking a 1v1, much more feasible at that point.
What about 3 Gersh mods in your pocket?
That would honestly be probably a little excessive, but I kind of support it, to be honest. Especially if Dan's playing Twitch, what, like 6 rounds in a row on one map?
スモーク好きだね。
Bulging like a school jam with all the
VP。
keys kicking around.
3層の時からずっとそうだけど、
Users? I'm keeping a keen eye on that. I want to know where, or I want to know when.
一生スモーク使ってるな。
I won't be able to figure out roughly where, but oh, big play. Nope, not worth it.
Is he
ス
actually
タンとかグレードに比べてスモークなんだね。
He's not going to shoot with a Scorpion, he's going to throw him at him.
I mean, not a bad strategy, right? If he's got someone close to him,
長時間
take advantage of
車線切れるから
when it happens, and they can buddy up together. Then why
エ
not?
リア取りたい
It's
と
not
き
like
はスモー
VP
クな
playing
のか。
Shield is a bad bet to make.
一度かすとかじゃなくて。
Oh no, fairly safe.
Very safe bet. What do you know? Naquo pushing to the exact same position we saw the Blackbeard push last time. Guess who's set up in this area? The Goyo, the Ella, and hello, the Solus as well. Choom sitting on old tower stairs. Very easy pick by Skies. I will say, some of the early round play we've seen from these roamers on Falcons, not some of the best. Certainly not like what we saw some of the mid-round, late-round impact from the roamers on
誘
Chalet.
ってたな、今。
As a result, Salatov and Yuzu's pulling back. I don't think this is a bad idea at all. It's still a 4v5. We've seen them, or defense be able to make that work before.
Something that VP have been really good at.
うわ、やばい、車線と入
They're
る。
not
あ、
worried
入ん
about
ない。
working
マ
under
ジ
the
か。
clock. They're on business as usual right now. It's half.
割れ外いたんだけどね。
Two kills.
Ooh, now, I mean, sure, one player swinging around the corner, but Licky guy trying to bail Yuzus out of a bad position. Ends up walking straight in the middle of the entire attack, who then separate the rest of the defenders. Greedy now 1 HP. Fortunately, I think the only thing that might be bugged is his defense.
シールドバグ使ってるって言ってる。シールドバグって何？
Bride, good find on the skies. 3-0 destined for Virtus Pro.
シールドバグってなんだろう。
Dominant round we've seen so far.
Timeout. You should be good for a round. We get Solus, where we get putting themselves in harm's way. Instead, VP are just so.
So we've seen round who's better for each of the hallway aside from the
Charlie doesn't. They so far has been around a
teams. That was a Monty.
team. You can get a lot of outside.
競技入ってる。これがシールドバグ。
You know, come from multiple different angles, whereas Fortress is far.
これ何がバグなんだろ
Kind
う。
of chop and change. You can cut through the site. You can get a lot of outside to in. You can really, you know, come from multiple different angles. Whereas
わかんないわ。
Sprout could have gone wrong. Did go
なんか
wrong.
そうだ
We
な。
don't know yet. We haven't missed anything. It's just did it.
そのまま継
I've
続
just
っ
been told by our producer.
ぽいな。
Animation. But
初見で入ら
looks
し
like
て
we're going to be headed back into the game very shortly.
シールドバグ何なんだ
It's
ろ
just been a very long deliberation on who is going to be banned here.
Can't ban Tachanka because he's of course already been banned at the top of the show. Needed to get that one out of the way with.
Maybe that's the reason. I mean, we kind of joke a little bit, but you think about how good the Tachanka would be at blocking off the corridor for the shield. VP like to play. They love to play the shield.
Part I got, but I can't believe that Blitz earlier. Blackbeard and Blitz is kind of negligible. Blackbeard wins out by like 5. But Blackbeard and Blitz are by far and away
ツイッターとか見れば
Naquo's
わかるか
two most
な。
preferred shield operators. So Monty ban, I doubt he'll feel all that uncomfortable.
となん
I don't know if
なん
Falcons will feel all that uncomfortable because again,
タ
it's
チ
a
ャ
known
ンカの
flaw
シー
in
ル
the
ドバグは
quality
ちょっと
that, well known, they've still struggled to
知ら
deal
ない
with
バ
it.
グだ
They've
ね。
done a good job playing around the shield so far. It's secured the limited map control they've needed to. They positioned the shields very well and also been very thorough, making sure that they don't get tripped up by any trap support, but also specifically any
リ
flank
コ
like
イ
you.
ル、リコイル連、リコイル連打って何 ?ADS って
Blitz
こ
causing a
と
lot more vulnerability here.
どこ出てるいや、やっぱツイッターとかだと出てる。
They don't want to go down too many more rounds here on this defensive phase either.
でも今、
Three rounds at the moment for VP.
じゃあ今の
Still in the top.
殴られた場所
1v1
時のやつじゃないってことその前
Not being in there.
that opening pick today. That godlike stat elves, Azami, first line this roster,
どの段階のやつだ
falling out.
このラウンドじゃないわ。
We
Not bad.
like we've seen and ends up walking straight in the middle of the entire attack,
ADS
who then
な
separate the rest of the defenders. Brady now 1 HP. Fortunately, I think the only thing that might be bugged is his defense because this area, the Goyo, the Ella, and
どの段
not
階のや
like
つ
what we
だ
saw some of before. I mean, sure.
Really good at is short time. They're not worried about working under the clock. They're on business as usual right now. It's half the round and they've
ああ、ここでか。リケファクとかや
already
って
picked up 2 kills.
Ooh, now I mean,
じゃあわかんないな。リケしてんじゃないとわかんないですよ。
Phase either. 3 clean rounds at the moment for VP. A couple of opening picks thrown in there as well, something they did struggle to come by over on Chalet. They've definitely got the tools to get opening picks here and now as both the Deimos and the
Hello.
Snake are
おはよう
available.
ございます。
One of the good things about having a big shield player in your team is that it's going to lead the way and clear the path to play some more of those information-based operators. Pasha takes a couple of points of damage there and is just going to tap fire his way through until he can see what's going on those main stairs. And already we're starting to see Skies rip open this top floor and start to work down from above.
important control established by Virtus Pro early on. We've seen the verticality be important on this site before. In the Twisted Minds game, they made particularly good use of the vertical play on their Fortress game against Furia that you and I casted. So for this site, always an excellent thing to have. But as you
でもありがとうございます。お互い感謝し合う。
holding out in a post plant. What we really want to see impact from is sure Neko on the shield, but I think Dan on the snake and Pasha on the damage.
ハッチ攻めになるか？
As we reach this final minute for how they can break through any of these defenders in power positions like Bride, for example, but also how they can work in tandem with Neko moving in on this blitz. Thorn spotted around the corner, but has some support. Is able to retreat through that rotate hole, leaving the deployable shield behind in its way.
カフェテリア側攻めるのかこれ。
A little bit of waste from an execute.
Again, it's VP doing what they can do good at, and that's fronting up against this defense.
ハッチは使わない。
Further pushing it back. Now, of course, with Skies holding the vertical angles, it makes things a lot easier. He's in fact dropped to the outside of the site, but a double C4 kill and a hop up from Bride with the Deagle immediately shifts the tide.
Suddenly swings it to Falcon's way. Yuzu still with that C4. Probably the big difference maker in round 9. But as you get to the minute and a half on the snake, and Neko moving in on this blitz. Thorn spotted around the corner, but has some support. Able to
この時点で
retreat through that rotate hole, leaving the deployable shield behind in
脱衣所、待合、インファーマシー、どこ？カフェテリア、カフェ2。でしょ？中庭、LG。
Again, I think still a little bit of waste from an execute.
Again, it's VP doing what they can do good at, and that's fronting up against this defense and just further pushing it back. Now, of course, with
スカイズいつ入ったの？
Get to the minute. I think
キ
Dan
ュ
on
ー
the
タワーから
important control established by Vert.
上取った後に
they've definitely got the
そのままキュータワー下らしたの
Pulling out
か。
in the post plant. What we really want to see impact from is sure, no, but also how they can work
from the vertical angles. It makes things a lot easier. He's in fact dropped. He's going to just be outside of the site, but a double C4 kill and a hop up from Bride with the Deagle immediately shifts the tide.
Suddenly swings it to Falcon's way. Yuzu still with that C4. Probably the big difference maker in round 4 for Falcons. But Pasha has this is zombie nailed down. Him and Skies both good for the pins, but neither with flashbangs. Prone beneath the window. Does Skies check this? Just sees it on, figures it out. Triple for the ramp so far. Another big frag. Is Pasha good for Yuzus? Again, the advantage shifts.
時間は一応ない。1v1 まではいけるか。
Just to win on time or to take down Pasha or to catch Skies off guard as the smoke clears, looking the wrong way. Misses the initial shot, but hits the one that matters. Only so much Skies can do with limited.
フリーキルだったな。
Swing things. It's on the floor.
Yuzus there. Big comeback in round 4. We'll try to build off of that. K2 Burrell as their strategy. The gunfights have not worked.
時間なかったから 1v1 になったな、最後。
Now we are fully committing to the utility, not only bringing the K2, but a Mira as well.
A lot of C4s. That's always going to be a big factor.
プランターは攻撃できないんでね。
do something about DMRs and C4s as a combination. It might just be a little bit too deadly because at the minute you can play one of the better guns in the game on defense, and you've got the C4s, and you get 3 auto canisters for if you start to get.
逆投1デボへ。
There's so many little different interactions that you can get away with that. So, Solsoft going to be taking advantage of that whilst they can.
パワー回詰めに行くか。いい、センズ使って。
His only kill so far, but it's been an important one because it basically won his team the round.
Important one, but another C4 prepped. Once Dan lets this go, that C4 is going to fly upstairs, sends at his feet. There is nowhere Dan can run.
Wow.
Seen him shoot C4s recently.
いや、ダンとジューム相性悪いね、今日。
on the defense so far on Fortress. It was true up until about 10 seconds ago. Secondary utility and the primary.
の頃から。
Gets a 5v3 for Falcons, the best start to a round they've had this entire map.
Now, surely we know that Doom is still there. Naku and Skies, they have to make it a goal to try and deal with him here. But users already.
ジューム側潰したいけどカバークロス組まれてんだよね。痛え。
Doom, he's never going to be stopped.
ジューム強い。
Takes Naku down, shield or not, and it looks like he's lining up for the next.
Flashbang might try to go out to take down the unkillable Cade inside of tower. Pasha's got the shotgun to do it, but he still dies to the revolver. Thinking the Cade full committed to the drop. 4 kills for Joom.
ここって立てるんだね。
Pasha's got the shot.
このくぼみ立てるの知らんかったわ。
All the way out of that door up there. You always fancy that 6-12 at close range, but you're never going to kill anyone looking at your feet. I think
generally got this under control.
It's confidence, isn't it? It's, you know, we don't need to try and save Doom here because through saving him, we might actually lose the round. We recognize what he's got and we kind of support him through getting a little bit more if he can. But if he dies at this point, job's done. We just hold our job.
It's a Cade at a minute and a half with all of his utility placed and the C4 already with a kill. Like, literally, he's already paid. He's already paid up.
学びが深いね。
It was all just extra at that point. Falcons with faith in one of their, well,
ランクでも使えそうなポジションだよな。あそこ立つの。はしご降りてると思うもんな。知らなかったら。はしごが先に見えるから。あ、降りたんだ。降りたんだってなるもん、普通に。シューティングゲーム始まってる。
Virtus Pro might find in this round. How about some Yokais? Still one in Bride's pocket, but finding some very important utility early on for this attack. If you want to go for the diffuse plant, that'll be Very, very nice to not have to worry about that second yokai. 2 shields again though, Ollie. The only question is, will Virtus Pro try to
逆刀バスルームいるだけ。
There is a danger that they do. We've got a bit less to deal with the shields this time. More information has been brought. Not only an Echo, but also a Valkyrie. Again, heavy preference on these
バスルカフェから突き上げてるだけで半
Through a drone work from Dan though is going to discover a little razor bloom at the top of Old Tower Stairs. Solidov still with one.
馬側も特に攻めてる雰囲気はないかな。
It'll be a busy bee this round on that shock drone. That is, if it survives, it's taken out there. The cameras continue to be flicked right now by Brede, doing his best to try and gather information. And whereas we've seen players actively sort of attacking and actively swinging these angles, now we're letting the information do the work. And all of a sudden, Falcons can just dig back a little bit.
And you talked about potentially, well, I was going to say, stunning that shield with the Gershmot. This time it seems the strategy is the yokai. If Neko tries to push, hit him with the yokai stun. Why don't just hit him with 2 C4s instead? Just do chip damage enough until you get 100%. Dan, who was so successful on this attacking the last time, 4K for him on the Blackbeard. You get the first kill for Virtus Pro this time, but how different it is. It's only 1 for VP. It only comes with 45 seconds remaining. It arrives when Falcons reach a 4-2 scoreline, and he's the second to last to fall. These vertical angles and these C1, this time it seems the strategy is the yokai. Neko tries to push, hit him with the yokai stun, but why don't just hit him with 2 C4s?
一生ゲームで見てるんだけど、お互いがお互いカバーして。
Instead, just do chip damage enough until you get 100%. Dan, who was so successful on this attacking the last time, 4K for him on the Blackbeard. You get the first kill for Virtus Pro this time, but how different it is. It's only 1 for VP. It only comes with 45 seconds remaining. It arrives when Falcons reach a
いや、リケがうまいわ、ポジションが。
And they're not that bad to good against them.
Okay, guys. Just in general, I'm gonna speak. I think they ban clash on the map, and you're gonna do a lot of shoot plays. So just remind us, okay? If you're doing shoot plays, bring something for the clash because they love the shoot.
Oh yeah.
Do you think if
you can speak exactly what you wanna do?
If you are playing as 5 is good against them or not this map?
Yeah, it can be good. Also, they hate playing glass. So, in my opinion, if they don't ban glass, Jums to play glass, like you play like.
ジュームにグラス使わせ
And you
て、
bring glass behind Bride, and you can like smoke the
イ
meeting
ン
and
グラ
the
ズで
bathroom and stuff.
潰しに
Yeah,
行く。
this kind of stuff, okay? So,
I think these guys are pulling against direct as well, no?
and they're not that bad to be honest, but we can try as well.
Like some sites, for example, the guy plays the
Yeah,
tank on
for
the
sure.
sides, you don't need to go direct, but for me, like the other one, I feel like direct is easy, because it's confident, like Pasha is playing there and he leaves early, like,
Yeah,
etc.
Yeah. You mean on direct? You mean on dorms? On dorms, we don't need direct. We don't
No,
go
I'm
direct.
sorry, yeah, I agree. On
クラッシュバンで
On meeting.
Ontagni first, after that Snake, and after Demos. So we don't have to play mute at all after that, right? So we just play on Warden. I don't know if they're gonna do different things like for after the Arden ban. In that case, we for sure we can do Demos open all the game and we ban different after that. But like we said before, don't choke for glass or Ing because Ing is shit and the glass we have smoke, Tashanka, C4s, right? It's not
まあ
about
お互いが読めてるっぽい
we
な。
want.
But when asked with Solid,
デイモス使っ
Yeah,
て、
LG's both valid ways of playing the game, but definitely different examples that we've seen in going into these attacks. Also,
下のエリア取られて突き上げされないように気
to
ぃつけて
counter.
ね、みたいな
in the heat
話
of
は
the
したけ
moment,
ど。
and I kind of fancy Doom on Glaz right now, especially with some of the shots that he's been hitting today. Going to be wasting no time as User starts to get some of these exterior walls open. Can really just cut through a lot of that site, a lot of those corridors in and around. Very much a little bit of no man's land right there. It can be very important to get that open and just restrict some of the flow from these defenders. Softball's now getting opened by Leakyfac as well. The Rotero drones.
クラッシュ見えなかったから、
This is very atypical of a Falcons approach.
ブリッツになった
They
の
tend
か
to
な。
like to set the landscape a
大アス
little
ガジェ
bit
ットがな
more
い。
than VP do, whereas VP like to barrel in off the back of a shield. Falcons will bring a shield as well, of course. We've got Brede playing on the blitz, but they like to do a little bit more setup.
The shield also feels a bit more like it's just a part of a broader lineup rather than the point of a lineup. Like, Brady will play it, and usually we'll get a decent amount of focus, as a shield often will, but it is not like that's their thing. It's not like that is truly what they are basing the whole round on. And really here, it's the combination of the blitz and the glass, and all likelihood, not the ace, as Dan, with that classic DMR of his.
ってなると、ブリーフィング側の壁が
finds Yuzus at just about the halfway point, with a mirror window as well, and some keybuzz.
後締めも視野や
A
な。
lot of resources into this position for Dan to succeed. We got some information on the shield. Not really revealing his position. I have a feeling Falcon's already decently aware of it. We'll see the Flores cross. There's
中庭のカバーが大
attackers on
切
this。side of the map.
中庭は
Blitz begins to push.
カバーしない。後締めしたその代わり。
Instead, Dan just barely making it out, joining the rest of the
後締
defense,
め
and has hit the minute
死んだんで
mark
ね。
Falcons without a kill.
Dan doing a really good job of slipping himself out there. It looked like he should have been dead, and I think if Falcons had been a little bit more aggressive, they could have potentially cut him off there, especially with the blitz. But Skies was just there for a little bit of support, and Falcons obviously feeling like they didn't need to fully send after that. Probably part due to the fact they've already lost users. They don't want to lose another. A load of Bs get sent in now, and that will give a bit of information over towards Solotov here.
Ooh, a little information over Solotov and some confidence as well. Seen some great Grim plays from this player over the years. A couple years since that massive Bailiff play in Manchester. Might need something out of it in this round as Joom, the glass player we saw, clearly not a problem whatsoever for Virtus Pro. It's Breeders causing more issues, just him and Solotov. To win this 2v4, 2v3 as Warwick is on the ground, might be 2v2 if he catches Nako quickly, but no, the Eagle, so powerful in the hands of the Izami. Now Breede, what does a shield do in a 1v3 like that? Your back's Thorn.
壁割れなかったから、ブリッツもうまい具合に使えなかったね。
Smoke and Goyo, Mira, Clash, Thorn. Basically through every way you could possibly imagine stalling or causing issues for an attack that will cost time is present for this Virtus Pro lineup. On the flip side for Falcons, no blitz, but we are keeping that glass. So part of Falcon's strategy remaining consistent. Instead going with the glass. Also got a shout out from Dark. No.
It wasn't a very polite word that was used, but it wasn't an endearing one. I disagree. I think the Yin can be fantastic.
Wow.
If you consistently lose opening picks.
いや今日スカイズ調子いいね。
Breadth of the operator. I don't know. Joom down on the glass. So of course still got the Ying, but Ying and glass as a combination is very disruptive.
めっちゃ当たれるな。ダンとスカイズ、じゃダンとジュームの相性は今日悪いけど、スカイズとジュームの相性めっちゃいい。
Leaky Fact trying to now use the Ying to take a little bit of map control. Doesn't want to get swung off the back of anyone swinging with that clash, and instead he's going to dump all of his utility just in an attempt to stay alive here.
It's a desperate attempt by Licky Fact, and I mean, one that works, but he was throwing Candelas at Ghost. That clash stopped maybe Nako from planting the shield and taking the fight with him, but that's the rest of the Candelas used for what we know is really nobody who was going to swing around that doorway. Falcons as well, going back to that opening pick from Joom. Virtus Pro 5-3 on the opening pick so far on Fortress. A return to the trend of Salt Lake City for Falcons. Not struggling on the entry engagement in that they're losing them all the time, but not the strong entry team that we saw inside of EML, and it continues.
いやー、クラッシュもあるしきついね。
With that in the glass taken down, it feels like the heart has been taken out of both of these Falcons attacks.
拾いたいキルが。
They don't really have that fight left now, do they? They've lost the big impact operator in the Ying and the glass, and we're just left to try and win gunfights. And gunfights haven't been something that have been coming so easily to Falcons here on this attacking phase. In part, that's due to the fact that there's a clash often just bearing down and swapping a lot of information between the team. Still a Toxic Babe canister here, and it just feels like a lockout.
It just feels like VP are going to keep them at bay. Users will push deep, move around the clash. Oh, even pre-fires at the right level, but Rorik hopping up will take down Users with the shotgun, and it's another Breed. We all set at the beginning of the round. Joom bringing in the Dokkaebi as he's done, generally over the course of this tournament. Not necessarily the only operator he plays. Joom quite a flexible player, but again, taking this role in place of Users who usually play it on the roster. Just trying to find some lurks and any kind of gaps he can find in the VP defense.
ゲーム取って突き下げる。
Not really found. We've talked about the stall a couple times now. It's been present in round 7 and 8, but the way it's manifested both times has been in opening picks that have either happened generally at the halfway point of the round, or if they've occurred early, have then resulted in VP retreating. Round 7, basically the halfway point, and then VP fall back. Round 8 happens in the first minute, and then VP immediately fall back and play around each other. They are not looking to take these fights. They are not looking to play aggressive. They're going to sit behind their utility and make Falcons come to them.
And Falcons know this. They're bringing a really heavy lineup to deal with a lot of that utility. We've got secondary hard breach on Leaky Fact, nades. We've got Selmas on Breede. Plenty of utility soft destruction for Users, and then the Twitch to round.
グレネードで中庭のキャッスル壊して。
He just needs to be getting a couple of kills on the entry. It was a big part of Chalet, and so far the entry has been a battle that only Virtus Pro have won on this map of Fortress. I think Falcons got the first one, but aside from that, it's been very one-sided indeed. Mirror window will be popped, so we can hear
めっちゃエリア取っとるね、いろんな場所。2回取った後、音楽室に行くの。
Now Pasha just again playing his position, winning not only one, but the next as well. Such a high-powered defensive fragger for VP, 7-3 on Fortress. It seems VP will continue their march to match point. Skies as well, 13-6. A standout player on this roster in Salt Lake City. And Licky Fact got to make a name for himself in round 9, and I think unfortunately that one might just be lost to history. Double stack inside. Super strong about banning because it makes Virtus Pro speak out about it.
That's
a tendency, so it was hassling.
Rehost.
In some cases, it's a rehost with a sound bug that we just cannot. Let's try it with the Ying. MVP, who said they were ready for it and weren't worried, or the second
that VP have won so far on this defense and 3 in the other. It has just been a kill problem. It is a mathematical problem at the moment that Falcons cannot seem to overcome. They cannot buy a kill. Never mind a kill on the entry, where we've seen them do quite well. Solitov moving quickly on the blitz, looking to take some serious space right now. As June takes a ton of damage.
Taking a lot of space. June eating most of that utility, just running ahead of the Razor Bloom, running ahead of the smoke, but now he's a bit separate from the rest of the team.
June
Ideally like to support him, but June, well, that's not happening. Exhibit A right here. Bride as well. Can't really hop in this building. There's a player sitting right on it, super shorty in hand. So Solitov is quite alone right now. Can't really die because Bride is cutting off part of the angle. And of course, Solitov looking towards the other. This initial play to get quick control isn't really working out. Solitov now on 1 HP. Him and June, 1 HP. Naquan now also joining the Barely Alive Club on Fortress. And Solitov looking back, the first 2 members of Cam Duty in round 10. June, he's been on 1 HP since the beginning of the round. Quickly facing a disproportionate load from the rest of his team. Falcons have tried, I wouldn't say everything, but they have tried. And tried taking a lot.
ジュームなんでダメージレーザーブルームシェル何ダメージ普通に10で撃たれた上下かここで下がったからここで撃たれたこの上下で撃たれたそれでここでやり合ってるこれ爆発系っぽいけどなまあいっかNext. うわ、アジトなんだ、最後。
Spending their time getting batteries or electrification off the wall. It really is it's a kind of a point that you really fall on one side or another, really. Or you can fall in the middle. You don't have to be so decided that you've made your mind up. But I think it is becoming a bit more of a trend that teams give themselves a slightly easier time getting the breach open so that they can just be more adaptable.
8ターン使える。珍しい。デイモス版したのか、その代わり。
He's playing on the snake. He has a great opportunity to go down below and make things happen. Not quite as good as Deimos, who is, of course, banned in this round. You would expect the Deimos to be a player that would go below, and whilst Pasha can fill a similar role on the snake, it isn't a one-for-one trade.
Now, Pasha will give you a bit more of the lurking, right? Send into a location, try and get some information where you haven't otherwise droned. The Deimos tries to target one particular player, for example. In a Deimos on this position, maybe would send a Deathmark Tracker out to find Lickyfac and hunt him down over the course of the round. It is much simpler for Warwick to be on a drone, holding an angle, then Lickyfac takes the fight and loses it. No utility expended, nothing lost by Virtus Pro in getting that kill. And the follow-up is Joom tries to either retreat into or peek out of R6S. Well, he unfortunately loses his life as well. The most powerful operators on Falcons defense. Dealt with, but Solitov still has something to say. A very quick peek on Disguise, lands the headshot on a Dan as well. The Thorn with this Uzi, a menace against Virtus Pro, who has single-handedly saved Falcons' chances in round 1. Now Yuzus looks to try and channel some of that same energy against a 2-man stack, pushing up rocket stairs. Smoke canister supporting him to keep this attack at bay. But Virtus Pro for the moment stalled out.
ようそこ居座り続けられるな。ディスプレイ窓から行くか。ああ、馬力空いてないのか。入り直し。アドブリがいないから、デフォプラントのポジションは入りにくい。スモークは残り1個。
Especially with the shotgun right around the corner, it's going to be a big problem. But for the Blackbeard
最後の
or
スモ
for
ー
the
ク。
Grim, whoever decides to take this fight, they're going to have to deal with this close M59. User's low HP is in the perfect position to compensate that with the gun.
レインボーシックスルーム2のサーバー1。
Towards the single door in office, going back and forth, trying to decide which way
サーバーめっちゃ大事じゃん。
We'll creep in, put the diffuser down. That last toxic canister has been used, and with no C4s, there was no utility coming in to stop this defuse plan. Pasha gets both lined up perfectly for that F2, and uses the next to fall. Secondary and primary, good for the Snake, and Virtus Pro get there first. Trying to decide which way should they go. We'll creep in, put the diffuser down. That last toxic canister has been used, and with no C4s, there was no utility coming in to
サーバーめっちゃ難かったな、これ。最初。
stop this diffuse.
いや、刺してくると思うよな。
9 users low HP is in the perfect position to compensate that.
Take this space. Just making himself a little bit of a revive there. Didn't overcommit. Can back himself up a little bit along with Solitov.
1分段階、何分段階でこれやった？残り1分段階、めっちゃ時間使ったな、もう。時間マジで。時間フルで使って。
We'll creep in, put the diffuser down. That last toxic canister has been used, and with no C4s, there was no utility coming in to stop this diffuse plan.
いやー、使い切ったね、1時間。
It's unclear. We'll have to see when Falcons inevitably try to attempt that second floor again as one of the primary bomb sites. They will need.
お互い我慢強いわ。
Should make another attempt at it at some point.
マジ早く楽になりたいよな。打ち合いして。
Jude picking up the Solus. Didn't see a lot of success from him on this operator on Fortress. If he wants to play fast and loose on this defense, maybe a good time to try and limit test. It's just unfortunate that it's Dokkaebi and Snake that he's going up against. Two operators that are absolutely perfect to find a roamer playing off-site. Currently, I believe Joom is lurking all the way on the second floor. Meanwhile, the attack is pushing more directly into dock. They're trying to use some of these drones, both on attack and defense, to set up their respective sides.
電子カバー入ってるからバレルオフは無理。おー、毒まで入ってる。スネークで毒まで入れてる。あー、対処した。
Quickly traded by Naquo as Virtus.pro taking very fast control, or at least very fast engagements, yet still not making it very deep.
ロッカーが浮いてるけど入れるか。
A little bit jammed up there inside of barrels. Rorick will be able to have a look through with Glaz.
防衛側全員地下。てか、エコーが死んだのやばない。エコー死ぬのやばくない？縦の対処がめんどくさいね。あ、ストックに一応入ってるんで、裏差しの様子は一応わかるね。電話鳴らさなければ。電話鳴ったからわかんないわ。
Just ADSs goes to the pre-fire and usually so focused up front. Back into being exposed to the Blackbeard. Dan, good for the cover as well. June now retreating back to the site. Never really got any impact on that rat play. Virtus.pro feeling very confident on lair.
本来はエコー当てたかったんだけど、死んじゃったから。難かったね。
It's a tricky situation because on Chalet the shields were basically useless on that Chalet attack. On Fortress they were useful, but they weren't like necessarily dominant. But these two rounds have been some of the best shield rounds.
足への集団もっと良ければな。
And so I imagine Falcon's probably going to take a much closer look at a shield ban for their last one. But the Naquo would still have either Blitz or Blackbeard.
バンバン運ゲーできたんだけど。
It's a tricky situation, and just so happens that VP shield play is working very well right now. We'll see if Falcons can get adjusted to it either in round or after a tactical timeout. The latter's likely going to be called if the defense drops another one here as they try to their third sight on this defense so far. Something's got to give, and it's probably going to be Julio hitting the button.
I would expect it. I would expect a tactical timeout to come if this round doesn't go Falcon's way. Cannot afford to let that happen. Nakey going to burst on through from Ops. Makes a nice little rotate there. Can likely do the same into our 6 room. That's going to be a bit of a focus, clearing out this top floor. Rorick downstairs. Just needs to be a little bit cautious down here.
いる。マジしょうもないこのガジェット。
He's ways away for the time being, but it is something to keep an eye on. Skies can start to move through this top floor. Ooh, mirror windows up there as well. Solid again on a fairly unnecessary swing. Maybe just fancying himself to be a bit better, a bit quicker. He'll pay for it. Take a good portion of damage. Still alive though. And can still start to pull up through these holes. It's only going to buy a short period of time.
And unfortunately, more needs to be bought.
メイン火薬にも視野やな。
Really come away with an opening pick. It's the Snake down below going for that lurk. That just means it's an effective 4v4 at the moment. 4 players up top going against both on the attack and the defense. Feeding down through the vertical holes. Naquo good for one. Great C4 by Usus. That actually ties things up. As Breeding gets on the sky shortly thereafter. And retreats down green stairs. It's rare we see an actual full clear of this top floor.
2枚は割れてんのかこ
resulting
れ。
in the defenders surviving and then falling back to the
さすがに
site.
割れてるか。
Rounds are usually won or lost based off this top floor clear. Now instead, Users be down below.
割れてない。
Thinks about a retake up green. Virtus.pro with 30 seconds remaining. I've got one in the site, but Pasha actually decides to rotate out.
だいぶポジションある。そうすると。
Into medical and might just find the 1 HP player. And he might see him, but killing is a whole different question.
お互いは一発。
and Bride, but a slim chance at victory for Bride, and he gets both of them. A round seemed like it should go VP's way. Bride with 1 kill in the middle.
Win down. Finally, we get the Blackbeard. Good clear though.
Really?
It's not unusual
from
like the storage room. Go yo.
Vulcan Pack's very effective tools, not only for basically knocking away shields if they decide to walk into the fire and just kind of eviscerating their HP if they were to do so, but the more effective and the more common way is, of course, wasting, like 15, 20 seconds of the clock as the attack tries to push in. It can be very good, usually necessitates a Twitch pick in turn or some nades being brought by the attack. It's something that always invites and really requires a response from the attacking team. Again, talking about things that we did see or didn't see, one thing we actually saw in those earlier attacking rounds was Dan on this Kali. Able to take down the Kiba barriers early on, also using a lance to crack that mirror window. Not an operator we often see, but a focal point of VP's R6 room attacks, oddly enough. Another Kiba goes out to plug up the hole, allow the ops player to retreat. Zoom not doing so. Now, Licky Fact has the opportunity to set up that fallback mirror window inside of office. Now is when he is able to fall back. And it's not like last time. We saw Joom caught falling back into office, or somebody taken down below. No, this time, everybody from the defense falls back, and nobody, not a single person off site.
looking to try and play it a lot tighter, aren't they? They know that VP are going to push fairly one-dimensionally. They're always going to be buddied up in some
でワンウ
way.
ェイ作って
Shields or not. Of course, you've still got shields. You've still got the blitz to play. That hasn't been removed from him either. Solotov getting some good damage in down range now. Can start to use those Zoto canisters to just slow a little bit of the progress onto that site wall. It's a DMR for DMR battle though. As Dan also has the sniper on Cali.
わー、気持ちいい。
Leaky Fact did manage to take Pasha down before that, but any sort of stall that Falcons were hoping to have with those Zoto canisters has now disappeared. More importantly, that position behind desk, super powerful. Someone's going to need to plug that gap.
Now, June might be in the most immediate spot to rotate. Doesn't have any Kibas to block off the door and get behind there, but he is playing in a tucked
そう
position.
机裏
Could very well do it. Indeed, you'll see.
入り
He's
直
got the
せる。
opportunity. We'll take the forward position behind the desk. Get no Kibas, so if any of these get shot, get hit by that sniper, June could be in for a rough
Smoke
time. No
は残り2
other
個
nades, to be fair, from the attack. No Bs either. But June's got to hold out with 30 seconds. He's been droned. Can call the smokes, which are still present with 30 seconds remaining.
C4 文字
We
入
did
れた。
not see this in the last R6 room. So going for a plant will be much more complicated. Licky
残り
Fast
15
taking
秒。
June's
サ
spot,
ー
but
バー
going
側は
instead. Trying to
2
evade
人。
the eye line of any drone, any intel gathering.
でかい
They
これ。
doing this dance, trying to decide, do I go through the single? Do I go to A? Do I go to B? He made a decision last time, but he had a better opportunity. No post-plant utility, man advantage, and Diffuser in a clean position to do it, but this go around, it is just not the case. Instead of roaming, Falcons all play on
綺麗なダブルピーク。
That's who's Nakyu's trying to do mid shoulder.
for VP, all things swinging into the line of fire. Dan's like, okay, well, kill that guy, I'll kill that guy, kill that guy. Very rarely have we actually seen Virtus Pro really use the shield that, like we saw, it didn't work, but like we saw Breedape try an attempt on the last round of Fortress, running up the staircase, quickly taking control. It's been a lot slower play from VP on this site. Basement down below, they got some quick control, but even then it was still a pretty steady push through Toxin, through Doc, and eventually reaching the site. As he's bringing the
8か
blitz
遊撃守り。
go back on this operator.
こ
See
こ
if
ま
he
で
decide to switch things up.
上
Falcons
3
goes down to
い
Boogie
る。
drone.
お、耐えた。
Gets the first pick, and it seems maybe they might have tried to go for something similar, and unfortunately, the blitz caught lacking.
今
So
回
it
は
swings around the corner, takes down the core shield player.
今回ショットガン
VP could
集
struggle.
団してくれた、ちゃんと。これ
It's really
で
a territory really for VP. Things
近いくか
have。been going their way and by quite a considerable margin. We haven't seen
なんで
them come up against any real hostility or
音
hardship
消しながら。
really since Fortress. Now, if Falcons chain the
ファルコンズ側もそれ、あー、ちゃんと時間使ってる。
VP attacked was 4 rounds.
これ行くな。うん、行くね。
And better here. Nice burst through from Pasha though.
Now, excellent burst through. Ends up getting Rourke in the process. Unfortunate, he's lost his support in. Might have just lost the round off the back.
エリアも取れないから
Licky
行くしかなかったで。
Both get
行
one
ったね。
apiece. I'm not saying it's a different story, but Virtus Pro thinking they could just run straight through a barricade with a Goyo canister on it.
まあまあまあ。
Anything less. And it's going to be
最初のタリエで負けちゃったから
They
な。
have to have the end of a point, not only most able to close.
And again, as you said, it was a full clear of this top floor, which is a little bit uncharacteristic. Often we'll see times teams will play a Soulless or something of that nature and maybe even rip open a lot of the floor themselves so that they can retake up on that top floor as and when required. No Soulless this time, but still
遊撃守りで最初の当たり合い負けたらもうエリア取りができないから。
They are just going to try and lock themselves in
で、エリア
and
取
keep
り
as
し、
tight a hold as
ここからエリア
possible
取りやっ
inside
て
of
もね
mass.、
分が
And
悪い
use
勝負になる
those
だけだ
C4s
か
to
ら
deny
ね。
entry at the windows.
ワ
No
ン
hard
チャン
breach
か
this
けるん
time.
だったら
We saw the thermite last time, and that
あれ
was
し
a
かなか
good,
った
good
ね。
way of really opening up a lot of that top floor. Now that they're stuck to windows and doors only, those C4s become a lot more powerful.
4 C4 is always just a daunting number to stare at. Especially the information that Valkyrie could enable, or the Zotos that could slow them. You always got to worry about a C4 getting tossed some which way. Neko moving quite
今
quickly
回
through,
は
not
どう
going
だろ
to
う。
office
あ、
instead.
サーバー閉められて
Cutting
るかな。
straight up the bathroom hallway. Looking to take things from the R6 side.
サーバー閉めたくない今。
4 players they have to worry about. Bit of an idea at some
Wow.
flanker. And Rourke's got the perfect cutoff. He's been roaming down below every single round, it seemed, on Grim, on Snake. He's had very little impact. This time, catches Solotov when VP needed a lucky break the most.
今回はスネーク、
Starting to try
ワ
and
ンプ
get
が
something
勝っ
going
たね。
upstairs. It's not a thermite, it's a
これ
cellar.
で
Not
サー
as
バー
close
ある
to
か
pushing
な。
through. It's much more of a line of sight. It's still going to give value to these C4s, 3 of which are left. Solotov. I'm sure he's on his cameras. Nice bit of vert play here from Leaky Fact. Great C4, but shot out midair.
Just able to find that bit of secondary utility. Neko now still waiting, but this clear is not working like it was
あ、でも
before.
これ2枚割れ
Virtus
てない
Pro
の
able
か。
to move in, get these trades, whittle the man
あ、
count
サーバー
down.
割ることに
Now
し
they're
た。
stuck because of these toxic canisters, because of these Zoto canisters, because of the Falcons' utility and their complete unwillingness to take fights against these attackers. And yet still VP are at an advantage. Still they widen it. Pasha able to find another, and it's another 2vx for Breedape and a lone defender. Now just Breedape, now nobody. Dark bet everything on that timeout. No
They usually help.
Try to reinforce the wall.
Okay, guys, good tree, okay? Like, I'm just gonna summarize what they do and then if I say what we can do, okay?
Yeah.
On the office, they usually play default. They don't play a lot of traps, okay? They play, the guy can play between bathroom windows, okay, Josh? And then they're gonna like try to waste time. Azami is gonna help these guys falling back from bathroom and main stairs, and that's it. The rest is default Tachanka, okay? For bunks, same thing. Default, they're gonna have Solis, Warden, Tachanka, Smoke just to stop the plant, green plant. And paint side, the guy gonna double reinforce paint. Warden will play there. He will not live there, no? If you go there, okay? For labs, they can do full turtle, okay? Like they're gonna start to like get a drone full turtle with Smoke and Tachanka and Echo and go like full turtle, okay? And then the other one they can do is more aggro. One guy starting top floor, one guy medic side. Get a drone full turtle with Smoke and Tachanka and Echo and go like full turtle, okay? And then the other one they can do is more aggro. One guy starting top floor, one guy medic side, one guy armory and mute kids, okay? Just summary, you can say along with it. What
yeah, and on bunks, guys, they play 4th floor with
free for us. Let's see what's gonna be more strong. And the base, right? We're gonna do that a new setup on Pasha. Like he's gonna do other than with sheet or the solid sheet. But that's me. If they're gonna attack with Danila, or Pasha gonna help, or Pasha gonna hide. Anyway, we have to play in the same key. Because if Danila is alone, just play to give and the play to execution. And if you think the execution not gonna be good, guys, we try to play something. On this setup, they want to kill Danila, Chris, and Pasha is playing Solis. Remember, you can go up, garage stair, yellow stair. So you control lobby, and Pasha just think about Danila. Because we're gonna play just safe in base, right? That means we're gonna domain garage. So you and Nikita. Yeah, and the bunks, guys, bunks is bunks. You guys know the options we have. Don't have nothing too much to say. Be careful about the, the first round, if you don't have a ward in control main breach, they like to use glass.
It really was that time round. And this is where PP are just going to dog walk this game all the way to its conclusion.
And dog walking is kind of the name of the game with this lineup. They're saying, oh, you've got some really great players. You've got Joom, who does like to play Blackbeard on this roster, one of his higher picked attacking operators. Well, we're going to throw Goyo at you.
マジで練習したことをただ遂行するのみみたいな感じだったな。
Double, triple the amount of time you normally do to take control of power positions to move into the site. That's how we're going to win this. We're going to stop you from getting active. We're going to keep you immobilized. We're going to
予定ではタチャンガスモークとかで
just on this oil pack. Nothing really gained from it beyond that, and it's just about sending a
デ
message.
フォフラント止めてくるから、あとウォーデンでメイン階守ってみたいな話をしてたけど。
now starting to make that link with him over on the other side of Skybridge. But then aside from that, you've got players really dug in. You've got Solotov all the way outside of Ops. It's not like they're just all flooding and piling the same place where that shield's playing. They trust each other to be a little bit more individual about it. It's not worked yet. It also hasn't worked. It also hasn't worked yet. We are yet to see.
だから医務室のミュートになんかスネーク使う時とかは医務室のミュートに気をつけてなんかちゃんとクリアリングしろみたいな話もしたか。
He's going to likely find something. There's too many holes for him not to at this point.
And even if he does get a kill, still got half the skeleton key remaining to apply so much pressure to these defenders. Built some flashbangs as well, can just deny people from playing in safe, important positions. You can see the impact of it. Dan running back and forth and then walking directly into the crosshairs of an attacker. Taking a bit of some scattered shots in the skeleton key, but Likifax switches and just barely saves himself from death. Mirror taken down isn't the biggest thing in the world. Might lose a C4, but the active utility's still there. The Zodos, the Shumikas, and the C4. But Ali, we've only got 6 Shumikas left.
I was just about to say, you get a lot of Shumika launches. It's great, you've used them, but there's also 45 seconds. C4s. So you're not short on ability to deny right here. That fire is going to be effective the whole round, and Falcons know it. Sky's next player to fall. Solotov pushes in.
Yeah, Solotov の入り込みめっちゃ良かったね今。
The goal was wasting as much time as possible. They've done the best they can. But Falcons, despite that, in their entrenched positions, are still getting kills. Likifax got 2 just through the verticals. This horizontal push has been problematic, sure, but out of 4 to 2 with Pasha and Dan on reduced HP, something has to break. Pasha might break Joom at the entrance. He might get a 3rd kill, as a matter of fact. And neither attacker with the diffuser. Solotov picks it back up. Likifax needs to win this fight, and with the vertical angle, it's the element of surprise that does it for Falcons. In a
pushes in and just lands a
PX away from death. A good play by Falcons. Probably the most effective vertical play I've seen for a little bit at this major. Likifax doing so much work with that skeleton key. 9-4 right now.
ミュートは使われてないんで。
Now going with the snake. Him and Joom sometimes kind of trade these operators back and forth. Snake, Dokubi. Both have a bit of similar lurking tendencies. I think that's one difference we've seen between this Falcons lineup.
遊撃守り
lineup with Shaiko in it. Shaiko always on operators like that Deimos, like that Nomad. We all know the habitual Shaiko operators we've seen when he was on Falcons, formerly BDS.
待合と武器庫にいるだけ。
have a bit more overlap and trade hands with some of these important operators. Even Joom bringing up the Blackbeard every now and then. Bride with it this go around. As the Dokubi call begins ringing out across layer to enable Bride on this full clear. There's nobody from the defense really on this 1st or 2nd floor. Everybody down below on the site. I think Naquo the one exception, playing around the blue stairs, but even then he is in an easy position to rotate back.
It was spoken about in the timeout, wasn't it? Dark was saying that they were going to play quite heavily inside a warehouse. It ends up giving up quite a lot of map control away, but that was something that they were comfortable to do. It was a compromise they were willing to take. They will know this, and they have already taken good control, like you say. You get that breach control in, start ripping open some of this floor. EFAC still got that Solotov scanner that he can flex about in and see what able to find. And it almost becomes even worse, doesn't it? Because we're not using the Dokubi call and the Solitons kind of to get opening kills. We're going to use them in late round when defenders have just got nowhere to go. It's not like they can just slip away into the night. Bees as well getting thrown into that mix. The info here is going to be excruciating.
強すぎるよな、これ。引いたの確認できるの。
1-2 punch. Grim also could get involved and displace some more players. Falcons have a lot of important utility with that Dokubi call. The second of 2. Bringing out, everybody silencing their phones. Work face to face with the Blackbeard. Didn't have the ability to exchange, and it's Bride hit in the process. Work only needs the one. Just the one bullet. Put Bride's life to an end. Betrayed by Liquifact. Pre-fire around the corner. He had the information, made the play. While you lose the Blackbeard, you gain a bit of a forward position. The Blackbeard could have broken that stalemate. It won't be a factor you have going forward.
4 versus 4. Soliton's kind of active once again. EFAC needs to win this engagement with Dan, but wasn't even ADS. That's going to give a huge opportunity over here to Virtus.pro as they've got the extra body to trade with.
They've got the extra body. Make that 2 with Solitov's down in the process. Dan with that off angle, making things just that much sweeter for VP. Joom creeping in through the site, gets 1, has his positions known. Only so much he can do. Dan, 3 kills on the round, and neither team able to get...
Swings the corner on ADS. It's basics, isn't it, at that point? I mean, he had the info on the Sol.
Big defensive, the key moments had a nade forth, but VP to get that last round. Our 6-room defense now, as the attack was able to get a win here last time, and if VP can do so again, we'll continue one of those games where it's back and forth, but VP maintained their lead. And Falcons have switched things up a little bit. Of course, have the Tachanka and the Goyo. Gotta mention that. And the smoke as well. But overall, actually, the more I look at it, I actually don't really know fundamentally there really is all that much difference between these setups.
I think the main difference is coming in the approach from Falcons. Instead of playing the Blackbeard, instead of trying to work through from that Skybridge side, we've got the breach open now. Main breach open, Thermite, proper job of it as well. No real need for messing about. Let's just get that done straight away. And Bride's gotten himself around there. We've got the sense. So that tells me that there's going to be some sort of a plank go down. We're going to see Solitov, no doubt, get himself into a position at the top of Mez, hence uses his position at the minute outside of balcony. He's going to be able to open up onto bathroom, hopefully affect any players and cut off anyone that's trying to rotate around and take control of Mez. There's still a bit of work to do here. The Vulcan packs are going to do a little bit of slowing down, but we do still have some nades kicking around for that. The biggest problem is, of course, the Tachanka. The fact that we've still got 18 Shumika launchers left.
We've got 18 Shumika launchers left in. I think to both of our points, while there are some changes in the operator lineup, like I said earlier with smoke coming in, it's still the same strategy. VP have just doubled down on what worked before, or at least what they tried to make work before. Continue to stall time, alleviate some of the pressure on Naquo, so as you mentioned, he can still have, 15 Shumikas when, not 5 with 45 seconds remaining. And also an important variable, Liquifax barely used any of his skeleton key. There is no vertical presence whatsoever.
That's a big part of this, though. I think they're trying to get Liquifax to be forgotten about, because now when he starts to rip it open, this is when he sees...
Liquifax barely used any of his skeleton key. There is no vertical presence whatsoever.
That's a big part of this, though. I think they're trying to get Liquifax to be forgotten about, because now when he starts to rip it open, this is when he sees the value. There should be nowhere for these defenders to go right now.
And especially if you can imagine him locking in on Dan's position or somebody ratting in a corner, there would literally be nowhere to go. It seems Dan might not be drone a key moment, though. Bride keeping watch from the off position, and important kill for the Thermite. Solitov up good for 2, and Pasha, who was trying to tip the scales, as unfortunately, a dead weight attached to his ankles, a
2回攻撃通せるの強いな。
Shumikas. And so Virtus.pro decided to go for it again. And I think the only change they make is a Thorn?
It's not enough. The change of the Thorn alone is not going to be enough. Now, it can't be the exact same strategy from Falcons because the Bees have been banned. Equally, it's not going to be the exact same strategy from Virtus.pro because Goyo's been banned, both of which played in the last round, the last time we saw this site played. Liquifax is still going to be going underneath, but he's going to have a little bit less information to work off.
I mean,
more drone-focused and call-out based than necessarily just finding out where people are based off utility. Another important
入られたかもしれないぞという情報をね、渡せるのは。
It's going to be the Roarer. Got the Roarer, got the Nomad. It's a different landscape right now. We've also not got the Thermite, we've actually got the Ace, so breaching will be slightly different as well, but that is a little bit more nuanced. Joom. Probably going to look to try and roar off in around Ops room at the moment and just give a little bit of an option for early foothold to be taken.
Just a little bit of doorway blocked off, bottom rocket. He takes a line outside of the single window. But he also looking towards the breach as I guess actually the hard breach chart that was used to open that angle. The first Selma is used by Solitov to open up the elevated angle in Ops. But it is about as slow around as you could get on layer so far. A minute and 40 seconds in. Some Shumikas have been used, a toxic canister used as well. But Falcons are taking their sweet time with this. Liquifact letting some skeleton key shots go, just to be aware of his presence. But this, at this rate, this is going to be red time when this executes.
わあ、でも死んだ。あ、しかもイングレも成功してない。
To be behind that desk in a power position with those keepers has been taken out of the picture. Bride
危ねえ。あ、死んだ。
eaten just about everything and dies to Naku and the Shumika launchers. Leveled up then. 45 25 seconds left to go, and still there is no pace been taken out of this attack.
No, Falcons are moving so slowly. LickyFact runs into 2 different Razor Blooms. He's not used to being upstairs on the 2nd floor. He's like, there's no utility I have to worry about. I just have to get the vertical destruction. Direct line on Aurora, hip fire headshot. And just like that, Falcons back in the race. With only 25 seconds left. Naquo and Sky's both low with these canisters. They've got to bring out the guns. The LMG, it's been good for 2 so far. Tachanka with 15 seconds remaining. The first line of defense. Him and Pasha setting up crossfire, but again with no utility. The defense has to play this with guns. They've got to win these fights, and they couldn't win one if their life was on the line. Virtus Pro now.
And they
timed. But so far, in SLC, Virtus Pro have been a bit predictable. And it seems Falcons have begun to figure that out, because I know for a fact that they were keeping track of the site rotation, and they knew the next site was going to be basement, because when you're down 6-4, this is the only one VP have taken a victory on.
And it felt like a bit of a lash-out round as well from Falcons. They got a little bit of control early on. They made a false sense of security. And then we kind of just saw people trying to walk in and try and take the They lost the opening pick. They lost Breeday on the Blackbeard, and that was really the big part of it. Disappeared. Breeday, again, going to be playing on this Blackbeard. But I hope he's going to keep himself a bit further away from Rorik and not try and close that gap anytime soon, because that was the recipe. That was the downfall. Good info being had on the drone right now. Skies just gets forced off by the nade. Knows that somebody's going to be inside the barrels at the moment. It is going to be Rorik.
電子と挟む。先電子エントリーかな。やるとしたら。
They've had information for a while now. Almost half the round has transpired. Got 3 players. Nade moving in, though hit by a Grismont. He just can't provide the support he otherwise would like. Impact at close quarters will do actually more damage to Rorik than it did to Breeday in turn. No guns flying around the corner to provide support for the shield. So both the Azami and the Melusi taking shelter, taking refuge inside of the site, and basically every defender shoulder width apart. Pasha, I think the only one who's a little bit further up even then. He's by blue stairs. Falcons have by the same token taken some aggressive control.
あとメルシーがドアにあったりとかするかな。
Danger man for me. He's looking to make his way in through Missile and Toxin right now. Sky's going to be dug in there. He has a bit of support from Rorik, but other than that, fairly on his own right now. As you said, bit of a line being drawn in the sand right now for these VP defenders, and Yu's going to be the first one to start off. The Danger man, as predicted, will deliver, and he takes back the down.
C4 消えたわ。
This is line directly on the rotate. Jude with a pistol good for another.
上も取れてる。
Still continuing with his work, using the sledgehammer. Now Breeday moves in. A dangerous spot as Rorik falls, and Naquo without utility has so much to do. Famous for the shield, it's got to be the SMG-11 we know him for. The plan goes down successfully. He spotted one.
さすがにもうロッカーの打ち合いがないと思うんだけど。
No, that shotgun's got to switch around the corner. He lands it. Utility has so still continuing with his work, using the sledgehammer.
さすがにこれリケじゃないよな、やったの。あ、そうだよね。ブリーがやったの。あ、違うか。ソロトフか。
As Rorik falls and Naquo without utility has so Breeday
people making main stages.
SNS アップ用。
Nothing else. If Falcons didn't take that opportunity, maybe have a good shot at closing things out. We've seen them struggle before, and struggle they have, Ollie. It's been a rough tournament for them so far, at least by their standards.
It has. I think the Falcons are going to be happy to put this split stage behind them and just focus on the live stage from here, because things have been tough. They've suffered some embarrassing losses, but they've also bounced back, and they've shown us what they are capable of.
この人めっちゃいい人そうやな。広報担当とかなのかな。スーパーニコニコしてるけど。
Obviously, sportsmanship by both sides. It was a good performance by Virtus Pro. All of these games were close. 3 mappers against G2, 3 maps against Falcons. Close games against Shopify. Win or lose, Virtus Pro have fought very hard for every single bit. Just unfortunate, not enough to get to main stage. Falcons are your next team to qualify to main stage. We've got 2 more best of 3s coming up right after this.
さあ、1勝目は当てたな。次どこ？エンタープライズウェイボーとかっけ
？1 map on Fortress for Weibo.
エンタープライズ。ウェイボー活用そうだけど。
Not only dropping 17 kills on the first map, not only dropping 16 on the second map, ended the entire series with 43 kills in total, becoming the highest rated player not only on Weibo but in this entire lobby. Important player to watch, an impactful player at that. At least at the moment, we're playing Melusi, so really not the most exciting operator to talk about. But we might see some impact for him in the late round, as Enterprise are taking things slow, not only with the Blitz shield, by the way, but the Fuse shield as well? No, AK-12 actually. Just bringing that for the cluster charges. Fuse play for the love of the game, that one.
Yeah, that would have been a Gigatroll, I think, if we'd seen the Fuse shield. We're not that down bad just yet. There's still a Blackbeard available, for goodness sake. Tuham, going to be using that secondary utility as well. Of course, Fuse, brilliant at opening things up and brilliant at destroying as well. You can already see some of those cluster charges going off and just getting a myriad.
逆に見られてる。
Whether it's going to be Ella Banshees, whether it's going to be, Ella Banshees, Melusi Banshees, or Ella Grismots, either or. Bulletproof cameras as well, always a good target for that utility. And it does a good job of clearing people out.
Jig させるか。
That's a bit of a nightmare now. Fuse is a pretty good pick. I think if it went slow, it'd be played far more often. However, Tuhan, willing to deal with the slightly sluggish speed in order to gain some good advantage. Maybe even going to try and get rid of this Zoto canister. Ooh, it looked like the cluster charge got frozen even though it wasn't going to get frozen. And now it's just in like a weird sort of passive state. But his breach went off.
あそこにクラスターチャージ買ってどうするんだろう。
But that's going to be a big part of this push. And now you start to wonder, where do we have to go at the moment? Because there's no real where to hide. Everyone inside of either bathroom or museum at the minute. C4's ripped and ready, and the first kill's coming in.
That first kill, both team get somebody. Brendo and Speakeasy trading death. C4 out will force Cairo out of position. They'll try again. Another C4.
Boom.
It is basically just Trade City in terms of utility, in terms of kills. Neither team able to get a quick advantage. Juhan, another big player for Enterprise against SR yesterday, gets 2 kills to seal the deal on this diffuser. Hoven, who I highlighted earlier, might find it. Take a little one-tap right here, but even if he does, so much has to go Weibo's way for them to close out this round. Spotting a little bit of Juhan, spotting a little bit of the Blitz as well, but Jigsaw coming in, some saving graces. Making sure Ape can stay alive towards the end of the round, or actually no, sheltering him into an early death. Doesn't want to save the other team. Bit of the Blitz as well, but Jigsaw coming in, some saving graces. Making sure Ape can stay alive towards the end of the round, or actually no, sheltering him into an early death. Doesn't want to save the other team. Instead, they dash Weibo's hopes and take the first round.
Let's help him get.
Try to give it a fix for the whole tournament. Ying Glass combo, we've got it. Shield, how about a Blitz? And then Deimos rounding out the operator lineup. There's also a Zofia. She is present. But for the rest across the board, it is a lot of cheesy utility that Enterprise have to make you. And there is so much utility for Enterprise that is built to dismantle that exact kind of strategy.
They've got the right utility for that, haven't they? Lifelines, Yin Candelas, even the Blitz to a degree.
EP 上がればさすがに予想外だったな。ありえるか？
Cairo. Just gonna be throwing in a smoke. It's gonna be some
マグネット勝てる？
try and peek on through. And as that's happening, well, elsewhere we've got drops and we've got flooding into sight. Cairo.
緩急だね。
taking loads of ground quickly. We're finding a couple of problems.
A couple of problems, namely one player in front and one player behind. He's the first one to go down.
ロビカイこれ
対処できるか。last time they were able to quickly move it into a diffuse plant. Only had a minute 49 seconds.
ロビカイ
Well, we're ways away from the side 2-1. The next to fall, Babin also.
まあまあまあ。
As it seems, Weibo got the
チャレンジラウン
playing a
ド。
little bit further up than they were before. Not too far, just a couple rooms away. That's enough to make a difference. As Enterprise think they can take things quick and run straight into a 3-way crossfire basically for Weibo.
風帆
One of the entertaining things about Enterprise as well is that when you get a little quiet portions around, like this, just holding an angle, Brendo, they're kind of baiting, seeing what's happened.
俺との勝率 0-2 だぜ。はははって言って。
Surely an all chat for that one.
Maybe an all chat after the fact.
つなげられるか。
Good spot another right here actually. Brendo.
強い。
I actually didn't think he'd get that.
あるか？体力がないな。
Snappy shot on the Hoven. Now we find ourselves in a 2v2.
インワートなんか残ってんだろ。
金持ってないか。イン1個あるわ。They've got a bit of info on the drone and now they know where turd is.
イン使う。
All we need to find out is where Ape is playing. 7 Shumikas. Not a lot really, especially if you're going to fluff one onto your own feet.
Basically shut yourself off from peeking that angle, but if you have the mission, stay alive. Maybe a blessing in disguise forces you to play reserve. But Brendo has taken control off the back of it. They still lack that diffuser. Ape and Turd have a crossfire in that position. Both sides waiting to see the blinks. Brendo, a crazy pre-fire. Now moved into a 1v1. Underrated player, but now handicapped by the Razor Bloom. 7 seconds remaining. As Ape lights up his retreat, Brendo, there is just no way in heaven or on earth he can...
Maybe going to be something very specific that they're trying to go for. Now, we've seen Enterprise move quickly and we've seen them move slowly. Weibo have adapted very well to the quicker of those 2 play styles so far. So Enterprise likely going to just take the foot off the gas ever so slightly here. They don't need to be really rushing in and making something happen. They've already proved that they can systematically take apart some of these defensive setups. And here, at least for round number 3, it looks like we are going to be going with one of those slightly slower playstyles. Nice line just made. It's going to give a bit of a cut through no man's land.
あ、閉じめ。
Just a little bit of a line for Juhan.
音は聞こえた。
Abe reinforcing the wall back.
Cairo?
It's another exchange between Cairo and Reeds. But no trade necessary this go around, as the Blitz just wins it outright. And Enterprise, first time with a 5v4.
一旦エリアとキープして。
It's command defense. We made our way through pool, made our way through dorms. But this is where we always see the defense and the attack run headlong into each other, Ollie. This is where all the fights inevitably occur. Another line made. 2 players stick in their face in this hole. Hoven still walks in front of it. Can't quite confirm the kill with the guns. The nade will get the job done. And it's a 5v3 for Enterprise.
It's the oldest trick in the book, isn't it? Maverick Hole, don't go near it. If you see it, just run. You are probably being watched as you
裏取りのタイミングが重要。
Hoven not realizing, not getting the memo.
ドローンは置いてあるけど、詰めるタイミングによっては、一生ドローン見てるわ。偉い。
Maybe giving that opportunity away a little bit here as he is getting challenged onto that. Smoke starts coming now as well. You can't afford to just hold that one angle for the whole time. Cairo pushing in, but it's Bappin that's got the diffuser.
And Bappin with the diffuser, but Cairo also on low HP. Gotta be careful with this TCSG and this crossfire as a matter of fact.
Oh,
the reload around the corner. Enterprise running away with this second attack onto command. The first one required a plan. It was basically a slow and very close round by the end. This one, how about a flawless as Cairo begins.
Come on, Ted. Grab your nut fee.
It's just
Oh, for us, it's just for our incentive.
which I appreciate.
I'll take it.
I'm totally fine with that. The shields.
Locked and loaded. 100 rounds in the mag. 98 now because he spent a couple, but we've got loads to play with here.
チャットファイトが止まらんな。チャットファイトというにはあまりにも一方的なチャットだけど。負けてる側はなかなか、うわ、カモンタードって言ったから、カモンしちゃった。
Turd just swung, got aggressive with the shotgun. Not entirely sure, but one impact we would see is if Enterprise wanted to go for a plant, would have been able to disable the C4s that likely would have been tossed in by Turd and Speakeasy respectively. So lacking that could be a bit of an issue. Yep. Hopping in through the single window, taken down by one pump of the shotgun. A tale as old as time. Nade over top. As Enterprise look to even things up. Reaps.
Reaps めっちゃ抑えられてる
These
な。
opening duels 3 rounds in a row. Either the second or the first dead every single time. Save for round 1. And the Solus as well can't play retake up through the top anymore. Can't relay that information to the rest of the team.
実況も今、リープス抑えられてるねって。
How does he get away with that? What? He just moved to nowhere.
He did.
Like an ostrich.
He moved next door. He didn't even switch postal codes. He's in the exact.
裏が死んだ今。
And this is the series that he needs to shine brightest in. We know them to be very
スピークイージーだよね。
Oh, Speakeasy. How does he get away with that? What? And this is the series that he needs to shine brightest in.
なんでこれ
Oh, Speakeasy. How does he get away with that? What? He just moved to nowhere.
その場で止まってた。
He moved next door. He didn't even switch postal codes. He's in the exact same spot.
He's like, oh, if I'm not looking at him, surely you can't see me.
It's like
I'm just gonna sit there and close my eyes. Surely nobody can see me.
It's like a T-Rex. He only sees movement. As long as you stand still, he will not get. I was wrong. He can in fact see movement.
カバーできてる
Jigsaw,
そう
the
だ
fake
ったな。
LMG gets a kill. Hoven, highest rated player in this lobby going into the matchup. We'll go down
裏
next.
取り管理しに行
So it
っ
falls
たけ
to
ど、
Abe and Turd.
うわ、当たれそ
Cover the 2v3.
う。いいね。
Abe with a quick swing.
お
Quick takes-
っい
Whoa,
い
what was
よ。
that? Hell of a flick on a two-han. I have no idea how he's pulled that off. And how he even is still alive? That's a question for smarter minds.
さすがに強いけどそれは。
With a pistol in hand as well. If he gets this one, I don't know what I'll do. Sees
お
another in front of him.
ー、マジ
And
で
Jigsaw domed by the Ella.
グロい。
Has got 3 kills, but Ape, he's got me to believe. Turd now, all he needs to do is land a C4.
バドブリ
Land
2
a
個。
hit with a shotgun with 15 seconds remaining. Surely he's
そし
got
た
it shot by Bob.
プラントできる
But only likely one attempt at this diffuser.
まあ
He's
上は
got
す
to
る
make a
か
decision. Does he play it on time? Does he go for the kills? Turd's making the right move. Look at how far away he is. Got to run over. Oh, but he falls off.
わ
There's a chance he might have stuck it, but not when he falls off like that.
I mean, they've just won the round, but that isn't always a good indicator. We see teams quite often.
He's
This was just comical.
oh my god.
ここエグすぎたな。
But I just don't know why there was so much desync. It's almost, if you can dome ahead, great. But if you get barrel stuffed, 2-2. Tied game right now going into round 5. Nobody.
They regenerated their flask.
Jigsaw going to be rocking the Dokkaebi here for round number 5. 2-man again on this Maverick. Surely the Maverick lines are old news by now and not a trick that Weibo
今日マーベリック使ってるな。ビリビリバンしてないから。
We'll be going with a
読み合いするのだるい。
line here, although it hasn't been fully reinforced. Quite like that, because it makes it so difficult now to actually go and put a line in it and to remove that angle away from the defenders. And Hoven's likely going to be able to play in there for a little bit longer. Has to be pushed away for that to fully happen and take course, but you never really know where someone's going to peek from now.
I'm in a tricky position. I just think to myself, like, what do you do there? Like, what is the immediate counter to that? It just seems Cairo will just move past it, so not the biggest worry. Dokkaebi call's gone out. Push a little bit after it ended. Somebody who's just caught not looking the right way.
また同じことやってる。
Despite the fact he's stomping around pool, Hoven is
さっ
very
きはスピー
intent
ク
on
イー
his
ジーだったけ
objective.
ど。
And Weibo very intent on it seems, giving Enterprise this round.
エンタープライズ勝ちか。
Who's been really having a rough game so far.
そう
Again,
だ
the
ったら、
second dead
そう
in
な
one
っ
of
た
these
らエンター
rounds.
プライズ勝ちやな。
Ape's up. That's something. Doesn't have the yellow pistol, but at least maybe you have a better chance, because aside from that, Weibo have really struggled so far this half.
They've just not shown many signs of life. It's like the players aren't locked in, they're not switched on. People just getting shot in the back. Like, it's not even like it's a slow or quiet person. It's not like you've been snuck up on by a nook.
Blackbeard was sprinting now 3 seconds prior.
Like, have we got volume? Have we got headphones on? I don't know.
エンタープライズ勝ち
Strange as
そ
well,
う。
because in some rounds they've kept pace, and it's looked alright. Bit of a stall out here from Enterprise, but Ape will be the next player to fall. Bappin sees to it. They are handily dealt with. In 50 seconds now, 5 players alive for Enterprise. This is just about going through the motions.
You really don't have to do much at this point. 45 seconds remaining. Just don't. Well, I was gonna say, be careful sticking your head in Maverick holes. Maybe like Cairo, take the charge. Bappin's down somewhere, not entirely sure, but there's Jigsaw, there's 2 on, there's a flawless round for
しっ
Enterprise.
かり囲えてるね。
Really have just get even worse. They did.
They beat Lost.
7-1, by the way.
Lost
Lost, not a bad team. Just be clear, here over Team Liquid Alienware, for what that's worth.
I don't know. SA a bit of a washed region these days.
It's you know.
Worth nothing, apparently.
ゲームが別に管理してないん
They're a one region team now.
だよ
They're a
な。
one team region.
And you know that the one team is the 2-time world champion.
あの場所キープするには。
And the region has 2 of them.
ブリーフィングからカバーできてる想定だったのかな。
Nice feature.
Round 6 then.
ドローンかなんか
I
回
don't
っ
know
て
the
く
way
る
that these rounds
で
go
そ
on
のア
as
ク
the
ション
series develops in general.
カウンターしてからみたいな予
Swell
定
with
な
confidence
の
as
か
time goes
早い
by, especially if they keep
階段ま
finding
で取れてる
nice
うわさ
catches
補強
early
も
on
入っ
into
て
the
る
round. Reinforced action there at the top of this old tower. It's Cairo. He's just walking through with 0 consequences, removing utility for fun right now.
Yeah, I was gonna say I was curious by that
ちゃ
reinforcement.
んとあれだね
Normally we see that
トラップ仕掛けてあるかどう
opened
か
up
も
and allows players to not only challenge on
確認したな
tower, but
今
also just makes it difficult to really rotate onto the staircase.
補強
This
した
round
け
has
ど
allowed Enterprise full entry for free by the same token. It's
そ
also
の手
given
前で
Weibo a bit more
待って
protection.
る可能性あるから
We'll now take that angle. And honestly, all things considered, I don't know if gunfights really should, or what Weibo should be doing. They've smoke taken down. That's a big win by Hoven. Speakeasy also getting active. Might be traded out soon after, but this is the closest round it's felt like we've had for Weibo so far, ever since round 1. And
体力は勝
that
っ
was
てる
still one they ended up losing. These rounds, other than that, their wins have both been 1v1s. We could be trending that exact same
裏取
way.
りも
Hoven
見て
with low HP. Brendo, he's got 3 Grims. We've got 2 nades. We've got a smoke and the Glaz still on board, Ollie. There's so much for
Nobody
Enterprise
can
to go.
Enterprise have got a lot of tools to play with, haven't they? They can recover this diffuser fairly easily as well. The Razor Bloom, not particularly well placed.
ウ
Hoven,
ラ
super
ン
low
と
HP.
ポジには
They're just a little bit split right now.
いけそうだな
Bappen playing somewhat together. Brendo a little bit on the periphery. But he's going to be working his angle through that breach and seeing if he can catch him.
モグレカバーでいけそうじゃないこれ
Tucked in just to the left, so it's going to be quite difficult right now. Weibo, their strength is in not moving at the moment.
It's about the only strength they have so far. Utility isn't really a factor. Not all that much for this team. But staying still, playing this crossfire, that could be quite good. Ooh, neither player getting the kill there. Boppin and Reaps just passing each other. I have no idea how neither player took a bit of damage in that engagement. But again, with no utility, no time to deny the plant, it's got to be gunfights. They need to win this. Jigsaw and Brendo, they haven't really been losing many gunfights this tournament, have they, Ollie? Brendo with both the final kills and Enterprise, a dominant lead at 4-2. And it could have been a whole heck of
together, okay? If they don't these at the start of the round, Nikkei, deep breathing, okay? It is 0-0, okay? What is the focus of defense going to be? It's going to be communication and angle delegation, okay? And win condition, okay? Those 3. We just need to care, guys, please. At the start of the round, we need to care some absolute blitz bombardery or some silly rush plants, okay? So let's make sure we work together, okay? If they don't ban the clash, we can spam the clash because we're banning the Monty, okay? And they're going to be fucked with our shields. Let's make sure we're counting numbers, okay? These guys, they like to sweep. Andreas will know more than me because he did Fortress, okay? But from what I saw, they like to sweep with a Flores hit in the back, getting util, okay? Nothing we haven't seen before, so make sure the side player is always ready for those lurks.
Rapes on Flores, just lurking.
Yes.
Okay.
And Hoven likes to lurk as well.
Marco. For base and kitchen. You know, the another one's more passive. So the thing is, you know, you need to read. When you have the advantage, relax, you know, deep breath, control the round. They will try to move, they will try to refrag, so punish them, and yeah.
We're gonna ban the game.
We're gonna do it.
That's default.
Ah.
And then, yeah, guys.
No, we're gonna put the clash.
Oh yeah, Kid Clash. Sorry.
Kid clash.
And then if anyone top break, can just call Hoven, he will need for us.
フラッシュ縦にぶつける
Yeah, bro, let's go.
So guys, deep breath, relax, no problem.
まあお互い
Let's go for it, guys.
メンタル的な話は多いな
Right now.
and one that's a bit more top down.
We're gonna have what? We're gonna have the Monty or another shield.
キャスター笑いすぎやろ
Again, another kind of differing philosophy. We got one that's a bit more decentralized and one that's a bit more top down.
ちょっと黙るわちょっと待ってマイク切るわ
He's trying to say it. You just hear Reaps.
All I was thinking throughout that whole first minute of listening to Mag was just, he has got his work cut out with those boys. Because they're so focused, and it's fine, by the way, they're winning. Like, this is no diss whatsoever. But they are so focused on the individual players that they're against, and not just, they're not nameless faces to them. They're playing against Speakeasy, Hoven, Turd, Reaps, and Ape.
They played so many times.
They're not playing against a Blackbeard, a Blitz, blah, 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 blah. They are playing against the individual. And I mean, and that's why they're so good, right? Because they can get a little bit on that personal level. They can dig in a little bit deeper. But it just made me chuckle because Mag's like, look, it's 0-0. Breathe. Like, win conditions. Angle delegation.
Angle delegation was crazy.
But he's taking it so seriously. And he should do.
What was it? Coordination and angle delegation.
He's taking it so seriously. And he's right to. But I just bet I bet these Enterprise boys, they are just out of control without him.
And you know the best part is that whole time you see Mag explaining, and you see Jigsaw's eyes start darting to the keyboard like the Green Goblin mask is talking to him. In 30 seconds, and he starts typing in all chat mid timeout. This team is so funny. They're so funny.
Well, the Clash got banned, and that was something that Enterprise were going to, in their words, spam. So they can't do that anymore. The Monty... I mean, it's just a bit annoying, isn't it? The Monty and the Snake both getting removed as well. There's a bit of talk and chatter about that from the Weibo side of things. Now, we were expecting some, well, or at least Mag was expecting some quick plays, you know, be aware of a blitz bombardery, I think was the comment that was used, which I just particularly love.
That minute was not real.
There's no blitz. There is, in fact, a Blackbeard, but it doesn't look like anything's going to be happening too quickly. It seems fairly par for the course right now. Just general setup, get onto the roof, start getting some drones down, and figure out what the lay of the land is.
Blackbeard bombardery is a bit of a mouthful, but it still kind of works. And also, at least in terms of the strategy, could basically be the same thing. You won't get blinded by the shield, but generally speaking, if you see a Blackbeard, none of these players are going to be like, oh, Mag was wrong with the blitz bombardery call. You can be like, okay, this is the kind of thing. And in fact, I might have just seen the Blackbeard.
クラッシュバンしたんだ。なるほどね。じゃあタイムアウトすかしたな。ウェイボー側だ。
Hoven lurk on the backside. Clearly worried about, you know, a very sizable front push, but then one or two players lurking either around the extremities or on the backside. Something they're worried about. Hoven on the C1 been quite effective so far. Spotted, I think, 3 different players, but no Deimos on the board for the attacking team, so can't make as much use of that utility as you'd like.
I was going to say, I think the Lion on its own now, we're starting to see the value of Lion, and it needs to be brought as part of 2 or 3 operators that are the wider vision. Because at the minute, Lion on their own, that's just going to laugh at that. Ape finds the first kill over onto Tuhan. Takes him out. A little bit of a headshot there as we can start to see a little bit of progress work its way through. Easy. Next player to fall, that Blackbeard just turning his head.
Yeah, gets bombarded by the Vector, just swinging around the corner. Bop it, 6-1 right now. Crazy stat line over on Enterprise. 6-1, 7-1, 6-2 between Jigsaw and Brendo. Crazy individual performances, and Weibo, despite starting out with the first, that backside lurk, it's found out by Enterprise. Might not be Hoven, it's Ape instead.
Reaps 1 HP.
To try and channel some of that energy, that big 3K got on the Ella. We're still waiting. Reaps,
1 HP で勝つ。
he's been struggling this game as well. It's just him and Hoven. To try to narrow this 2-round lead that Enterprise have over them. They're currently out of the attack's possession, but they're still in this round. They're still fighting back as much as they can. But despite Weibo starting off with a 5v4, Reaps now on 1 HP. Gotta recover the diffuser. Get these kills, all with only 10 seconds remaining. Information on 1, but only 1. They'll try to bait out the swing, and Enterprise, they seem to understand the assignment. If Mag got anything through to them, it's do not troll. 5-2, Enterprise take their first round on defense.
キャスターなんか、 なんだっけな、マグが3つ、なんだっけ、なんて言ったんだっけな、忘れちゃったな。
They were able to get a couple of kills this time, but again, there's that sort of inability to recognize what really is going on. Lack of awareness.
It's one of those. There are these weird games that we cast sometimes.
Yes.
Okay. And what is the focus of defense going to be? It's going to be communication and angle delegation. Okay. And win condition. Okay. Those.
ウィンコン持ってくのと、コミュニケーション取るのと、どうあったか。
They got architects of their own. It was more like things on in particular, and it's just nothing seems to be going that well.
For me, it's lack of awareness, and that's kind of what it comes down to. Because we're consistently seeing players caught flat-footed, off guard, looking the wrong way.
なんか車線管理。
Yeah, I mean, it's happened a little bit on the attack. We've got the Blackbeard losing the life because they're turning the wrong way as the transitioning over.
この3つが大事だぜっていう、それ言われてたっぽい。
Falcons VP.
結構短い言葉で分かりやすいと思うけどね。
We have the Tachanka this time, so these corridors are going to be a bit of a tough space for Speakeasy to work through on that blitz. You'll have a bit of a harder time making that happen. Lion Scan comes out, but no one really feeling the pressure in this early portion of the round just yet. You have Jigsaw just sort of hanging around and threatening an engagement with Hoven, but he's basically just going to be there to greet him if required.
Just waiting for it. How many times have we really seen that museum exterior engagement be a quagmire for the attack? It always feels like we see an attacker, whether it's DS on Furia, really any player on that door, they just get sucked into this game of this waiting game between the defenders, and they always inevitably either lose their life or don't have impact. And it's not just a Weibo thing. It feels like you see it so consistently on this map. You wait, you think you can get it, then you end up failing. You inevitably get Jigsaw, but you've lost the Blitz, and you've lost the Lion, who maybe gave some good information to the Deimos, who's now dead. Babin 9-1 currently, potentially 10-1 if he can get that line onto Ape. That's a lengthy pre-fire around the Kiba, a good pre-fire at that. And Weibo continue to struggle. Enterprise continue to set the pace by which Weibo needs to play at. A minute to go, they'll try to fight back.
Reaps 完全に抑えられてるから煽られてるな。
Astute as ever. Reaps is alive. Reaps and Ape.
That's empirically true.
To try and make this happen. They've got a bit of kit. We're going to see some Rotero drones used. Even if they don't destroy anything, it's going to give a little bit of information away. Reaps choosing to drop off and maybe find a little bit of an alternate line here. He's going to leave Ape a little bit vulnerable for the time being, and they hold the diffuser. So if this does come down to the wire, That is going to be required.
スタンタイミングで階段上がって、いや、管理されてる。縦重い無理だね。
Straight away, Jigsaw locks into that old tower camera, and it's no surprise now to see Reaps on 1 HP. Can't land the shots.
Oh, it's windy.
It's Cairo able to get the job done. Enterprise. This
was literally just betting that Enterprise would do something they have not really done in this game so far. And that's not been aware of their surroundings. Enterprise have had good awareness. They've had good coordination. You can't get multiple people all at 6 to 9 kills and not have a decent idea of what's going on and where there might be a gap in your setup.
6-2. Enterprise poised and ready to take their map pick of Fortress. It is worth remembering at this point in the proceedings that, yes, this is indeed Enterprise's map choice. And we will be moving on to Labs as Weibu's map choice next. That much is guaranteed. But often the way that map 1 is won can certainly shape for some teams how the rest of the games will go, or the rest of the series. Jigsaw, caught out on the drone there, route to the spot by Lion, but again, there's no bites off the back of this Lion scan. It's not the same way we were seeing Falcons use it, where they were Lion scan, Snake, Deimos, everything. What a shot from Jigsaw!
What?
Deimos track or not, happy to one-tap through the window.
うわ、デイモス死んだのえぐいな。
5 nails going into the coffin right now for Weibu on Fortress.
ソリスを言いたかったよな。
Just getting the lid ready, attaching it. Feels like Weibo have been gone for a long time on this map. Last round they won was in round 4. That was a 1v1. One before that, round 2. That was also a 1v1. Basically 50-50s. A coin flip or would have given Weibo only 2 victories on border on Fortress. And it might not be their pick, but Enterprise are going to have a massive momentum boost going into Nighthaven if Weibo cannot get it together soon. The Deimos and Lion have definitely a great combo. I'm glad they moved to that after the solo line in round 1. But with the Deimos dead, you don't have a lot to fall back on. The E1D not great. We don't have a lot to back it up with. Morteros have all been used.
とりあえず3枚割るかっていう時だったけど、ジグが動いてくる。
And based on what's happened, I kind of favor him to just wide swing this breach and get this kill. Maybe he won't. It is Abe who's having a time. It's Abe who will now be on camera. His Jigsaw is at 3. How about another 1v1? Maybe this will be the difference. Just one more 1v1. That'll do it. Now you've got to win 4.
Speakeasy eventually shuts Jigsaw down. Well, Jigsaw knows the damage has been done at this point. Whether he's only speaking to us and the
ウィンコンディションは、なんか、
Fortunately, we have a map 2 in the series. The rest of the game.
ウィンコンディションって難しいよな。勝てる状況になったら、みたいな話。有利状況になんかもう一歩進んだ感じかな。このゲームでウィンコンディションって難しいんだよな。場面によりすぎるからな。ここのエリア取れたらとか、人数有利がこれぐらいとか結構ありそう。
You kind of pointed it out, and it's really taken a map to set in. They are having so many people on Weibo that have been shot with either their side or their back turned.
そういう時こそなんかコミュニケーションとか車線管理とか我慢ないでみたいな話をあれをタイムアウトで言ってた。その3つで勝てるって。ウィンコンディション意識と車線管理意識と
There is a little bit of redundancy. Turd going to be playing on the ace. Rido could be phone call just to make these Romans think twice.
Communication.
Those boogie drones now. No doubt going in through IT and starting to open up towards storage. This top floor is going to need to be cleared. And Speakeasy at the minute is inside a kitchen. I'm far more worried about this top floor than what's going on inside of that kitchen site. Because
それがよく言われるやつ。
downstairs, you can't just ignore it. You can't
これがよくウィンコン。
And you'll see Weibo starting to consider it. Speakeasy turning the corner. Blackbeard, I think, just quickly making his way towards Exo. Reaps. He's had a rough performance. Third killer of the whole series. Finds an important one to cover the Blackbeard as they make their way down Exo. Not a factor, but Weibo are making some very good progress right outside the site.
自販機抑えられてるのでかいな。
Are these vertical angles as well? You can see that the Blackbeard's concerned about it. Can you put the diffuser down? He's right in front of the vertical hole, and there's nobody at the window. There's no utility being used to cover it. Turd in a 1v4. There's barricades in his way. There's a shotgun around the corner. He's
towards storage.
陽動できてるからプラントできる判断だったっぽいけど、攻撃の人数配置的には IT はいたのか ?IT 外周にいるんだね。あー、IT 外周にも圧かけた。なるほど。そうね、ブレンドが IT、ここを潰してくる IT を潰してくる IT 外周の人を ちゃんとそこからエントリーさせないように、ちゃんと見てた。
Mark of Enterprise, so a lead slip here or there, but one who hasn't. They're a bit of a
ちゃんとこれもコミュニケーション。コミュニケーションと車線管理、アングル管理してるから。
They've taken them the distance. Shopify Rebellion, in one of the best tournament forms we've seen from that team in quite a long time. All 3 maps, really close series against a vintage Spoit performance in what Spoit's best tournament in years. They've been making good progress. Also, you gotta say, Brendo has been on a tear in Salt Lake City. He was plus 37 or something going into this game. Unbelievable stuff from Brendo so far this tournament. Him and Jigsaw have been lights out. And it's just kills like that that are one of many for Brendo in Salt Lake.
5-1 at the moment. That's getting the plus column. A good deal more. Speakeasy.
これカバー無理に取らない方が良さそうだけど。
Has a chance at an angle onto another impact just as he retreats up those stairs. But he's kind of cut off right now. Bappin. Maybe knows that he's popped the Vulcan pack and doesn't want to take that less than favorable angle. It's never good.
さっきのウィンコンディションで言えば、デフォブランとあそこスーツドア入ってしたときに、スーツドア入ったときにデフォプランとして、してるときにストレージ残ってたらウィンコンディションじゃん。そういうなんか勝利、何をしてたら勝利条件になるかみたいのをちゃんとコミュニケーション取ってアングルがばらないようにしてやろうねみたいな、そういう話ではある。
But that's it. That's all you got. And so the recipe here,
ちゃんと言葉として理解してるのマジで大事。
Take an off angle if you think you got a chance. Take a fight if you think you're favored, but just do not peek. Do not make it harder than you have to. And Tuhan, I think, is a good example of this. Playing passive, holding the off angle in Gen, and immediately backs off once the thermite peaks. Because with 30 seconds remaining, there's only so much you can do. When you have the vertical angles, you've lost the control there. You're going to need to play a bit reactive. Abe hops in. There are no angles actually directly above this planter, and that's where the C4 was pre-placed. The whole round, it has been in that exact spot, on default, ready for Weibo to move in. Tuhan detonates, and that's the round. Hoven can go pick this back up. He can try, but Speakeasy needs to cover. Needs to get all 3 as he's worried about the vert. Hoven actually should be able to get this diffuser down as Enterprise, instead of directly challenging the diffuser, go to retake the vertical instead. Speakeasy sprinting into the garage will actually spot the Goyo before Boppin spots him. An important kill. The first of potentially 3 as another walks down the corner. It's now just Jigsaw and Speakeasy. This might be their third 1v1 so far, but Weibo need any round they get their hands on. Speakeasy got to push. Speakeasy needs to push, and he'll push all too late. Enterprise have been consistent. It's their first clutch of the series, but it's another knife to Weibo's heart.
Even when things start to look like they are going right for Weibo, they go wrong.
All good fairs. Nervous? 緊張してんのか言われてる。
The post, to be fair, the problem just
sure doesn't clutch the 1v3.
最後誰？
But in this game so far, that was a really big.
Enterprise, 3 rounds in a row now. And to be honest,
ノリノリだから
feels like the sort of round that Weibo would have won on Fortress through a clutch, because the 2 rounds that they won were 3 clutches. It's now asking too much. That isn't going to be a consistent theme here.
いや、3-0 はまずいね。
So that Weibo can win a couple of rounds. They're going to need to dig a little bit deeper than that. They've still got a timeout, which I'm kind of surprised they've not used yet. Time will tell.
Oh, I was about to say, if Tuhan is winning engagements like that, we might be in rough shape. Just a little 1-tap SMG-12 at the single window. Not today. All 5 scanned for these deathmark trackers. Really great information that Hoven has.
誰でもデスマークできる。
Line really not even necessary at that point. Could freeze people, of course, but for scanning, you've already got that job done. Be helpful alongside the Blackbeard Zoto canisters. Again, a good bit of insight into Enterprise's mentality. Waste of time, but also you're up 3-0.
ジグ終えてる。
You do have direct information on this 2-brow. I was going to say that's the easiest free fire of Turret's career. Winning the battles we need to. That's what's important. 5v4 now. Taking garage control at the back of it. Again, I like this as well. With the Azami ban, it's going to be easier. Brendo throws out C4. That takes down the Blackbeard. That's unfortunate. We still have the deathmark trackers as well. Hoven can go below, use some of that verticality. Maybe clear the mirror window. Maybe clear the players on B. We still got a minute 20 seconds. So much time to work with.
There is enough time here. Enough time for both teams, really. Enough time for Weibo to continue to tighten this net. And enough time for Enterprise to just reposition ever so slightly. Tuhan and Brendo both dug quite deep. Not being given too much.
IT ドアを抑えて。
C4 in his pocket. Players now starting to congregate at the bottom of these fish stairs.
ウォーデンは CC 回。ウォーデンをいました。うわー、追われる前に当たったの判断は良かったけど、ドローンで終われたかな。
Weibo correctly identifying that this side is completely exposed. Brendo taking an angle. You gotta be careful, but you can play the trades on this side. Bappin and Cairo can only do so much. Double swing, good trade. Weibo playing this very well fundamentally. Reeves now moving in with the diffuser. Bappin with his back turned. That is unfortunate timing on the ARX. They've got this player locked in IT. They've moved into the post. Bappin on the OP as well. Okay, Ave tagged up a little bit. They've also spotted the backside player. Cairo running straight into the air jab, flashed as well. Weibo's first clean.
リテイクルートね。
And they played very good trades in that late round. I think also, we always talk about playing the team in front of them. When Enterprise slipped up, gave them a little bit of an opening. They were ready to take it.
エアジャブで抑えられてるんですわ。
There's a lot of good we can look to in that round. And think about for Weibo going forward. One thing that we'll need to see here, dealing with this vertical play. We literally did not see a single player, a single bit of utility from Weibo last time the site was attacked to deal with that player up top inside of storage. We need to see this. Soulless there, she simply cannot be allowed to survive. Or at absolute minimum cannot be allowed to play in that position.
まあでも乗り越えにしてる分には結構都合がいい防衛からしたら。
Going for Hoven on book instead of the ram. Maybe going to be a little
走り
bit
込み
more
できないからね。
precise, a little bit more accurate with where they are making those rotations or making that vert. But either way, it's going to have to be done. Better clear of the top 4 is going to be required, but that also needs to transition into a successful clear down below. Brendo caught out on the remnants of the logic bomb and Reaps. There's no which way to turn. Cairo putting him in a blender right there. Finally gets his first kill.
Panic Smoke just trying to disappear out of that engagement. Cairo blind will fire one shot with the Boss G, hoping he gets lucky. Not today, unfortunately. Jigsaw, they're trying to deal with him inside his storage. We give them credit for that. But he takes one in the process, and it's the Deimos to be taken down. Be such a good player to fight down any of these remaining defenders down below, but as he falls and Speakeasy's out of Dokubi canisters, Dokubi calls. Again, in a position where Weibo are lacking tools when they need every advantage they can get. And a 3v4 to break things back. Oh, Boppin. Oh, the long flank. And he's playing sitting behind the pillar, waiting. Ollie, he is going to hit this with the perfect time. Just
これカイロのバプンの位置やばい。あ、でも上置いてるな。
The buck instead. Moving to the side, just slips through. Again, more information as another goes to clear. He gets one up top and another down below. Boppin across 2 dimensions, making it work. The third might slip past, but he sealed the round for Enterprise.
Speakeasy again left in this clutch. 1 versus 3.
バプン余裕のウェルプレイ。いや、1v1 3回でいいね、これ。
Enterprise, they're doing what they do best.
1v1 3回で十分。
Wait until the opportune moment presents. Brendo.
Nice.
Really, the Reefs doesn't go down. Easy fodder for Enterprise. He has 3 kills through maps 1 and 2. 3 kills in 14 rounds.
It's just uncharacteristic at this point. I think about Reeves as a player, and the first thing I think of is
だから俺がこれがよく 1v1 3回でいいっていうのもウィンコンディションの一つか。これもウィンコンディションではあるか。残り時間、設置に7秒かかるから、残り人数、何 ?3 人いるから、1v1 3回すればまあ、時間切れで勝てるよねっていう。
No major denial, but Enterprise, they're doing what they do best, and that is not move. Wait until the opportunity.
They pressure Java.
ウィンコンではあるか。
The super high DPI. It's a bit of a meme, isn't it? But aside from that, like, crazy player. Crazy potential. Loads of skills usually, but in this structure, in this team, he's just not able to find them. But then again, who is? Like, Speakeasy's been a bit of a standout in this series so far, but even they're 4 and 4, Turd 6 and 4, Hoven yesterday.
Yes.
But look what happens when he goes 2 and 5.
It's just, and that's the thing. Like, we can talk. You can focus on any given round. You can focus on Reefs. You can focus on Hoven. You can focus on anybody. But it's a team issue. It is just pure and simple a team issue. People always, I think, win as a team, lose as a team. But right now, Weibo as a 5 are just not there currently. There's still some good moments. I think Nighthaven has definitely looked better. I think last round there were still some moments in which they were keeping it competitive against Enterprise, and it only broke away towards the end. But it's still 4-1. It's still a chance that this half ends at, again, another basically nice 6-0, just like how Fortress was. Clash on the board right now, keeping things at bay up top.
残り10秒で 2v1 とか結構危ない。
Hey, it's flying in over top. He's good for the first. But again, the Blackbeard trade very quickly. Boppin with another. Jigsaw winning his fight on IT.
Wow.
And literally in less than 10 seconds, it goes from a 5v5 to another Enterprise dominant advantage. We have seen so many 5v1s, 4v1s, and it feels the worst Enterprise can do at any given moment is a 3v1. Maybe around here, maybe around there for Weibo, but they are still at only 3 rounds over 2 maps, and there's no other way of putting it.
We're against Falcon. Yeah, everyone get on the attacks now. Get on the attacks. Everyone turn to the teacher.
Go on, lad.
Alright, guys, wait, I just want to say something. Yes. We've been here before against Falcons.
Yes.
We need to not lose our heads, Andreas. Okay? This is where I didn't make that in bad. Let's let the teacher speak.
Alright, guys, listen.
5-1折り返しか。
0-0, we reset, okay? This is where we have to really dig in
0-0 でリセッ
and
トし
play
ましょう
as a
と。
team, okay? Labs attack, okay? On attack, right? We need to care the thorn traps. What are we banning? We're banning Andres.
ジグ顔が抜けてる
Zero
な。
Azami, okay? Speakeasy will be pulse, okay? If we want to play the buck below and buck them out, we can. If we want to play the Deimos, they have a lot of mute jammers, okay? But we can still play the Deimos, okay? If we want to.
デイモスでも
Snake
ド
clones
エモ
will
ス
be really strong kitchen side no matter what
ミュ
fucking
ート邪
wherever
魔
they
で
are,
邪魔さ
okay?
れちゃうけ
We
ど
know how they play, we've played them 1,000 times, okay? These guys are fucking nervous as fuck.
Yeah,
Look
it's
at
a
them
Swiss
play.
stage cars.
So we
あ
play
いつら
it.
めっ
We
ちゃ
play
緊
as a
張してる
team,
から
guys.
そこ押せと。
I think we just start basement, you know?
気持ち分かってるな。圧倒的に
What
うま
you
そうだ
guys
よな。
doing? We can do anything in the world, guys.
ディープス顔死んでるよ。
But bro, look, we start with this top Mira, you know? If Mira is open, right?
Samira, top floor.
Yes.
Yeah, let's go top floor.
Azami also. So yeah, we're gonna wait for
We need to
mistakes.
trick
Just hard hold.
No,
It's about that.
listen. I think we played the double C4, but instead of Warden, I play we play Clash, because
You want me to trick
Gohan
the
want us to play a
IP?
lot of Clash.
Oh, just put it.
Okay,
The
Abed?
sound is the
Yeah.
clash.
フラッシュピック
Yeah,
で
I'll play.
いきますか
I can do all the Rios lah, cause the Mira's making all the rotates.
これ喋ってるの誰
ITR now.
声わかんないんだよな。
Left.
What do you think?
And
I think
can.
don't need lah.
Okay.
やばい、誰も
Guys, remember now,
答えてくんない。
with good energy. Remember, the pressure. They will feel the pressure to finish the match. We're
Yes.
gonna start to win rounds after.
やばい、やばい、なんか誰も
I think that's
会
massive.
誰
because
も
it
会
shows
話してくんないんだ
growth,
け
it
ど。
shows learning, and it shows that they are very mindful of the keywords of which grind no matter where you
ご飯
start,
が
because
ご飯が
alright, maybe if you want a certain
あれ
operator
なんだ
before
け
you
ど
get banned out at the start around 10, then whatever. But it just felt a little bit too granular. It felt a little bit too
勝って家
caught
帰
in
る
the
ぞってなって
weeds. And I think that that's maybe one of the reasons why we're seeing waves
マジか。
struggle is they need to just step back and look a little bit more big picture.
リキッド時代味方にブチ切れてた
I think everyone
ご
just
飯からは
wants
想像できないな。大変だな、
APAC
も
teams
う。
guaranteed
なんかあれを見ちゃったわ。
First time in 3 years.
上司とし
We're
て
all happy no matter who wins this game.
チームを
And so
盛り
that
上げない
means
と
the
い
only
けな
thing
い
we want is
人の
something competitive. We just want something that will make us all happy, something to give us some good siege, something to give us something to talk about.
大人になっ
People
た
might be
な。
talking at the
マ
end of
ジ
this
で。
game. But even Enterprise aren't talking all that much.
右上はあるんだ。
They've quietened down in the off chat, haven't they?
We'll talk after rounds, but
Yeah.
beyond that, it's just like, what do you say at this point?
わお。
What do you say? Well, for Turd, he says, you're not getting that angle.
やばい、
I've
こ
seen
れ
that
チャッ
one
ト飛んで
before.
く
I've
るぞ
seen。that at this tournament. You're not getting that over me.
A nice angle, but a predictable one. Two-hand going down. Best thing you guys have done. Oh, turn the all chat on, so at least going to be a participant there. Reaps trying to reactivate that laser gate. Cairo is looking to start to push in now. He's able to bait out a thorn trap as well. And with the laser gate reactivating,
いいね。EMP でさ、
Cairo not really got the space to take
これ
that
投げ物
control
投げた
yet.
状態と同じにするの
Seeing a few
いいアップデー
shields
トだよ
earlier.
な。
We've got it here for round 7.
昔からそ
Kyler trying to
う
make
し
it
ていた
work.
だきた
Don't
か
know
ったんだ
how
けど。
effective he's going to be able to use these cluster charges. Just already we've seen some struggles over on the connector side, so I think getting into position might be quite difficult.
突き上げていきますか。
So we see some
ミュートはフィックされてないんで、
Boppin going down below with death
あ、
mark
ミュートも
trackers.
EMP で止める予定
Thatcher
か。
creeping into IT.
まあでも今回ミュート使っ
Launcher
てない
in
んで
hand. Garage control fully taken by the attacking team, and so the cluster charges will go out as they try to open up some of these angles. Explosives hitting all around Reaps.
これ当たらないのリー
Doesn't
プス
actually
に
lose any。HP
マ
in
ジ
the
か。
process. Will even take a very
リープスこれさ、爆発する順番とか分かってるから。
as they try to open up some of these angles.
リ
Explosives
ープス、すごいな。これ、プロってさ、サッチャーじゃないや、なんだっけ。フューズの爆発する順番とかもさ、管理できてるのかな。
Will even take a very aggressive line on the hole opened by the can opener. He's got 3 different players that might turn towards him.
Some great information being gathered by Cairo at the minute.
惜しい。
It's going to be only a matter of moments until we see a player rotate onto this fish side.
さすがに
And I think the Weibo are recognizing that and they're starting to understand that that is going to be a
管理できなか
factor.
ったらやんないと思うけ
Gets
ど
the kill over onto Reaps. Cairo himself
まあ
is
でも
going to be one to make that
追い出した
rotation
から
over towards fish as nades start to come up
机裏
and
追い出したね
further displace some of these attackers.
Just continue doing damage. Abe tagged up from behind the shield. This can only be safe haven for so long. As Enterprise recovering from that deficit. Weibo holding on. Nails biting into the grip, just trying to keep a hold on this round. Trying to stop match point. Abe has been trapped behind the shield. It has become a prison, and yet just 3 more seconds are all that's required. And it should be enough to keep Weibo in the fight. Enterprise understand. They will let it slip through. And by Enterprise in the attacking operator lineup. We got the Monty coming through, but also some switches towards the Dokkaebi and the Snake. So much information that Enterprise are trying to gather. Turd, picking up on something outside of the house single window. He'll dip off and move into kitchen. This gives Enterprise an idea. There might be a solo roamer moving around the middle floor, and with a Monty and a Dokkaebi and a Snake. Can't think of any better tools you have to isolate Turd and finish him off. Seems like they might move away from that. A lot of damage. Not entirely sure from where, but below half HP. That could be problematic, especially if they decide to go for a single pinch later. Great C4 by Hoven. Brendo sent out early on within the first minute.
That's the soft breach as well. They've not brought a ram, they've not brought a book. They were relying on Brendo to make a lot of this soft destruction happen. And without that, it's going to be very difficult from here on in. That top floor pressure that they've got, it's not worth as much because they're not able to open up an effect onto that mid floor. And then when and if they do get that mid floor control, there's even less that they're going to be able to do later on. Bappin trying to flash out at the top cargo and make something happen. And they're just going to have to go a little bit more direct. Any advantage they were hoping to have from above is now entirely nullified. And a lot's going to have to happen off the back of Cairo and the shield.
A lot really has to happen, especially when you consider there are 4 defenders on this middle floor right now. They're a bit spread out, but they can all try to go to the right position. Such an important kill as well. That Monty was soft enough, and Turd makes good off of that earlier effort. Both Dokkaebi calls used. Jigsaw's utility becomes more and more important, and Enterprise need bigger and bigger performances in order to bring this back. One player spotted of many still around the middle floor. Speakeasy gets another through the wall. This is not new either. Maybe it's new for Weibo, who knows. But Enterprise have literally ran into this exact strategy or something very similar to it in the past day. Clash and Thorn, as you pointed out, they are added variables you have to consider. They're going to complicate things. But even then, Enterprise, they've been in something comparable before. Even if it's more complicated, there is a core that they've experienced within the past 24 hours. If here they still really struggle, Mag's definitely going to call that tactical timeout, but Weibo might be fully back in it. Just a quick push. As Bobbin moving in with the Barrack 9, moving a bit more comfortable. Just creeping up, hoping that castle pushes through, doesn't even need to do it. As Cairo instead, with the M762 gets his man. Bobbin as well, just popped Turret's head. Speakeasy down for the count as well. Enterprise just needed a reminder, needed some indicator to jog their memory, to knock things loose. And again, it's a clash. Stuck behind her shield, it's again Reaps. We're 2 players on Weibo with so much to do. He's got an important pick. Abe now creeping around the staircase, could catch the Captain off guard. It's a good flick. He needs to get another, but Boppin's ready for it. And Reaps now marching back down Fish Stairs. Information on one at the end of the hallway, but using the Clash's own shield against the defense. What is he to do? Does Enterprise keep moving in? Cairo now down. Information on another. Reaps has struggled so much this whole series. He's damaging them so much. Sophia down, Glaz 1 HP. Something needs to break his way as he spots the ram.
3人固まってるのはでもどうだ
C4 would have done so much, but a Thorn with no hope to do. It is now 6 rounds from most.
危ねえ
Weibo. They've only got themselves to turn to
普通
here.
に危なかったな
They've shown us that they can do it.
ちょいずれたら 1v1 だった
Everyone has been involved to some extent, in some way, shape, or form. Just a really impressive team that we've seen. It could very well be our first APL representative to the main stage in 3 years. Well, it's guaranteed it'll be one of these teams, but it might just be Enterprise who do it. Weibo just need 3 in a row. Just need 3 in a row. But they won second floor. They won basement. This could be 6-5. And a 7-5, all things considered, that'd be close. That'd be competitive. We know Weibo can win these second. Clash Band, it's going to be different. Clash is very important to these defenses, but in particular to this second floor. Turd, also been important to these defenses as well. At the opening pick that round. There was a lot of good for Weibo throughout. So, as Enterprise do the normal stuff, they open the exterior breaches, IT, connector, all the stuff we expect these Night Haven attackers to do. Weibo are just playing their positions right now. Nobody's pushing too far out. We've got some players down below, but they are inviting Enterprise to come fight them.
I think that's the key at the moment for Weibo. Leave that invitation open. Make Enterprise search you out here. Brendo, taking a little bit of damage. Jigsaw, slightly softened up already.
A
little bit of a HP deficit.
メルシーが地下にいる以外は
追え feel the weight of this round. Is it slow?
追え
Gets off the drone at the wrong moment. Rooted to the spot. Hoven doesn't want to move.
どうなるこれやばいかもしれないなどこいる今うわー上がりきってる階段やばいなこれおジグ次第だ
Sprinting through, but Hoven's making his way up. If he just makes it to the next floor, if he just makes it, oh, but he's looking.
分かってるか分かっ
Even if he
てる
doesn't
かもな。
know,
分か
he's
ってる
got
な
a。feeling. 48 seconds though. A lot of energy being wasted, and now turning his attention back. It is not clear information. They are not certain. He's looking the wrong way. He misses his first chance, but he gets it on the second. And Jigsaw's down below. That means there are only 3 attackers on this top floor. Hoven can just bait the attention of the
残り
rest. And
30
that'll be
秒さすがに
uncertainty.
きつい。
Playing in the
IT
minds
取
of
られてる。
Enterprise, casting doubts on their plan, and they are still not committing. Cairo stuck outside,
うわ
frozen by
黒い
Risotto. Hoven having more impact as he moves up house stairs. Jigsaw now trying to join the fray.
10秒し
Trying
か
to
ない。
outflank the flanker, but it feels like the moment's gone. One shot to the back of the head, as clean as professionals can do it.
One
Cairo
jump.
with some crazy picks, but
On
still
jump.
only a 2v2 with 2 seconds remaining, and a Razor Bloom does in their chances. Weibo
Oh.
still some work to do.
ないか。
Right now, they're winning the sites again, which is very good. It's very good that they're doing that. The Enterprise, as you said, beginning to stall out, not decisive. Giving Weibo a lot of chances to get back in, and Weibo playing well on these defenses. Feels like we're starting to see the team that they've had the reputation of being, going for these flanks, being exciting, being quite adept in the gunfights as well. Hoven as well, 8-8 now. It's a paltry scoreline compared to some of the heights he's achieved, but in this series, this is exactly what we need to see. Reaps hunting for some of these drones, now fall back.
ドローン壊さない
Weibo
のでか
look
い
to
ね。
defend basement and keep Enterprise on the back foot, to keep them guessing, and also keep these attacks as slow as they've been.
The attacks are definitely slowing down as soon as Enterprise get themselves onto map and series point. You can feel that level of pressure starting to seep through into the gameplay just ever so slightly. Jigsaw will be making his way in upstairs. Shouldn't have too much standing in his way. He's got Hoven over toward Rafters. I think there's going to be some drone information on Hoven's location just through where Jigsaw is aiming right now.
Oh, I actually don't know.
Two Hand's got a drone over toward Fish side.
さあ、スネークで追う
Not seeing a
か。
full commit though, and Hoven will drop off.
引いたね。
That'll get the sound cue.
精密モードで追い出されたわ。
Hoven and Reaps in a bit of a tricky position. They got to be careful where they play. This might be exposed these vertical angles. Don't know if there's intel on that top floor, but not detonating the C4 just yet. It's pre-placed. Hoping to catch an attacker as they go. Talking about slow attacks, 2 minutes into this round, we are still on second floor. We have not even applied a single bit of pressure to these mid-floor defenders. Jigsaw blinding himself as he walks down Fish stairs. It has been a struggle for Enterprise just to get to this point, and this point is basically step 1.5.
ストレージとストレージを抑えた。
Kills coming in around the 2 minute 15, 2 minute 20 mark. This coming in at the 45 second mark, but it's a big
足を
one.
狙い
It's
足を。
Reaps going down.
足をね、階段に
Weird engagement between the
階段に入ったところで。
Trying to keep them at bay. No
Wow.
ADS. Speakeasy staying a bit too long, and another player found on the roam. But again,
時
it's
間使
taken
いすぎた
so
ね。
long for Enterprise to get to this point. Weibo again just need
お
to
お、でも
hold on.
ハッチ抜いた。
A big pick onto Ram, onto
も
Jigsaw.
う一人
Another
抜け
spot
る。
through the hatch. Cairo might get the trade.
全然ワンチャンあ
Turn
る。
on 1 HP, 7 seconds. That's all he needs.
プラン
Just
ト
one
させて
gunfight,
1v1。
one chance. He's got to win it, the one that matters most.
できない。
And he falters at the finish line. 3 years it's taken, and Enterprise have their
わ、
day.
エンタープラ
They
イズ
are your first
ベスト8いった
APL
か。
team, your only APL team.
うわ、外した。
of the one New Zealand plus prize after the win. As we've said, a historic win today. We will see them
予
competing
想外れたな。エンタープライズ予想してる人、あんまりいなかったんじゃないかな。
broadcast. 4 players at 91.
ファイブフィアーズ VS どこ
Of the Swiss state still have a past playing against
これはワイルドカードやな。
each other, but even after
2-0。
Falcons 7-1.
2-0 いくか。これどうなるかな。
We had noticed.
どうだろうこれ。ワイルドカードよ勝ちだけど、どっちだろうな。ワイルドカード勝ち予想だけど、2-0 か、2-1 かだけど。
Before coming into this broadcast, Harrison, was the amount of times Five Fears specifically choose to go on attack.
カフェわかんねえな、5 Fears の。
Statistically been their best side. They've had a really big struggle on defense, keeping those consistent entries. Plant denial as well is something we'd like to highlight probably later on during this broadcast, but for attack, they've been doing a lot better. Securing
予想できないな。
getting the plant down, and overall for the
多分ワイルドカード勝つと思うけど。
I believe. I think it's 9,
yeah,
and they have not won a single
1
retake. So you kind of think to yourself, okay, Five Fears, they play very much for the objective on the attack.
ワイルド、
They play very much for the denial on the defense.
いや、ワイルドカード、5 Fears、
It's almost a
ワイルドカード
guaranteed
かな。
loss for this team,
マ
which
ップ。
Wildcard may look to take advantage of, but they also only have 4 plants throughout this entire event so far. So we'll see how that works out, whether Five Fears denial is going to be stronger, but they will start out on the attack. As we mentioned, Five Fears have been pretty consistently choosing the attacking side, which is counter to what we normally expect in this game as a whole. Defense being usually the much stronger side.
それ取れるの
Attack Snake, the opening pick onto the best entry player
音消えてた
of
か
Wildcard. They cut
あれ
down
で
Wamai fairly early as well. So just like we say when the Azami gets picked off, Wamai, he's got that regenerating gadget this early.
Twitch の射撃で音消えてた
And that was the power position held over by Mezzanine. We did see the Twitch drone trying to disable that Mira, but hey, you know, if you can't get rid of the mirror window, get rid of the player behind it, you'll still get the job done just fine. One less person to have that utility for the late round, bolstering up towards sight. Minute burned away, and again, you've already got that first entry. You still have Snake alive on Deimos. You still have Force now positioned on Highway, a prime cutoff position when attacking Office, the bomb site in play for Wildcard's first round of Chalet. He's in a great spot with that Snake scanner to really help give info for the execute. Speak of the Devil, he's the next one to find a kill for 5 Fears, now in a 2-man lead as they rotate over towards Solar, because I believe they want to try to get this plant off the back of these smokes held by JJ.
Hot and Cold on the board now too, but Spiker gets refragged. Now it's a 4-2 advantage for 5 Fears as they start to take
ハント入っ
inside.
てる早い判
JJ
断
planting now. We'll see if Hot and Cold can deny. There's a C4. JJ
シフはいないけど
and then get back into his
拾われ
plant
た
spot as Baby Shark now dies.
もうボム裏入ってたそれ
They want to try to get this plant off the back of
い
these
つ入っ
smokes
てた
held
ん
by
だよ
JJ.
Hot and Cold on the board now too, but Spiker gets refragged.
ソーラー
Now
ラ
it's
ペ
a
イン
4-2
して
advantage
ま
for
あ
5 Fears
ペ
as
ッ
they
ト入
start
っ
to take into
て
the site. JJ planting now. We'll see if Hot and Cold can deny.
He's the next one to find a kill for 5 Fears. Now
Spiker gets refragged. Now it's a 4-2 advantage for 5 Fears.
あもうこの時はもう入ってんのか
Just yet, but 5 Fears, through their couple plays of this map since kickoff started, they have an 83% attacking win rate on this map. That is just absurd as a map that is typically 50-50, which is reflected in Wildcard's defense stat. They're perfectly 50-50. So again, I expect JJ and Co, 5 Fears, to continue to be successful here on this starting side as Snowmobile Garage is starting to get breached. So that way,
JJ
JJ
地下
can
入
move in with the
っ
blitz
て
and 5 Fears can ensure
図書廊下抑えに行く
Wildcard will be able to roam in the basement.
Rival gathering some info as
スモークってここ乗るの
well.
マジで
JJ's head. There's Vert now established from that
乗りそうだな
Nine
どうや
him
ら
of trying to walk up the staircase, but he's got a smoke grenade. They can maybe try to walk past it and at least get this.
ああ上に広がるから
made there. Now clear one of the two biggest power positions that's used to
そうだどうだじゃあ怪しくないこれいや本来は乗る予定なのかな
Good space made.
Move in with the blitz and
本
5
来は
Fears
乗
can
るん
ensure
か
that
な
no one from Wildcard will be able to roam in the basement.
Rival gathering
本当は乗せたかったけど乗らなかった感じだよねこれ
well, the impact being made
まあドローンあそこ乗せられるから乗る
try to
か
commit not only to clear out library to deny the Vert pressure for a
じゃあ怪
point,
しい
but
けど
also
な
pushing their way into sight again to play for the objective they're so consistent at establishing.
I thought that was going to be a clear, but I guess they must have already have had info that there was no one playing down there, and now the library clear can begin. Droning out, spotting Spiker plant, spotting that he has support by Bay on Mezzanine.
この間
Waiting
に
for this Aruni gate to get cleared. Now that no one can play in bar stock, John, not only does that deny an important power position for the defense,
攻撃はどこ
plant,
それてる
also makes it so that it's a lot harder to play the Vert on the sandwich jump in. We might also see alert
あ
here
ー V
from
字進
Fence,
行
but
が
doesn't know
本
about
線
Kanzan on blue stairs. The snake gets cut down, trying to go for an early play, and 5 Fears, curiously
図
enough,
書角はもう
this
消え
is
て
pretty
る
rare,
ん
don't have a
で
response.
Slow start for them as well. Still unable to clear out library entirely as Baby Shark now hiding in the mini box. JJ at least getting rid of the position Doc usually likes to play when he's in this
ポワン
round.
降り
Finally
る
drop in to go for the execute, spotting the Aruni. He needs to win this fight.
マジ
No
か
one's here to help
そんなルートある
Spiker. The IGL's gone and there's sight control now for 5 Fears.
This is such a great call, and Snake has the cutoff by the main door, so he kills Bay, trying to fall back
うわ
from Mezzanine.
このルートは
Baby
ちょ
Shark
っ
falls
と
as well. The plant goes down from Rival. This call from 5 Fears, I mean, what?
このルートはさすがにわからん
Curiously enough, this has been pretty rare. Don't have a response.
Slow start for them as well. Still unable to clear out library entirely as Baby Shark
す
now
ごい
hiding
ルートな捕獲して降りられる準備はしてあるのか
JJ at least getting rid of the position Doc usually likes to play when he's in this.
いや降りると思わないよなめっちゃ見てるじゃん上
He'll finally drop in to go for the execute, spotting the Aruni. He needs to win this
いや
fight.
この
No
ス
one's
ピー
here
ド
to
感
help Spiker. The IGL's gone and there's sight control now for 5 Fears.
This is such a great call.
いやマジか
JJ.
That's now a tied
うわ逆だったワイルドカード
every which
5 Fears じゃなくて5 Fears ワイルドカード
Great step-by-step process there from 5 Fears. We'll see Wildcard now attempting to go in through the dining room and kitchen defensive bomb site, emphasizing at least a few more trap ops. They've got Baby Shark now.
ワイルドカードが勝つと思うんだけどなワイルドカード負けるってことは多分ないと思うんだけど
would be in play. It's probably why Wildcard opted to ban the Blackbeard and Montaigne off the rip, because 5 Fears really love to emphasize the shield ops.
Yeah, and that's another successful plant conversion, by the way. So they're now, what, 11 for 16 in successful plant conversion? Technically, 11 for 15 if we're not counting the plant that Snake got in a 1 versus 3, which was kind of unwinnable to begin with. But either way, 5 Fears at 2 gaps in a row, playing for the objective twice in a row, and that is their MO. Wildcard need to find a way to try and stop the 5 Fears advance.
時間足りる
Either
3秒しかない
bank on just a ton of utility on the site to stop that execute, or you have to disrupt this team before they can set up.
Speaking of the setup, Harrison, we saw that Rotero drone breaking the
ワイルドカード結構3層自信ありそうな感じするんだけどね。
Not a lot of utility overall that the Rotero drone is necessarily needed to get rid of. So the barbed wire, that's priority number one. No bulletproof cameras as well in this round. Could maybe look for that shield Baze brought on the smoke. But again, the emphasis on the entry for 5 years. That's now a third or a second entry for them in this first half out of the 3 rounds. They did at least trade after losing.
ハーフォール死んだか？ハーフォール死んだなこれ。
Once again, provided by this snake playing from highway. They're looking to dogpile onto Bay as he's now alone in piano.
Rival also has been recovered. The nade forcing Bay out of position. He tries to just go for a desperate run out, but Forrest is more than ready for it. JJ trying to make his way into sight, gets softened up, but still survives and is waiting for the bandit to try and peek in from office as he makes his way to the corner flank spot. Fens from bathroom window has a perfect cut onto said bandit, collecting more information, seeing that there's still a player in solo. That player he spotted does kill Forrest. Spiker though, trying to retreat to the site dies. Baby Shark pushing back up trophy, drops JJ and drops the case. It's now still under his control, but the trade attempt from Rival kill Forrest.
For them in this first half out of the 3 rounds. They didn't necessarily needed to get rid of. So the barbed wire, that's priority number one. No bulletproof cameras.
1分30秒段階でハーフォールが取れたの。
But again, the emphasis on the entry for 5 years. That's now a third one.
やばいんだけど。これ割れから入ったの？オフィスに？スーパーやばいエントリーしてるけど。普通にやっても勝てない判断。どういうエントリーそれも。やばいけど。5窓から倒したのかなとか思ったけど。ハドブリ、ミニハドブリで小さく割った穴入ってきただけなんだけど。
But again, the emphasis on the entry for 5 years. That's now a third.
さすがのタイムアウトか。
I'm not too shocked.
5 years, of course.
Are still flawless on this year, I guess, the stage for both the NAL kickoff and I believe, have they played and lost here? No, they are still 4-0 overall. That's right. So not losing at all.
どういう視線誘導したんかな。
83% Chalet attack is pretty darn close to 100% as well.
エントリー早い。
The bottom floor clear by 5 years. The opportunity to rush up solar might be possible for them as JJ
下半分取れた。結構エリア取れてる。相当数。でもライバル死んだ。
But again, they're now setting up to try to get this cutoff established here by Forrest and maybe making enough space here for another post plant.
5 Fears having Fens rotate over towards Highway, I believe. Snake down below on the Deimos could maybe start to track people from below. Search for a pick. There is nothing to stop.
いや、マッチリプレイ見たいな。マッチリプレイ機能欲しいな。昔あったんだけどな。今多分リプレイ配らなくなっちゃったんだよね。CGX らへんになってから。今多分リプレイ配ってないよね。惜しい。もう一回？うわ。クローゼット死んだわ。
So you lose your player actually in solar. Here comes the drop from Bay looking to pressure out Snake on the Deimos, but then gets tracked. The flash, the nade, he's stuck here. There is absolutely nothing that Bay can do to stop 5 Fears from killing him.
What a use of utility there from 5 Fears, shutting down the chance to rotate, holding the cutoff in the flash, making that grenade impossible to dodge.
分かってそうではいいな。でも暖炉側だと思ってるな。
No nitro cells and plenty of info for 5 Fears to work off.
やりたい。でかい。暖炉側だと思ったよね。ドア左だと思ったっぽい。ラペインしたのはやれない。えぐいえぐいえぐい。入ったの分かってない。でかい。掘ったん？おい。
With another clutch, he's been so good for wildcard, and he gets them on the board.
And by the skin of his fall behind him, the Mozzie has just enough time to react. Pull up, I feel it's poor position, but now he's low in HP, so he's forced to play passive. That's where Fens comes into play, utilizing that flash grenade to blind the.
So close for Fens there. Again, seeing that he had the Roni, I'm surprised he backed off. JJ smoking out the objective already, trying to bait some utility out from the defense. The gas canisters keep the shield at bay as Snake takes in through coat check as the glass.
その間にどこ取れてんな攻撃側。図書館いないの分かった。上取りたそうだよなこれ。 お気待ちしてたけど、あんまり動かせなかったな。またオフィス側残ってるしな。拾えたー。いやー、きついね。
It's a two-man advantage once again with everyone disjointed by Wildcard. They're on 3 separate floors.
Yeah, Wildcard trying to extend their presence all across the map, but they get incredibly punished for it. There's Forest on the lurk main stairs, and Rival was playing the cutoff on the bathroom window, killing Baby Shark all the way. I believe he was trying to play inside or closet, one of those two positions. That leaves Bay all alone on the top mezzanine. He has some on blue stairs. Is that going to be enough against this shield now rushing in from JJ, already in the bomb site? Has the pings on the guy main stairs too. Thought about maybe working to isolate him, but Hot and Cold instead stuck outside the objective. Here he comes, trying to gas out the rotate. JJ gets off the plant, distracted by the player dropping the hatch. He kills him, but is swiftly refragged by Hot and Cold. Kansan a kill for himself as well before he goes down. It's only a one-man lead for 5 Fears. Wildcard gotten some good trades back. Hot and Cold very low HP, though, so is Snake on the glass. Rival spots a player through the rotate for a moment. There's Snake and Rival, each with their own DMRs, getting a kill each.
First map.
Last stand back from that lead, if it just happens to be, or from that deficit, if it just happens to be an attacker side, it's Chalet at 5 Fears. Once again, bringing the Dokkaebi and the Deimos, so they've got information, bringing JJ on that Blitz shield as Wildcard. Once again, have an extension, both upstairs and horizontally.
あ、ベイビーシャック警戒してるね。1回エントリー。さっきライブドローンで。
And if 5 Fears can establish the cutoff main door and one on
Twitch ライブドローンで
even lurk someone down below, they should be
中
able to
間
pick
化
them
一
out
気に取られたから
easily.
な。
Forest might want to set up for that cutoff, perhaps. Dokkaebi for the Logi Bomb, still tons of info at the use of 5 Fears. Logi Bomb goes off, maybe allowing 5 Fears just create more space in this top to bottom position they've had. Working over through Mez, they might want to try to get this double wall opened up. There's Kansan for the opener, though. On to Forest, that highway position now gone, that allows for more fluidity for Wildcard upstairs, testing against this blitz, dealing with Snake up above, and allows for the one out, perfectly timed from Kansan, but Rival responds with 2 of his own. Here comes the fall for Wildcard. They've worked 2 picks in their advantage, and they've burned about a minute 30. Now they can fall back closer to sight and wait for 5 Fears to either overcommit towards going down trophy stairs, maybe holding some of those longer angles and forcing a plant to have a 3v2 advantage in theory, or wait for them to waste more time to go back through lobby to get an angle opened up from dining and towards B site.
It's a pretty good position for both teams, although 5 Fears with only 3 players remaining will have to really worry about a flank upstairs from Wildcard. And you can see Kansan on the library stairs right now, maybe going for it. Rival, I think they have info, is just going to wait for this Valkyrie. Here's the silhouette working up towards Piano. And he has absolutely no idea that Rival is holding his rotate. Now a man advantage for 5 Fears, and probably no retake attempt again from Wildcards. They've already lost a body. You have to assume that the attack had information with how easily they dealt with the Valkyrie. Smoke grenades coming out from JJ. Doesn't know about Bay in the corner, right next to him. He's back off behind the bomb chassis. They can't spot him, and from the hatch, Snake's cover is perfect. They even had information on the other player down in the basement. His Spiker now looks to retake from Westmain, but he's staring down this Blitz shield, and he's got tons of support.
Play with no fear, press the entry, play the strat, make sure to open that stock wall, okay? If the mount is open, let's see. If the mount is open, but that's it. And Bay, one gap for you, pay attention. On this bar bunker, they reinforce offs wrong. You can play the buck, Bay, and you can buck from offs, you kill the guy on top fire. From the offs to the K9 balcony there, they don't reinforce, so you can buck, you kill the guy on top fire. Okay, Bay, heard about it. And Spike reflex on this one, you can play dash if they have mirror, you can play the Dokkaebi if it is needed like to the fast pace, so that's it.
Tough spot to be in. Just had more.
Spike.
So maybe using these last 2 instead. Even keeping the double office wall opened up, plant-focused lineup. Not from a shield necessarily, like we saw 5 Fears bringing a lot, but instead the RRU projectors ran by the Sens. That's what Baby Shark is playing currently, used to cut off a lot of those longer lines of sight. Same thing for Capitao and their smoke bolts, and fire bolts too as well, to clear power spots like Owl, which is something I believe Legionis was talking about during their halftime mission.
By the way, I just realized earlier I had mentioned, right, 5 Fears have that 83% attacking win rate. If you can't do math, that's me. You don't know what that is rationally or how that translates to siege rounds. 83% is exactly 5 for 6. So 5 Fears still with a perfect 83% as they're up 5-1. Forest taking a fight against those solar windows. I think maybe softening up Hot and Cold just a little bit as well. He opts to fall back, usually challenging those solar windows unless you're up super close. So he knows that he can just play along with Snake. JJ as well, working up to the position that Forest had just recently held, and Bay highlighted him as the best entry player so far this tournament for Wildcard. He gets another open on the fence, but it's no advantage as both Baby Shark and Hot and Cold both fall soon after.
ちょうどあれだな、今、デフォルトのエイムの位置直すときに狙われちゃったな。体力ない。スモーク2個に。グレネードは拾えないかな。体力がなすぎるな。
Snake, the operator,
is about half.
Using his scanner, sees that Rival has backed off from Piano. He now sees that Snake has kind of worked his way over towards the half wall. Rival maybe looking to retake too. Of course, with those two walls reinforced, there's no way for you to get an angle on the planter from Piano. You highlighted, though, again, Snake on the Mira. He's got that C4. Here it comes, and it blows Spiker sky high, and simultaneously...
2人同時に死んだ。ここね、ちょうどエイム直す瞬間だったな。
Can't be looking at that scanner at the same time. So a 6-1 lead for Five Fears. Obviously, there is a very good reason why this is their map pick.
これあれなんだ。
If they end up
6-1 なんてすごいな。
series and going to main stage, this is going to be a map that maybe the strong international teams have to ban against them. Because our young NA upstarts have looked unstoppable on this map through the 3 times that they have now played it. Of course, there is still 1 round for them to win. We have seen crazier comebacks. It is not over for Wildcard just yet. The defense is dining kitchen. Five Fears, of course, have plenty of players upstairs. It's a 3-1-1 split with Forrest, even down in the basement, likely with that dining hatch open, so he can
強さの好み的にファイブフィアーズ
that default plant spot.
負けてほしいけどな。俺の好みじゃないんだよな。
Spiker, I believe, had opened the windows earlier. That's going to be a zombie off. Forrest is down in West Main. I think maybe tried to walk up and yeah, got likely caught by.
ツインステッドマインドと同じ枠だから、俺の中だと。
Spiker, I believe, had opened the windows earlier.
待っちゃった。
Likely caught by Baby Shark on the windows.
They didn't confirm he's injured, however, so they are spending some resources to try and get rid of Forrest, or are more concerned about the presence right beside the objective. Again, West Main only a few feet away from the A objective. There's also some established by Snake looking to recover his teammate perhaps, or at least just deny the initial entry from West Main as JJ now rotates to get the res here. Snake, a well-needed kill, and now this res can go off without a hitch, but this is the moment Wildcard choose to go for the side rush because there's 3 players distracted on the player down from West.
Fens, though, still upstairs, kills Bay. He was the man responsible for trying to lurk upstairs. JJ gets 1, instantly traded back. Snake almost found on the stairs and just damage. All 3 players of Five Fears are incredibly low HP. So is the diffuse carrier of Spiker as he makes his way in through A, trying to plant behind the bomb chassis as there's coverage from the hatch.
気づいてない。
Snake maybe letting this go down is hot and cold. Gets a kill onto Forrest. No floor bang successful for Snake. We mentioned earlier that Five Fears have allowed 9 plants, and they have 0 successful retakes. Wildcard looking to keep that negative streak alive with hot and cold.
いや、この体力でリテイクはむずいよね。
A triple kill for hot and cold, and Fens on 1 HP finds himself alone with about 15 seconds to get both of these kills and hop on that case. Spiker knows exactly where he is. Fens can kind of see the crossbow up above, but there's the assistance from hot and cold. Another
by at least 1
間か
placed
5-1折り返しちゃったからな。
Yeah, nade's already coming out from Spiker to try and burn away these Goyo canisters that are on the window, where Wildcard will likely try to end after successfully clearing Library, I would imagine. Five Fears also in losing that round are now 0 for 10 in retakes. Really looking like they cannot afford to let that diffuser down, otherwise it's an automatic win for the other team. Wildcard still collecting information on both the site and maybe these upstairs players. So far, the Snake from Wildcard has been used attempting to lurk. It's been successful 1 round, kind of, not the other, as Bay had instantly died in the round prior. C4 goes out, hits the field, and Forrest, with a dot onto Spiker, kills the Blackbeard and takes away Wildcard's shield before the execute can
Spiker 噛まれてるな。
At least cleared out stock with the help of these Selma charges. But again, losing your Blackbeard, that's kind of your safety net to allow for a plant to go down. You still have Capitao to at least make space, perhaps.
いや、マジで動かないな。
And smoke bolts, but you still have 1 more Nitro Cell in the pocket of JJ. Plenty of information left at their disposal, and a minute left to go. Now for Wildcard, they have completely slowed down.
徹底して自分たちのポジションを守るね。
They begin to slowly work their way towards Mez.
かつ、カバーできる。リバイブできるちゃう
are still in this fight, completely reclaiming the top floor and even
3ルームリテイク。
JJ Forrest and Snake all downstairs now. Snake
スネーク使いながら警戒するけど、オフィスの車線が怖い。
JJ has also already used his. Bay looking towards the bar stock position, lights up. JJ knows about the prone, and as soon as he gets the kill, Forrest has a response. He was in a 2 versus 2. Snake hears the drop from Kansan, and there is the position on main stairs that I talked about. Instantly making sure that the Flores was not going to be able to walk into sight with that case. Now Baby Shark has to both recover the diffuser and try to find a way into the sight, or hunt down both these players who are on opposite sides of the map with only 15 seconds left. He forces exchange a couple of blows, but still the time so low. Looking for Snake, who has since wisely backed off. He gets into the bomb site now, planting right under a prox alarm. He gets it halfway through. 5 Fears maybe going to play for the retake. He hops off as the Yellow sprints in, and time will expire. 5 Fears
had to do. Last time on.
ワイルドカード勝ってほしいんだけどな。
Had a 5 their careers since then for basically the last 7 years, and for them to be in a winner-takes-all game, that's crazy. Also, again, Kansan catch him back in T3, Rival, Fens, even Forrest, back on Ape. Snake, I remember when Snake got... Funny thing, I don't know if we mentioned this or if any of the the other T1 casters have mentioned this. Snake actually one time got banned from T3 because of JJ, because people were convinced he was macroing. And JJ started this movement saying that no one should play in any T3 leagues unless Snake was banned. And here they are on a team, one
yeah, 5 Fears
incredible ball knowledge.
Like enemies to love.
趣味じゃないんだよな。
It's like we were meant to be here to cast this game. For real. Not a requester or anything crazy, but I will say, by pure coincidence, we've also casted 4 out of the 5 Fears matches during the Swiss stage.
Yeah, it's the only one that we like.
BGM が消えてないな。
And because they started 0-2 after they officially won against CAG, I think it was their first official match, I made a bet with them saying, if you guys end up winning and making the main stage, I will shave my head. And they've already won 1 map, Harrison. They are just moments away from making that happen, but Wildcard managing to get this second win on Cafe as they at least start off with the entry. Spiker getting rid of JJ. That's your only shield presence in the round for 5 Fears. At least some destruction being dealt now by the boogie drone of Snake as you've got this piano overextension beginning to push back. Fens, a well-needed trade, but they don't know about Baby Shark ratting behind the corner. Now good for 2 as he shuts down Snake, backing away through the humidor. And Wildcard looks at taking away the first round of Cafe in stride as they only have to secure 1 more pick.
In terms of philosophy. Because 5 Fears not taking the Thatcher.
And one thing we mentioned briefly before map number 1 that I'll say again.
今両方かかるかもで欲張ろうとしたの。誰？完全か。
And another point to make about that as well is when 5 Fears are on the defensive side, they struggle a lot with denying the plant or winning successful retakes once the plant is successful. So again, how well Wildcard do on this first half could really help set them up for success going into their own attacks against 5 Fears. Lack of info right now on the hot and cold. He hears at least the repel of Snake initially, but he might have heard that Claymore as well, maybe requiring Spiker to come over and utilize some of the impacts of the Soul Scanner, so he knows where to shoot for to get rid of this player of JJ now, establishing info from the piano side of the map. Nothing too shocking so far. I think the most interesting thing we can maybe see is where chooses to lurk from on the Nooker. The C4, if it can land, it does.
後ろが死にそうになったな。フォレストは HP。
Forrest, just narrowly avoids the Razor Bloom too. We saw earlier Fens opening up some of those, I believe one of the mirror windows
また同じ
No information on the top floor hold from 5 Fears. The Mira sprints through the smoke on Freezer door, takes out the Nook, and is free to now fall back to the bomb site. He gets away, and 5 Fears through 2 rounds have no response for these early deaths.
Still a lack of info being punished from Wildcard. Fantastic discipline there from Baby Shark saying, you know what, it'll be a matter of time for the Force to clear me out here. Rival, at least trapping Bay in a corner to equalize now as the rest of 5 Fears have cleared this top floor. But it's taken almost 2 minutes, and they can't even get any vertical directly in the bomb site. They could at least get some over from Piano looking into train. That's connecting room between both bomb sites here. Get some pressure established over from bottom white as well. Getting some boogie drones down, at least in reading room.
暖炉2の掘削1のバー1。真ん中廊下上がり警戒したいか。ああ、このカメラ残ってんのはでかい。真ん中廊下上がりが。真ん中階段上がりが。めっちゃくちゃやりやすくなるね。うわ、気づかなそう。
I don't know if they have enough info available either. You could see towards the tail end of that top floor clear, they were face checking all the angles in cocktail, etc.
普通にスモベ上がりか。スモベで突き上げ。さあ、完全これ上がり待ち。
Kansan lurking on those brown stairs, just waiting for to pick on the Fens on Heaven.
そうなるよな。
Sorry, on Nubao, Hot and Cold also getting a kill on the rival.
情報がなさすぎた。
Players finally finished off by
Paul by 5 Fears.
これ連続でこれやってんだわ。驚いたけどな。この棚裏いるの。大体あそこ最初に壊されるカメラだから残ってると思わないよな。
Wildcard now on bar and cocktail, avoiding kitchen at least for now. Even though I feel like people tend to avoid the top floor more commonly these days.
ただスパイカーが冷凍にいますと。スパイカー冷凍います。これラペインさん気づいてるんで、冷凍突き下げて、廊下見てますが、どうですかね。珍しい3階防衛してるわ。ロスと G2 以外で3階ピックしてるのあんま見ない。あ、でも、ワイルドカードは人気ない部分をやりたがってるから。追われた。
Spiker is forced to fall back a little bit. He'll still probably linger down below and maybe flanking up one of those two major staircases later in the round.
その上にドローン入ってるんで、スパイカーの位置は終えますと。ピアノ飛び出すラペってるライバルが一応カフェルーフトップいるから。ああ、でももう赤階入ったな。止まっちゃうな。映像止まっちゃいます。6分20秒。6時間20分。覚えときますか？大丈夫。さあ、赤いワンパンホール刺さる。この間に完全がライバルカット。
Now 2 players stacked up on white. It's JJ and Fen. C4 will kill them both. And Wildcard looking for a resounding 3-round lead. What a recovery. Considering how last map went. Sorry, Snake's pain noise there really distracted me.
30秒。
Kansan with his second kill of the round.
ミラー重すぎね。
Fight against a mirror window. That is a
So that allows the rest of Wildcard is there.
Make it a little bit easier to drone into the building and get information there. I mean, again, just look at the score lines from last map. Snake, who was 12-2, he's 1-3. Forest is 0-3. Baby Shark is 8-0. He is having a tremendous start here, trying to push us to a map 3, which I think we both agree that we would enjoy.
Absolutely.
For this game to go on longer. So, if you are a Wildcard fan, fingers crossed they can keep up this momentum, especially heading into the second half. Now, the game is not yet over for 5 Fears. If they can still salvage 2 rounds on this side, they're still in a pretty good position heading into the latter half. Like you mentioned, 5 Fears take a lot of information. But Wildcard have a bit of information too. They've got Echo, they've got Valkyrie, they've got Thorns, they've got tons of cameras, they've got some traps at their disposal to call out the locations of 5 Fears push. 5 Fears right now focus on both the top floor, as well as JJ walking in through white, taking some damage from the Thorn, but now walking his way up the pressure through Palace and the
Dodging the anchor at least on the first floor. Maybe sandwiching this player behind the shot, the Shaiko shield. Hot and cold still at the initial entry though. Is that a 4th entry now in a row for Wildcard? I believe it is. 5 Fears do get a response at least. They're now successful at clearing out this top floor, but at what cost, Harrison? They're still at a player advantage, and now they have to be pushing deeper towards that bottom floor.
別の場所がキル取ってるな。これどういうこと複雑すぎないこれ。
walking his way up the pressure through pallets and into cocktail.
Dodging the anchor at least on the first floor. Maybe sandwiching.
ワイルドカードは人気ないボムしたりするね。結構。クラブのバー防衛とか、山荘の地下とか。
Walking his way up to pressure through pallets and into cocktail.
白階行って弾頭ぶつかったんかなフォレストが。ボタンとぶつかって真ん中白階管理できたんでカバーしたんだけど上下でフォーカスされてたからこれキル取れて
and are now successful at clearing out this top floor, but at what cost, Harrison? They're still at a player advantage, and now they have to begin pushing deeper towards that bottom floor, maybe to work for picks, or at least sneaking their way into sight. It's no longer mining room this time. JJ can plant from reading. Rival does have the cutoff, but Wildcard also can just ignore white stairs. They could push from brown, they could go from red, which is exactly what they've done now. Looking for a 3 versus 2 retake. They're just butting up.
Rival now establishing a first presence. JJ almost catches Spiker off guard to even things up. Wildcard may have to go for a top floor retake here and leave JJ alone and try power Rival 3 against 1.
案外取り返しが求められる。
Baby Shark climbing those white stairs is aware of this push. takes some damage, looking to back off. Does this create enough space for the other two defenders to pressure on JJ? No, Baby Shark dies. Kanzen's getting this counter defuse, but again, the gridlock is placed upstairs. 3 for Rival, and or that they were spotting and that we saw on Chalet. They are going to need a lot more of that if they want to recover the half, because that round was still down to the wire. Wildcard still took advantage of the lack of information from Five Fears, the improved tradability that we've also seen from the Jesters on map number 2. It's going to be a kitchen defense for the first time this map. They have not gone here just yet. Baby Shark on the roam along with Kanzen, who I'm sure has established some sort of around the top of that bomb site. Baby Shark now back downstairs towards red because Five Fears are starting to pressure out Bakery.
ベーカリートリックか。すごい量の8なんだけど、もう全部打ち切ってない。
Having a lot of plant denial focused operators like the Echo, like the Smoke,
熱い熱い熱い熱い。
being alive on souls could also be massive, but the info game from Five Fears starting to wake up here.
真ん中分断した。赤回取ったらもう完璧やな。これで。これで赤回取れたら。
But that smoke they tossed out, forcing JJ to back away. It looks to be a Bakery direct for Five Fears as of right now as they hop in through small Bakery, getting this cutoff now established. Are we going to see a plant soon, Harrison? It's likely, but again, we've talked about all the utility that Wildcard still have to shut it down.
Oh, but the Solus upstairs is dead. And Kanzen is out of gas canisters, trying to delay JJ in prep. It's up to Spiker now just with his gun to take down the Nomad. Rival's the man with the case, though. He's also inside prep. A lot of this is probably going to come down to whether or not Spiker can use his yokais to delay enough time for Kanzen and Hot and Cold to make a play as Hot works his way through VIP. Likely going to either make a move up white to flank or just continue to watch this hatch. Spiker, I believe, through the vert takes down Forest to even the odds at 3 bodies apiece. Rival still not comfortable enough to go for this plant. He's worried about the yokais. Bevy of information that spots it for a moment. Down goes one as Snake gives his team the man advantage, though Hot and Cold very quickly puts it back in the hands, or puts the round control back in the hands of Wildcard. Though I say that, John, I didn't realize they picked off Spiker the Echo. So now there's 0 play style available for Wildcard. Five Fears, though, still worry about the information they provide. Another yokai being spotted by Rival. Snake now in a position to help cover him. He's going to have to worry about both the Whiskey Double Door as well as those head holes into Carpet. Snake has to watch basically 2 angles at the same time as Rival starts to complete this plant. Oh, he shot out of midair, but Rival dusted off of it. I believe he fell off the plant, worried about the C4, and with 2 seconds left, there is nothing that Snake can do.
Oh, he didn't trust his teammate, Harrison. Wildcard stealing the round away after the good
Rival still not comfortable.
JJ to back
bomb site. Baby Shark now.
なんかダメな理由あったんかな。
Towards red, along with Kanzen, who I'm sure has established some sort of verticality in train and around the top of that bomb site. Baby Shark now rotating back downstairs towards red because Five Fears are starting to pressure out Bakery.
Like the call made from Wildcard as well, going to a new bomb site of Double Kitchen.
管理できる自信なかったんかな。
Emphasizing the roam that Five Fears have initially struggled with, but also for their anchor, having a lot of plant denial focused operators like the Echo, like the Smoke, and with those roamers as well, Baby Shark being alive on souls could also be massive, but the info game from Five Fears starting to wake up here as JJ sneaks in through prep. Getting rid of the Wamai early is a massive kill to find, and they can maybe start getting pressure directly into sight. But that smoke grenade tossed out, forcing JJ to back away. It looks to be a Bakery direct for Five Fears as of right now as they hop in through small Bakery. Getting this cutoff now established. It's likely, but again, we've talked about all the utility that Wildcard still have to shut it down.
Oh, but the Solus upstairs is dead, and Kanzen is out of gas.
これで冷凍行く理由、あんま見つからないけどな。
Canisters trying to delay JJ in prep. It's up to Spiker now just with his gun to take down the Nomad. Rival's the man with the case, though, and he's also inside prep. A lot of this is probably going to come down to whether or not Spiker can use his yokais to delay enough time for Kanzen and Hot and Cold to make a play as Hot and works his way through VIP, likely going to either make a move up white to flank or just continue to watch this hatch. Spiker, I believe, through the vert takes down Forest to even the odds at 3 bodies apiece. Rival still not comfortable enough to go for this plan. He's worried about the yokais and the bevy of information that they can supply to the rest of the defense. Spots it for a moment. Down goes one as Snake gives his team the man advantage, though Hot and Cold very quickly puts it back in the hands, or puts the round control back in the hands of Wildcard. Though I
we're good from, and now it's a 2 versus 1 with
plays from Five Fears. There's significantly less gaps in the defenses that we're seeing, with the exception of that one round that Five Fears got the plant down here on Cafe. They haven't been able to gap hit, their info has been lacking, and Wildcard have been taking full advantage of it. Now our final defense is on mining. Five Fears unable to crack it.
いやー、まあそうだね。欲張りせ相当欲張ったね。でもかなりリスクある選択したけど。 まあでもあれ通せたら、スーパー有利だった。有利がスーパー有利だった。スーパー有利ではあったけどな。ウルトラ、スーパー有利がウルトラ有利だった。白ローカマトラペイン対策。これ通れる？せいじゃない？
And still just double checking to make sure there's no one else left above on this top floor for a potential flank, which has almost happened once or twice from Wildcard's heavy roam. But now we see the rotate down below into the first floor. With Baby Shark having a Nitro Cell, if placed correctly, that could stop a plant outright from both sites, I believe.
Absolutely. I think there's some
冷凍2枚閉めて、ローテート作った分、さつき上げで対処する気満々の残り1分。
They've got the RAM to open up most of that ceiling. I believe they're going to try and end mining, considering that's where the Twitch's focus was in destroying the Goyo packs. I think all of the Goyo packs that were actually in the B side.
3がいるまだ。
JJ likely going to look
ホ
to
ッタ
drop
まだ
soon. He'll have to worry about
3がい
Spiker.
る。
Hot Cold.
お、白海いるか。
Spiker though disoriented by the Zofia, killed by Rival. Upstairs, here comes the flame from Hot and Cold, spotted by Finn, and now dealt with as he tries to rush over to the hatch. JJ sticking his plan, dives to Baby Shark below, but all the frags are coming up 5 fears. Baby Shark may have been able to deny the first plant attempt, but with all of his teammates dead, Rival is able to easily get the reattempt, and now it's a 4v1 retake for the Mira. They know exactly where he is. Rival shuts him down in 5 fears. Take
the fucking building. That way they have no view to the clear site, okay? Play fucking smart here.
めっちゃガラガラだよ、こ
Listen
れ。
to Brock's calls. Listen to the win counts. Don't get
ゲ
ahead
ップや
of
めてくだ
ourselves.
さい。
Round by round. We get one more round here.
アメリカ人あるあるね。ゲップをなんとも思わない。
Fucking good right now, boys. Beautiful fucking half.
Remember, guys, it's attack now, so Baby Shark is useless. It's 5v4 every round.
We just want to strats, but maybe we can start with Green Castle JJ.
Just do it, depending on what they ban.
Yeah, let's do the bans first, yeah, I know.
But do you want to ban Dokkaebi?
Yes, I still do.
Rival having problems? Rival?
Alright, so I think we just do
another one. There should be another
one. You want to do a Ginger Glass Procs with Dokkaebi?
Stuff. And remember, for the second time that you do the SSG, to change a little bit, bait the distance walls, right? Be careful. For next time, we can bait a little bit, okay?
Who plays Nomad if I am playing in? Evan? Okay.
Yes, for the raiding bomb side. Okay. And keep everything. Of course, this is a plan set, but read the game. If you need something fast, of course, you guys call it reading fast. Something fast, of course. But that's it. I think it just focus about communication, guys. Again, what's the next step? Make sure that we talk about it, right? And this last defense could be a little bit better, right? But right here, same stuff. Okay, we're gonna kill Bathroom. We got the kill Bathroom. Now, who are we gonna kill? We're gonna kill Freezer. Okay, how we do that, right? Talk about it. And remember what he said, Spike, about execution. Sometimes we're gonna have top 4. We don't need to take 100 times to, like, 100 years to execute. Sometimes, guys, we're gonna see the opportunity to tempo, right? That's execution. If Shaq got killed, you said about the vertical. We don't have much vertical, so we can go for the execution, right? Another thing about the mentality. Maybe Forrest gonna do the runouts, right? If you do a runout, maybe we'll have the gap to push bomb side, right? Remember that. And of course, in this.
ノマド使ってエリア管理したそうな話はしたね。
Bay also, by the way, 0-5 so far. Has not been having a great series again as the top rated player.
キルポイントを作ってくださいと言うとりますが、
Now that they're on the attack, the more difficult side, I think they're
5 フィアーズは
Bay to wake up.
取らせてくれるかな。
5 years, of course, extending upstairs. We've got Rival in Cocktail, Fens, and Snake supporting over by Cigar and Piano. So this is still, despite the loss of the Azami in the castle, a very far forward extension on the top floor. Patch is already being open. Snake maybe thinking about sending one up through on the roof. I think he's just waiting for a quick drop. Wildcard, of course, are going to contest this top floor. They've got a lot of tools to do so. And once they get Baby Shark start to work on that.
シャイコ行って、ラペインのとケースしながら入る。ああ、美味しい。レート死んだ。うわ、L 字も死んだ。ラペイン倒したか。そうだね、白ローカマとラペイン倒したね。あ、一気にエリアが取れまして、メイン2回、ノマドもあるんで、全部使い切り。上下で拾った。ブルシに対するC4。
Spiker now rotating downstairs for a plant attempt through the snow door, supported by Hot and Cold, who of course has the fire arrows to stop any push up. C4 goes up from Forest, but it does not land. Now there's no C4 at all for this defense. JJ can test
Pila
Snow
終えた。
for a moment, but ends up falling back. I think 5 Fears now know about the game plan from Wildcard that they're going to try and flood.
3階リテイクはどう？
The rotation not being spotted. JJ gets one, but he's quickly refragged by Hot and Cold. That Forest also finds in kind.
おー、どっから車線取って全部ありとあらゆる場所から車線取ってる。
from Forest. They both soften each other up through the wall. But there's no kill. As Baby Shark is still playing upstairs. You know, drops into
2L のカメラ残ってるのかな？残ってないか。おー、プラント入ってるけど、デフォプラントからずらしてるから、カバーしやすい。終えてなかったね。
Projectors to cut off a lot of those long sight lines you typically see held by defenders on double kitchen can make that potential for a plant significantly easier.
Also shout out Bay. We mentioned he was 0-5. They needed him to wake up on that attack. He finds
ベーカリー取るとかにはならなさそうかな。普通に上取りそうだけど。
Wildcard were able to storm that top floor and mount that execute. Now 5 Fears, they're on double kitchen. They've got one person on the second floor in that snake, but he very quickly just shoots a drone.
しばらく何も起きないかな。
5 Fears, I think, remembering that their biggest strength
飛ばして良さそう。1分半ぐらいまであんまりも起きないやつだ。
On a double kitchen defense, there's a lot more
これでスパイカーが
1分断して and put pressure towards white, which given the fact it's a top to bottom clear from Wildcard, they could just try to drop down through freezer rather than clearing from bakery like we saw 5 Fears do in an attempt to secure that plant. And the ROUs are so effective at clearing out the sink position, making that long wall to dodge the red double.
バルカメは暖炉と
plant by the sink, making it very safe to establish a post plant setup. But no one's died just yet from either side until the 42nd.
スパイク逆にやれる。
to pick through this vert.
Forest also, I believe, the only player left on the defense who still had a C4. JJ and Fens have both expended theirs. The flank attempt from Snake is spotted by Hot and Cold.
どうなるか。
There's information thanks to the Valkyrie cameras up in the chandelier. Spiker drops into
こ
the
の間
bomb
に下
site
進
and
行
gets
して
lit
る
up.
リテイクしてる
Close
間
to
に。
him is Fens, who's just going to try and sneak through, but he ends up dying to Bay, who's taken deep into bunker. Spiker gets the plant down, and we know just how bad this is for 5 Fears. 0-10 on the retakes, one death away from being 0-11. Wildcard up 6-2.
A beautiful clear from Wildcard. Obviously, no room to be dealt with upstairs. They get the
11 to bunker.
これリテイクされてる最中にもう前判断。すごいな。
He's not dead just yet. There's information.
リテイクされてるやつ潰しに行くのはさすがに。いや、まあ時間もないか。
Spiker drops into the bomb site and gets lit up. Close to him is Fens, who's just going to try and sneak through, but he ends.
これ取られてたら逆に逆の展開もあり得た。これマイク。まあリテイクに人数割いてる分。
We've got the Ying in play, Spiker still on blitz. Candon's now rocking the Sens instead. Again, just emphasizing how important it is to get this plant down because the lack of successful conversions here from 5 Fears.
And like I said, 5 Fears are now 0-11 in retakes. If that diffuser goes down, that's probably why Fens got so desperate to stop it.
3走は2-7で。
JJ though will give Kanzan a death sentence at least in this round. He picks off the Sens, which was a major part of the execute.
2-7で。だいぶフィアスだったけど。ワイルドカードは2-7にはならなそうか。
It took a lot of his HP, and it's a 4 versus 2 now. 5 Fears in a dominant performance for round number 9.
大体終わってるけど。体力ないのがね、やばいね、スパイカーの。
Creep their way up a staircase and kind of hope for the best here, but Wildcard have such a dominant lead in the second half. I'm sure it won't be that big of an upset for them to lose this round if 5 Fears.
スネークが3階にいる以外は全員2階にいますと。
Everyone from 5 Fears playing rather close to each other. They want to keep that trade system alive and kicking to make sure if someone from Wildcard gets a pick, it's almost immediately fought back by 5 Fears.
壁抜け壁。
Up against a shield, it's really hard to take multiple engagements at one time if you're forced to ADS with that pistol.
壁抜いて人数有利作るしかない。人数差埋めるしかない。
Lying in wait in A, I believe also saw Snake in the hallway. He cuts off one rotation, but through the smoke, Fens domes him, just following those tracers. JJ Shore goes down to Baby Shark.
This enable a at all, which
おお。
wherever they want, run out.
お互い3階やる。
That last round. You mentioned Wildcard not being too upset about it. That was 5 Fears getting a little crazy. They were getting a little wicked, some might say.
さあ、3階とスネークの相性は
Is that even a word?
めちゃくちゃいいはず。
He hears the repel.
ラペりながらボム全体の様子が
He
分か
and
ってしま
Forrest,
う
of。course, extended all the way towards Piano Cigar, though Forrest does fall back. JJ can support with these mirror windows. They've also got the Aruni gate outside of the mirror just to protect it from anything like
ミラ潰すのは
or an Ash, someone who can shoot some kind of utility. There is the Hibana.
できそうかな
Kansas will likely have to deal with that
火花で
before he can open the mirror windows, which is not the biggest deal in the world.
ああ、しかも、なんだっけ、スーリアゲートで守ってもい
Go
る。
about your day. Interesting too that 5 Fears opt to go for top floor. Their rotation has been kitchen mining bar instead of going reading.
Maybe just to throw Wildcard off guard. There's another entry now for JJ. Baby Shark gone. That's your Ying and a Nitro Cell to get rid of Hot and Cold.
あ、でも、火花は割れたな。火花じゃないや。
That key
あ
operator
れは
to
割れ
make
たね。
space
ミラーは
for
割れた
plant
ね
is。gone with those Candelas removed from Baby Shark. You still have Grim Canisters and the Snake Scanner as well to at least provide extra information, but 2 bodies up for 5 Fears once again. All they have to do is play the buddy system. They've got 4 people over on Whitehall/Freezer. They are trying to guarantee as much as possible that they can play for a trade game again, just trying to slowly add up this round count.
Losing your Ying this early certainly going to hurt. JJ, the IGL, stepping in and stepping up for his team. Not quite sure how Wildcard are going to break in now unless 5 Fears start giving up their lives. JJ kind of overextends in bathroom, overstays his welcome. And
JJ のイキリピーク封じた。
Of course, down below will ping his C4 and wait for a call from the rest of the team. But Fens dies to a nade, and Wildcard are starting to push deep into Freezer. Bay and Hands with very forward position. Spiker waiting for his team to make enough space for him to get this plant down. But there's the C4 denying that entry. So does Rival, and now it's all on Kanzan. He flips around to kill Forrest, takes out one. Snake and Rival now both low. And they're just going to try and wait for this plant attempt. I think no Rival. Wildcard's head. That 5 feet. Floor pressure is too much. They can fall back behind those traps.
Again, that early round aggression from 5 Fears. Snake attempted a spawn peek near garage, and Forrest waiting just under the hell doorway for a potential run out.
飛び出してる。
Doesn't seem to net anything, however. Wildcard looking for that default top to bottom clear. They've got tons of verticality with that sledgehammer brought by Kanzan. Baby Shark as well.
C4
Deimos, tons of information with the Deathmark trackers
投げてた。
and that soft flooring to get a couple of picks.
ああ、レーザーブルーンしてるか。
Forrest, maybe flirting with the idea of over-peeking from the AC window, looking for a cheeky kill on someone going up on the default rappel, but again, doesn't net out anything for either team just yet. Interested in seeing if Wildcard want to utilize some of these Grim Canisters early and off the back of 4 different sets of frag grenades to help clear the initial extension up top to then get that vert down at a decent time frame. Again, the pacing of Wildcard in their initial second half was fantastic. Only until 5 Fears secured those early entries were they able to have impact in these defensive rounds. But for a 3rd time, Harrison, in a row, 5 Fears have found an uncontested entry kill.
These opening picks have been crucial for 5 Fears in the last couple rounds. They started onto hot and cold, and with that kill, they back off from the top floor. Now the only person really there is placed on what lower white. I thought he was on upper. Read the silhouette wrong. 5 Fears have completely abandoned that top floor, saying, all right, you know what? We got the kill. We've wasted more than half the round. Now let's go back and fall on our strength, anchoring and playing around each other around that bomb site.
5 Fears勝つんかこれ。
Sledge alive, so Kanzan can go and work vert, open up these angles, force the
ワイド
defenders
カー頑張
out
って
of
く
these
れ
power
マジ。
spots. You've also got Bay for once that execute starts to come through. Those sends are going to be instrumental in isolating those sight lines that 5 Fears would like to hold and also preventing
エリアは取れてるけど。
Again, it'll all come down to this plant and Wildcard still having the right tools to set up for it. You've got the vert still being established by Kanzan upstairs. Grim canisters, several of them in play for Spiker with that diffuser, and like you mentioned, Bay's ROU projectors cutting off those long lines of sight 5 Fears could use to work for picks in a 5 versus 4. 30 seconds left to go. And still, Wildcard continuing to set up in this top floor, working their way down below. The rest of 5 Fears continuing to wait, hoping they get a trade. But look at Snake. He's over by red stairs. He might be able to go for a flank, and I'm not too sure if Wildcard will be prepared for that.
JJ pushes out of the bomb site is good for one, and his Baby Shark tries to get into the bomb site. He gets traded out by Forrest. Here's a position for the Mozzie. Snake finally getting his kill. Kanzan has got to worry about 2 different people, and Rival shuts him down.
あるのかこれ。5 Fears。もう5-6だけど。サードマップ行くんかこれ。じゃあサードマップ行かずに終わるんかこれ。どう
I love what we saw earlier too, because we saw him attempt the flank earlier, and when he did, he shot the pot, shot the drone, then went downstairs for about 30 seconds, and then reattempted the flank. Almost starts this round with a bang with that C4, instead it'll just be damage on the Baby Shark. And also, we talked about right during the timeout where, I don't know if this is what Wildcard's coach, I don't know if this is what Lagonis was saying to Wildcard, but they need to be ready for 5 Fears to keep swinging. What do we see from that round? Rival swings top floor, and then everyone backs off, and then as Wildcard is setting up for the execute, they're getting vert down, whatever, JJ just walks at the snow guy. Wildcard have to be ready for 5 Fears at any moment for someone on the defense to swing them.
Well, Hot and Cold now enters the building from the hatch drop through red. These gridlock tracks providing a safety net for him as he continues to gather more information. We've got at least one player just around the corner by Chandelier. No Nitro Cell here for JJ, obviously. He's on the wrong operator for that. And just backs away. Doesn't want to give himself to a potential 1v1. He'll now join forces right next to Forest. Majority of the throw now beginning to fall off, but Rival wants to get at least one or burn a couple more resources before doing so. However, with this Montaigne again, it provides a lot safer push from the top floor. And because we're on mining room here, you don't technically have to clear out reading room. A lot of emphasis being put on red stairs alone. They would need to have someone covering from outside like Spiker to make sure there isn't a wraparound from the back closer to pillar.
You'll have to worry about Rival, who's starting to make his move in Cocktail. He's repositioned, and he might go for that push into Piano. If he does, they'll have to worry about the vert. Kanzo is still outside, I think, on the rappel. Here's the first fight of the round. Forest out-duels Bay on red stairs. In come the smokes from the Monty. The Thorn wins a second. Spiker, you have to hit those. They knew about him, and yet Forest still wins the disadvantageous fight. In comes Fens on the Mira. He's prone, he dies, but Forest gets a third. They get forward for Roman! Oh my goodness! Off the back of the Thorn! 5 fears push us to round 13!
5 fears were able to a red overtake and deal with the mirror windows accordingly to at least get rid of some of those power spots early on. But we'll have to wait and see what 5 fears want to go for, as they also have Lion of Forest now setting up towards the Cocktail Rappel.
And again, after that 4-round streak, 5 fears have the momentum squarely in their corner. Wildcard need to shut this down. I'm really surprised that they didn't go back to a site like either upstairs or kitchen, because they had some really confident defenses there. Like you mentioned, this is one of the only sites that 5 fears were able to crack. It was their 1 and 2 here, and then 1 and 2 on mining. Wildcard, of course, have top floor extension. It's Bay and Baby Shark as usual. They've got the Mira set up upstairs. Kansan also playing by pallets. 5 fears with a Lion scan. Dropping JJ now in through Red Hatch.
攻撃が、まあ防衛選択できてるから。
Maybe one of the thorn traps on the Red Hatch, so that way they could make it through without any damage. And they're just going to swap to a red stairs push, opening the barricade, but Hot and Cold smokes Rival off the pillar of pellets. 3 unanswered kills for Wildcard. 5 fears still unable to consistently crack these defenses. It's Fens and the hero from last round, Forest, in a 2v5.
Wildcard, a near perfect denial of that rush through Reading Hall. Another kill collected for the man who started this round so flawlessly for his team. It's
also the only attempt to create all the vert over piano and over mining. And actually, I lied.
ちゃんと狙われてるやつは
has swapped off of Grim
真ん中階段から引いてたな。
likely to deal a lot to deal with the Mira and the Goyo a lot more easily.
And those Vulcan packs also made the potential for trades very challenging after Forest won those first 2 picks over by bottom red, again killing Bay as he was trying to stop any vert for plant denial. Spiker playing outside of that blacktop balcony, looking over through the red hallway into that chandelier location and pillar. Forest once again maybe looking for an early entry, this time on the top floor, and Snake as well, holding the red hatch drop, maybe using a nitro cell if felt necessary too. Kansan, ton of damage does. Claymore claims him! By the skin of his teeth, he'll live. Kansan still being alive to tell the tale, and the hero of round 12 is only left up to Fairy Tales as he's gone.
He wasn't
able to deal enough damage to Kansan before the drop forced him out of ADS. That is tragic for Forest. He likely knew that it was going to be a 1-for-1 either way, but not getting that kill is huge for Wildcard's chances here in this round. They keep not only the man count, but also their Hibana, who's going to be responsible for opening the sightlines upstairs, maybe even opening the sightlines into mining. Bay taking a little bit of damage from the Thorn Trap placed in Scar. We'll see if 5 fears decide to make a move to try and get a pick back, but no, instead they'll completely fall off the top floor.
こいつ3階取り切り、1分10秒で引き下げ開始。
as well, potentially for that plant once the Skyrush charges go off. Is Kansan still alive to do his job as the primary breacher? 50 seconds left for Wildcard to kickstart this execute. Fens is now rotated down below, however, maybe prepared, setting up some vert and having that nitro cell at the ready to stop an initial plant, even looking all the way through the top floor because of the boogie drones. He can see up into piano and might look for a cheeky kill before the drop. Spots Hot and Cold now alone, the nitro cell goes off, but it misses, and now Hot and Cold is officially in a sight, but he's completely by himself.
He's made his way deep into A, off-screen, Rival had evened the man count with the kill onto Kansan, one of the best players from Wildcard. Rival spotting the Monty before he's able to smoke off. Hot and Cold is getting so much good information. Also spotting Fens on white. JJ dies to the vert as he attempts to resync rain. Up comes Spiker. The Mirror has absolutely no idea. Snake with the kill. Make it 2 on the Baby Shark and Bay, though. Those are both the players upstairs in piano. And now there's only 4 seconds left as the defense has retaken into trade. Spiker is isolated on white. And 5 fears bring the round back. A matter comes.
攻撃取れないね、お互い。
He's made it. Cheating up some vert.
into A, off-screen rival had evened the man count with the kill onto Kansan, one of the best players from Wildcard. Rival spotting the Monty before his ankle smoked off.
いつ白貝行かせたんだキッチン。
A,
あー、スパイ
off-screen
カ
rival
ー
had
に
On hold now alone, the next all the way through this top floor execute.
いつ行かせたのテラスからだからあれ、図書側行く予定だったっぽい。
Prepared, setting up some vert and having that nitro cell at the ready to stop an initial plant. Even looking all the way through this top floor because of the boogie drones, he can see up into piano and might look for a cheeky kill before the drop eventually begins. He spots hot and cold now alone. The nitro cell goes off, but it misses. And now hot and cold is officially in a site, but he's completely by himself.
待合からバー行
Deep
ってか。
into A, off-screen rival had evened the man count with the kill onto Kansan,
で
one
こ
of
れ
the
で追い
best
かけっ
players
こしてた
from
んだけど、
Wildcard. Rival spotting the Monty
白
before
貝
his
に
ankle
いるのを終え
smoked
たから
off. Hot and cold is getting so much good information, also spotting Fens on white. JJ dies to the vert as he attempts to retake trade. Up comes Spiker. The Mira has absolutely no idea. Snake.
Yeah.
Five Fears with them. Or unlike the last round we saw from Five Fears' attack, there's no EMPs in play by a
指導が耐えられなかったな。
You mentioned Five Fears really struggled with this site in round 2. But also the very last round of that first half that they were successful on was also a mining attack. Now this defensive lineup is much closer to the one they brought in round 2 with the exception of the Mozzie being dropped in favor of the Tubarao from Hot and Cold who can work to delay the breach from JJ as Rival gets incredibly lit up and now finished by Bay on the run out though he's instantly, sorry, Snake dies. Rival is the one who takes damage but he does get the instant refrag. So it ends up being a 1-for-1 HP advantage for Wildcard.
スネーク死んだ方が嫌じゃない
Snake on
さ
the
すがに。
Snake. So that's a lot of information now gone and you've probably also lost your primary lurker. So either Five Fears have no lurk or someone else is going to have to do it. I think that someone else was going to be Forrest, but he dies to Baby Shark on the vert.
Another run out attempted here from Spiker with the help of those two Brow Zodos to freeze off the Claymore, but no one's left on this rappel. Cut off being attempted towards red.
Oh my
yeah, beautiful shot from Kansan, just slipping past everyone. Heading back into piano. Fens completely unaware about this. And Wildcard just 2 kills away from bringing us to Clubhouse here. So the last 5 years for a second round in a row. Can clutch this out, and now it's just we'll send us to a end of the day. And Baby Shark maybe a little too excited to stuff this foot there.
Attempt
as well. It can be very challenging to clear Clash from main stairs. Could waste a lot of time if Clash were to die. If that's a commitment there for 2.5 minutes burned away, then you know, that death is honestly worth it. That's a great sacrificial lamb. Speaking of which, for time, at least a minute has been taken off the clock for Wildcard as they do this top to bottom clear. Baby Shark off that skeleton key vert will detect the Clash and already tries to establish this cutoff, but Fens is waiting for it. Incredible game sense from Fens and JJ, spotting the buck early and expecting the vert to go down. Obviously, we are skeleton key deployed. You don't have your rifle at the ready. That gives Fens an easy 1-for-1.
Yeah, I mean, and that's how you try and counter the Clash on the main stairs, right? You make the vert and you force her to fall back, and then her back is going to be exposed at some point. Beautiful read from Five Fears, knowing that Wildcard, we're basically going to do what you're supposed to do. And they have Fens swinging off of it. You also saw the tripwires being established above the Moto hatch, and there's a network there, so that's pretty much going to be impossible for Wildcard to drop.
ブリーチャーじゃないからね。
Which they do not. Spiker also getting lit up by Kitchen by that hatch.
バイクハッチ抑えられてるの痛いね。
There's trips basically everywhere by Blue and Moto. Some of those trips Blue do get dealt with by the nade thanks to Kansan, but there's still plenty of bodies in and around Blue. Look at that. Snake, Forrest, and Rival all stacked up. Hot and cold. Just gonna try and drop. He kills Forrest. Is very quickly felled though. Bay goes 1-for-1, and the man advantage falls away. We're tied to a piece. Spiker getting the plant down. Kansan watching. Long catches JJ in the rotate as he just completely ignores box 2. Fens now the last player standing. He had the opening pick. He'll have to get the last 2 if he wants to win this one. Luckily for him, both players are downstairs. He doesn't have to retake vert. He kills Spiker. But in the meantime, Kansan has retaken above. So this open hatch is going to be Fens' worst enemy. He'll need a 4th kill, and he's just going to try and long arm behind the box. But of course, the angle for Kansan will still be very easily found. Despite the 3 kills from Fens, Wildcard come away with round 1.
Absent the power upstairs, I don't know that for a show.
In the rotate, Bell do get dealt with by the nade thanks to Kansan, but there's still plenty of bodies in and around Blue. Look at that. Snake, Forrest, and Rival all stacked up. Hot and cold. Just going to try and drop. He kills Forrest. Is very quickly felled, though. Bay goes 1-for-1. Nade thanks to Kansan, but there's still plenty of bodies in and around Blue. Look at that. Snake.
ちょうどカメラ見てる時だった。
あ
あ、なるほど。ブルー行きたかった。
Some of those trips Blue do get dealt with by the nade thanks to Kansan, but there's still plenty of bodies in and around Blue. Look at that. Snake, Forrest, and Rival all stacked up. Hot and cold. Just going to try and drop. He kills Forrest. This open
これ用通したな。
Blue just hard fully commit to a new plan B. They get site control.
Great gap hit off inside garage. He is playing this position to die. Wildcard, curiously enough, are rocking Howie, and they're just about to spot the castle. JJ narrowly misses him rotating back up to red. JJ gets away. That could have been an early find for Bay.
Still now this looming threat of a Cali sniper downstairs on your cutoff. Might make the rotates for
ロックしやすいように足元だけ割って。
Already going off on plat wall. That opens up another angle that allow Wildcard to deal some damage over by Garage, perhaps at least cutting off the rotate between both A and B bomb site. There is still a lot of utility as well.
Wow.
Wildcard, but 5 fears and aggressive
9番
defense
してたからね。
that castle barricade.
8番
Kansan
か。
had no idea what just hit him. That is at least one less body for 5 fears to now worry
内側
about.
からじゃわかんないからね。
To open up this garage double wall with the help of the Habana X Kairos charges and maybe start throwing out these grenades or lance charges from Bay to destroy the Kibas.
But you can see the angle that they got not very good. Rival was able to shoot off the other half of those
分かれ車線通して
Wildcard really have no angle into rafters, and Fens can just close it up with his Kiva and force Wildcard to waste a ton of ammunition on breaking them, which they do. Fens with 1 Kiva in pocket. We'll see if he decides to use it to bolster the rafters clear, or if he decides to block off Garage. It is for rafters. He just narrowly is able to cover his rotation as he avoids the nade, but Bay takes the life of JJ. Another nade comes in, and Fens is unable to escape it. So Wildcard have 2 picks in a row now after losing Kansan, and they have Garage control.
Great use of utility. Hot and Cold lurking from Oil Pit to use his frag grenades with the help of his teammates from Flat Wall to flush out Garage from Fens' Azami. That was precise by Wildcard. They've got so much map control. They brought back the man advantage after Bay as well got a kill.
いる場所も金庫階キャッシ
They
ュ
have info about Red, and the only player cash
階層だからな。
forced onto Chonka. That might mean for Snake. He'll try to go and run out, maybe applying some pressure from that highway balcony. Here comes the walk up here from Red as well. Beautifully done from Wildcard on this execute. Now it's just forced into 1 versus heavy. Well, the shock I2 has into sight.
ラペったらイングレ投げて面会ラペ潰しいく。ただまだフォレストは豚にいる。
Both for them and the map as a whole, Clubhouse currently actually leans 51% in the favor of the attack, so just barely. Wildcard thankful for that as they've strung together 2 rounds in a row.
さすがにフォレストも面会に行きますと。まだキッチンいるわ。まだキッチンエントランクいる。まだ豚いるんだが、あいつ。帰れ帰れ。
A lot of info gathered now for Wildcard. They notice the lack of the extension anymore by Cash. Instead, it's only Rival holding from construction. He has a fallback through Logi, but would like to do some damage before giving up or at least 1/2 of the top floor.
Oh, そっち？今度。
Really wants to go for this run out. Impact grenade comes out, but it's mistimed. Wildcard not losing Bay on Jacuzzi is a massive position to hold at this minute 30 mark as Wildcard now begin to rotate towards Cash.
That was a close one. He just got out of the way. The C4 will tickle Spiker, but it is certainly not a big deal. Gas canister, sorry, not gas canisters, smoke grenades coming out on highway to cover Baby Shark. As the gas pipe explodes right next to Snake, who's just playing around this window as Bay now jumps in. Snake spots the Hibana, is able to get 1 kill. Now he's staring down the Blackbeard, and he kills Spiker before he gets traded back. Bay and Baby Shark, though, with 2 kills. Kansan makes it a man advantage now for Wildcard. And Rival and Fens are both off site. They will have to retake into Gym with Wildcard holding full site control, but they have the case. I forgot. Spiker was carrying it. And since he died to Spiker, Rival and Fens can continue to just hold
インは使い切ってて、情報は追えない。泥回せる人いない。泥回せる人いなさそう。いやー、情報ない。まとまれてないのは嬉しいね。キャッシュいるだろうって予想はしてるけど。まと S ラ、いや、いいね。
Shark has since recovered the case. Fens has to work his way back in. He takes down 1. Plank gets confirmed by the Glaz, though. And with such low HP, this is going to be a tall task for Fens. One bullet from either of these guns will put him down. He doesn't catch the rotation from the Glaz outside the window. And now, Wildcard have a player on highway. The Azami has to run out and take this fight, and it's an easy cleanup for Baby Shark.
And despite you diffuser to full fire, or not this game, this map, sorry.
Yeah, they're now 0-12, I believe.
徹底的に前で当たってるな。おわー、刺さった。
All right, we'll see if that's enough to turn the Tide Snake with a spawn peek on the hot and cold. That kills your Hibana. That is a massive pick on this basement defense. That means that Wildcard are going to have to make a choice. Now, Kansan and Spiker do both have can openers. They can get all the hatches, but that last one, they'll have to use either church wall or
バリケ壊れた瞬間に上がったから、アペン聞こえなかったな。
They at least still have 2 sets of pocket breaches for both the Striker and Grim. So getting the hatches open, that won't be completely impossible, but you'll be very exposed to the Nitro play for 5 fears as Fens challenging Bay from main stairs to be able to get away with a kill before Baby Shark can establish that first cutoff. The Skeleton Key ripping the floorboards to shreds as they've got info about this position.
Baby Shark
off the Valkyrie Black Eye camera. There's a guy here? It's just running here. Hello? Wildcard, unbeknownst to them, there's just a Valkyrie chilling in the kitchen. That's now a 3rd kill in a row, uncontested by Wildcard.
ずっといたからな、これ。
Wall or dirt. They'll have to make a decision one way or the other. If they had that Hibana, basically every avenue they could have asked for would be open to them.
They at least still have 2
ここがとこいるかな。
sets of pocket sound fun to take kill. Bomb site 1 for 5 fears. That's one of the more defeated. Some slightly different Khan or also in cash directly just to provide more information as to how many bodies are dedicated towards that CC over clear. And right Flash is an extremely effective operator at just wasting time.
またやってるけど。
On every single entry, if they can do it again while also having Flash, that can really cripple the attack here for Wildcard. And they try to go for it. Force Whip.
ここもラペルと。
The Ying though can also help stop the Clash from finding
キルポイント生まれるけど
just by completely blinding her,
やめた
as
ね
well as her support and trying to make your way around her shield.
さあ真ん中廊下行って地下のブルーの方まで行くトンネルトンネル行ったの
We see JJ on the Clash just in and around shore, but it's Bay with the opening pick. Smoke side of the map is fully up and opened up to mount this clear. We see JJ on the Clash just
トンネル行ったんだけどあいつもやばすぎるけどやってること
No more information, at least in the Solus scanner. No more plant denial perhaps from underneath or those potential runouts we saw attempted by him previously. Great heads up play by Bay. Either maybe seeing him melee the soft wall and just being done up for it, or sixth sense perhaps. The entry kill finally unsuccessful for 5 fears, and again you've got all the focus towards getting yourself in the bomb site. You've got the glass to cover that play with smokes. You've got Spiker as Blackbeard still alive to make that space. The Ying Candela is blinding. 3/4 of the members still alive. 4 or 5 fears. The only person to hard counter that is of course Snake on Warden. Here comes pushing from Spiker. A lot of damage is dealt, but he's still able to attempt this plant.
Right behind the reinforcement, he's got tons of cover. The glass on the window, stopping Fens from making any kind of push. But JJ just steps up big, gets his way into Jim and kills the planter. Baby Shark though with 2 massive frags to give his team the man advantage. And as JJ gets traded, Rival finds himself in technically what is a 1 versus 2. Hot and Cold and Baby Shark on the floor, out on the highway.
リバイブありだけどな
Wildcard not looking like they're gonna go for the res. Instead, just take this 2v1 against the last lone defender. One coming in from the hallway. Rival, not sure if he's ready for it. You can hear those players out on the balcony, and he gets spotted and lit up by the gas pipe. Excellent game sense from Bay to deal a lot of damage to this Mute as he rotates into Lodge. Bay retakes the case. Now planting once again in Jim. Rival knows that Kansan is holding his angle. He spots the Ying for a moment, but Kansan cleans him up, and Wildcard with a commanding 4-1 lead.
And again, just having all the right tools for the job, it felt like. Spiker knew that even if he dies, I've got 2 other teammates outside to get my trade.
1人カバーで1人リバイブでもいいかなと思っちゃったけど甘えかそれは
losing on this first half and the way they haven't been able to work off each other's contact has been such a red flag, going all the way back to Chalet where it was the total opposite. It feels like the wind's been knocked out of their sails.
Yeah, I mean, they had 4 opening picks in a row to start this game, and they only won 1 of those rounds. Finally, Wildcard get on the board in the entry department.
今回のフォレストは
immediately get that the planter, and JJ gets 2. I don't know how Bay, I don't know how Baby Shark is allowed to get 2 kills on highway with the bearing 9. So it's not even like he cut people off through the smoke using his rifle or anything. I think they tried to either peek outside or run out, like maybe run out con, peek server window, something like that, and Baby Shark was just ready for it. Every single time it looks like 5 fears have an advantage, somebody on Wildcard is able to slip through the cracks.
I think Ed is bearing 9 now, just prepared for a run out or a swing because his teammate from Highway was also injured. That's also another key point for Wildcard. They're playing a much better trade game than they were back on Cafe Dostoevsky.
攻撃通せてるのは結構相当気分がいいな
Some early damage dealt to Bay, but still alive to utilize these last 2 Terror drones.
どこのガジェット壊しますか
off the pool here.
わあ、窓にいるの見えちゃったけど止められなかったな指が
while detonating and getting rid of extra utility around Aruni's gadget. No mute jammer left, and the Warden shield up top red is destroyed nearly for free, forcing Rival back. This has been good map control established early for Wildcard, as 5 fears now forced to respect this clear from CCTV. Good keep of usage as well. Block off the cut by Highway, letting Snake fall back a little bit safer, but Rival is actually going to commit to holding red. He's worried about the cut downstairs to maybe catch him on flank.
Flashbangs coming through could herald the clear from Wildcard, but Forrest starts the killing off on the Baby Shark. 2 for Rival on top red. He was right to stay there, but Wildcard may just be back in the round. No, Snake makes sure that Spiker is left in clutch. He finds 1, 2 more to find. Forrest and Fens, the former, holding close on the door with the shotgun. Fens on the main stairs, holding the long angle. Spiker
いや、ボム裏気になっちゃうね
waiting for Forrest contact, and there it is. The swing from the shotgun gives 5 fears a second round. This game is not over.
Stop letting our fucking feelings get to us and just play the fucking game, okay? The only reason we're down 2-4 right now is because we are literally sitting here letting our emotions get the fucking best of us in a super important situation. Stop spinning so fucking hard on the map. Listen to your IGLs, listen to the gameplay, and fucking stick to it.
Yep, heard.
Boys, let's back in the full scene attacker now, and we're gonna dominate.
Yep.
Remember, guys, the way we need to play attack here is clinical. We need to open all the phantom pressure. We need to step by step, just like we've done in the recent scrims. Okay, guys, we are banning in the mirror. Okay, so all we have to do is Nikki J play the entry Mav the bottom of the wall without dying, shoot the bandit off. If they tub it, we can get everything open. Understood?
Yeah.
Okay, and we bring the good Utah. Okay, and catch the defense for the first round, please. Matt on
一
wide,
個
we
ず
try to
つ
do the whole launch. Okay, the compact
エリア取って
Matt on
手順
wide,
踏ん
check
で
on
ミラ
box
壊してと
support.
か
Okay, playing direct on Jim. I need just for cameras on the bomb site. Okay,
言うとりましたね。
I have a feeling that they're gonna do direct bomb site, blitz jumping raid or something direct. Okay, so be careful. No, Kenzen, play the mirror. Mirror smoke. Okay, mirror smoke. Bay, echo in packets to read the game for us on cash. Okay?
Cash.
On cash, yeah. Couch launch. Yes. And one thing on this whole launch, remember, guys, if you guys need a behavior, if they cash clear, do the behavior. We can walk the main stairs. We can power the con, right, with the echo information from Bay. So remember, don't become victims. In for cash or for Jim, same history, right? If they're clear, we're gonna fight, we're gonna leave, right? And then we take the lead right there.
Jim, who has my shield for the...
Guard for main. Who's playing guard for main?
Me. Shark is already. What do you think for basement, guys? Maybe they're gonna see that bunker. Maybe the guys are crazy. They can go do direct dirt. Make sure that dirt we're gonna hold strong, right? We're gonna be there strong, etc. Ken's gonna play.
Defense goes bandit.
完全はミラカスモークで
And Five Fears thinking about they were
行く
thinking
っていう
about
話
the
だったけ
blitz.
ど
Instead, they're gonna run
wild cards separate from one another.
別の
denying
マ
that
ップの
trade.
話か
5
な
years. Despite losing a good chunk of these rounds in the first half, we're still very
地下の話
successful
か
on
な
the
まあミラはバンされたん
5 out of
で
6.
ミラはつ
The
かな
only
かっ
round
た
they did it was Bay getting rid of Forest as they tried peeking through the dirt
ビリビリバンになんなかった
tunnel,
から
looking towards that jacuzzi balcony. Got JJ and Snake now set up, looking to
そう
get this Mav trick going. A good angle here for JJ to look for an early pick. No one decides to challenge it. No bandit in sight. Nope. We'll be able just to most likely blow it up with an exothermic charge or get a Selma to go over from this position. Nothing too crazy.
バンディットは手持ちに1個
Fears. And again, it is a gym defensive hold for wildcards. So if they need to give up,
ダッシュ側はビリビリする
oh,
お
got impacted!
Oh!
Wow! What an impact grenade from Bay. That's now a second thermite charge dedicated to this initial breach, which it's not the end of the world. You do still have Selma charges and a Maverick and Pocket Breach from Forest, but that was perfectly tossed from Bay.
And it's not quite as big a breach as you would like. It gives you a lot less time to kill a defender should they be sprinting past the angle to get to CC window. Hot and cold does take a lot of damage from
でかいね
I think a nade from Snake.
このボムで
Underneath that
なくな
lodge,
った
you have
わ
Jacuzzi the next wall to fall. JJ gets that one open with basically no trouble.
さあメイン回ドローン回して
Five Fears we mentioned. They said during the timeout that they want the phantom pressure, they want everything open, and
アザミしかピンつけられてない
and
わ
us even to figure out where they eventually want to end. And it looks like it's going to be a Jacuzzi execute into Jim as here comes the utility. Flashbangs going out to make sure there's no Mai, and opening bathroom to make sure no one can play in there.
Yeah, because JJ was in the thermite, rival still having all three of his Selmas to open up this wall, leading into bathroom from safe distance. No one having to run into the building, overexposing themselves to the line
割れる
of
と
fire
こは
held by
割ったな
Wildcard. That now clears
割り
out
た
the
いとこは
majority of
割れた
bathroom. Snake on
有
the
刺
work
接
as
戦まだ
well. A
残ってる
majority of this
東
presence
海は
held from Cash has been forfeit, excluding Candon, who's still holding close from the Cash wall. But
いい
JJ
カバ
lands
ー
a critical entry kill for Five Fears. They've now got red control and are slowly constricting Kanzan.
Five Fears have been so excellent in this entry department. Their problem has been being able to convert, but Rival gets another kill before Snake is refrag. Fens finds Kanzan. It's a 4-2 lead for Five Fears. As Baby Shark is now forced out of Cash.
どうなるこれ
on the window, forced. Maybe
うわ
looking
これ
to
分か
play
ってない
contact.
うわ
Here
で
comes the thermite.
か
He dies. Baby Shark can keep playing around the Kiva and gets back to sight. This is massive for Wildcard, but Rival in the meantime has already made his way into bathroom after Spiker died. It's all on Hot and Cold. He's been so clutch for Wildcard. Can he do it again? There's one on the Rival. Looking for the other two. Fens is dead, and there's barely any time remaining. Forces to go for the swing, and Hot and Cold, he just keeps getting away with it.
And a third clutch
傭兵が傭兵が強すぎる
series. A star performance from
何
him, the
回
super
見て
sub that
何
Wildcard
回クラッチすんだよ
1-for-1 engagement. I was about ready to sing the praises of Five Fears because again their early round was 3 kills in a row with 0 response from Wildcard. But their discipline and composure again against Five Fears has been impressive to say the least, Harrison.
今大会だけで
Chosen for Wildcard, they'll continue to hold this top floor, but now from
3回ぐらいは
Ash instead.
1vx クラッチ見た気がするな
Tons of stall here with Goyo being selected by Kanzan. Bay as well on the yoke or on the echo with these yokais, gathering early information and red pings to figure out what operators exactly Five Fears is running. Kind of like a pseudo default cam, except well, you can't really shoot this one. It's kind of flying in the air all over the place. So a little more challenging than that. There isn't a lot of utility that Five Fears have to directly counter the Azami, except for Capital. Luckily for them, there's no Jaeger or Romai, so one Firebolt from Forest could be enough to overexpose Spiker, but you'd want to have another set of guns here to assist Forest. They've really begun up to take that fight, so it'll take a lot of coordination here from Five Fears if they want to go for this garage take.
ランジの情報がないから 壊したくても壊しちゃいけないね
Again, just like I said in the defensive half, Five Fears get these entries. They've been great in the early round, but then somebody from Wildcard, one guy, slips through the cracks, and has been changing every single round for the better for this wildcard squad. Like you mentioned, this is likely going to be a garage take from 5 Fears. They've already opened one of those garage walls. Fens lurking in lounge, making sure to cut off any rotate, either bottom garage or down red. With that camera being shot, Wildcard should be aware of his position, though they also spot the Valkyrie oil pit, so Fens can hold his rotate blue. If Baby Shark wants to rotate up, he'll have to take the long way. He'll still play an oil pit, despite being spotted, though.
It is wasting more time, but oh, here comes Forest. Playing down below. Smoke
Why
he doesn't play gun up. That's a huge blunder for 5 Fears, losing your capital against
いや、これもう一回オイルピット入れんだ。さすがに無理だな。うわ、ベイビーシャーク無視したからこうなる。もう一人行くの ?2 時間稼ぐだけでいい。C4 でいや、さらに時間稼いで。
Finally one back for his team, but the damage is done. A terrible garage clear from 5 Fears is about to put Wildcard on series point unless Snake has something to say about it. Down goes Spiker. He's got 3 more bodies to find, though, and can't pick up the case because of that gas pipe. This will all be down to kills. And Wildcard know it. They hear him sprinting in through garage. C4 out. It's got his name on it. It deals some damage, but Snake is just going to have to make his way through this window. There's a 90-degree cross being held, and Wildcard...
I can understand wanting to use your gas floor. That roam up top. You've got Forest already gathering a lot of information through the con side of the map now, leading into Master. It looks like everybody on Wildcard has, although put some utility upstairs, has fallen back down into the basement, excluding Baby Shark, still lingering by main stairs. But in the meantime, more info gathered for 5 Fears as they're looking to push the envelope towards blue instead with Fens.
このベイビー強すぎるだろ。メグザモンスターでした。
There are no roamers. Now it's down to how many hatches they can open. They've only have 2 can openers. The ace likely going to be mainly for Church Wall, so I imagine they'll get all 3 hatches open. Fen's going to be working for in kitchen down into Arsenal. You can already hear that skeleton key starting to go off. Again, 5 Fears, their game plan is to open everything they possibly can and create phantom pressure. One of those Selmas is used for dirt, so if they want all 3 hatches open, Rival is going to have to use his last 2.
Oh.
And I think they'd be on kitchen. Fens looks like he's aware of this verticality being held by Hot and Cold. He skates just past the angle. C4 goes up from the mute, but it's not going to land. Fens able to avoid it as he's standing on that counter. About halfway remaining in the round, and Tuberau is delaying this church push.
It's also denying the Grim Canisters from giving away crucial information for 5 Fears. I trust I'll prep as well for Baby Shark. He's waiting for and then he'll toss it out, knowing someone's close to that triple wall, at least breaking the Selma charge. Great use of utility there. But regardless, Rival still having one last Selma charge, can get this main wall opened up, but has to wait another second longer.
いやー、縦重い。
So much
真ん中廊下進行を抑えられてる。
Only 50 seconds for 5 Fears to start this.
縦壊すガジェットはないね。真ん中廊下抑えられてるんでっけー。
The Grim dead. Case dropped outside short.
クラシックだね。クラシックだね。ガジェットの配置が。
Rival takes down Spiker, who tried to get aggressive by main stairs. Look at this angle from Baby Shark. There is no way that Rival is going to be able to fight this. Another trade, and now the man advantage is in the hands of Wildcard. Fens trying to make something happen by Moto. The 2v1 being taken by Forest doesn't work out. Fens is the last man standing against 2 players holding blue. He cuts the head off of Bay, but Hot and Cold has been so clutch. Reload comes in, the shotgun is there, and once again, Hot and Cold puts Wildcard on his back. The Cinderella for JJ Nation ends here. Spiker Mafia is going to main stage.
From bench player to clutch factor for Wildcard. It's
ベンチプレイヤークラッチした言われてる。レギュラーです。
Ruining the hopes of former JJ and Co. Now 5 Fears. The lower bracket run ends today as Wildcard, our 8th confirmed team for phase 3 after a beautiful.
これエイドリアンはどういう風にエイドリアンのツイッター見ようかな。エイドリアンどう思ってんだろうこれ。エイドリアンはどう思ってます？エイドリアンもうリポストマシーンとかしてる？M80 はなんかいくらかあれ入るのかな？お金っていうか協力金みたいのを支払ってんのかな？ これどういう契約になってんのかな、発端は。これルールとして許されんのかな、いいのか、これ。やむを得ない場合は、傭兵の貸し出しもかみたいな感じなのかな。
15, and it didn't even look close there on most rounds for Clubhouse. An absolutely beautiful game, and I hope we get to see both these teams in the next major and more out of wildcard as they make it to playoffs. Before we get the interviews underway, we'll hop into a quick break to set them up.
いや、ベイビーシャーク時間かかった、ベイビーシャークじゃないや。時間かかったなあれ。2-0 で、3-0で抜けると思ったからな。最終日は残ると思わなかったわ、ワイルドカード。フェーズ当たっちゃったからな。ホッタンにインタビューになる？まあそうなるよな。
I let numbers. I'm letting this yet. This in the card take the win, and they're going to main stage. Hot and cold, tell me right now. I mean, the feeling right now is going through your body. Can we reset? Okay, good. Sorry. Wild card, take the win. They're joining us on the main stage in just 2 days. Matt, your reaction after this win? We talked about the revenge story. It's very much alive.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, my main goal is just getting these guys to the stage. You know, at the very least, I'm excited to be playing at the stage because this is the only event my mom could come to. She can't fly, so I really wanted to make the stage.
Baby Shark, you don't know this yet, but
メインステージに行けてとても興奮しているよ。
JJ, the team were talking, and they said, Baby Shark's on attack. He's not going to be able to do anything. You came out, top fragged, led the team the whole way. How does that feel to put that over on them?
I mean, of course, it feels good. It feels super good. I know that like during the kickoff, I had like a tough time. It was not like my best like performance, and I'm super happy.
キックオフに入ってから結構辛い時期は多かったけど。
I mean, playing on main stage with a substitute with Matt. I mean, we're super happy, and of course, I was going to help my team. I'm back. I told it on Twitter. I'm just back. I want to win everything. We're gonna give our best to give like the NA another trophy.
Matt, it also feels like we saw some of your best today. When we think of fragging IGLs in NA, it's usually Spiker that comes to mind. You were dropping some insane numbers. I mean, so many different clutches throughout the game. I mean, what was different for you as you went into this lobby?
I think I was very cool, calm, and collected today. I think.
Some insane numbers. I mean, so many different clutches throughout the game. I mean, what was different for you as you went into this lobby?
I think I was very cool, calm, and collected today. I think. I let the clutches come to me instead of trying to make the clutches, if that makes sense. You know, that wasn't forcing the hero plays, just kind of letting the round come to me.
Amazing. Well, we will see Wildcard on the main stage. We will see Hot and Cold and his mom in person here in Salt Lake City. So we'll see you there.
I couldn't imagine even being at a LAN event come last year with where I started my career and everything. And these boys like put so much trust and faith and like, love and just being great teammates to me when I'm not the best teammate. And I truly like they deserve the world, man. I'm just proud of them for how much hard they worked and the fight we put on. And I'm optimistic for the future because I know we can achieve a lot.
I was hearing you guys going around complimenting each other about what went well. Snake, is that something that you guys are looking forward, are going to be holding on to, the success you've had here?
Yeah, we're just going to try to build on what we did throughout the year. We know like what we do good, we know what we do bad, and we just got to try to make our weaknesses our strengths going forward, really.
Dude, we're a fucking online team. You know what? We'll be a LAN team at some point.
I mean, this is the first LAN event or at least the first international competition for three of you, right? I mean, this is a big moment, and I think you guys performed incredibly well. I know there's people out there that hate you, there's people out there that love you.
スラーバウクライナって言ってるのは許されないからな、こいつ。この涙で許されると思うなよ、マジで。チャットバンされてるのは事実だからな、マジで。さあ、予想していきますか。マジ？ファルコンズフェーズになるんだ。いや、これ後にするわ、予想。うわ、ダークゼロワイルドカード？うわ、わかんねえ、これ。むずいな、これ。予選やったっけ、これ。予選で当たってる、これ。ちょっと待って。ワイルドカードダークゼロ俺わかんないわ。うわー、でもダークゼロめっちゃ、ダークゼロめっちゃ良かったよな、これ。見たよな。カフェめっちゃ良かったよな、ダークゼロ。うわー、ちょっと、どうするこれ。 いや、2-0なんだよね。いやー、ちょっと結構ダークゼロ穴ない感じなんだよな、どうマップも。ダークゼロ今大会さ、3マップ目いったっけ？てかまあ、そっか。BO1 だけか、あれが。いや、ちょっとダークゼロだな。予選、スイスフェーズ始まる前まではワイルドカードっしょってなったけど、あれを見ちゃうとダークゼロだな。エンタープライズツインステッドマインド。うわ、俺ツインステッドマインド入れなきゃいけないの、俺。これ嫌なんだけど。いや、エンタープライズ入れよう。G2 でしょ？うわ、これむずいね。まあ、むずくはないか。フェーズか。何回この2チームは当たるん？まあ、昔はシャイコだったけど。やばい。エラー起きてるわ。ほんで、ログインできないんだけど。うん。さあ、予想は、これで大丈夫かな？はい。私の予想は、フェーズダークゼロ、エンタープライズ、G2。ツインセットマインドには何が何でも入れません。13点だって。全然取れなかったわ、点数。結構外したね。ちょっとフェーズ VS ワイルドカードになったりとか、なんか G2 VS バータスプロになったりとか、なんか、それが、あれだったな。まあ、エンタープライズ予想できなかったな。CAG、頑張っていただきたい。次のシーズン。EWC 予選に向けて。まあ、これでいいでしょう。まあ、大体の人も、まあ、ここツインセットマインドにする人は多そう。それぐらいかな。ワイルドカード。いやー、まあ、ダークゼロじゃない？今大会はダークゼロじゃない？結構。EU、NA2、NA3、NA3、EU2、EU3 か。NA3、EU3、なんだっけ。南米1、APAC 1か。まあ、リキッドとかあそこら辺が予選落ちしたから、南米色が薄くなったね。今大会は。まあ、ゴールド取ればいいよな。これなんだっけ？バックの単発重スキンだっけ？うん。この通知来てんの？ああ。みんないいねしていただいてありがとうございます。これシージのさ、分析ツールマジ、これえぐいよな。114いいねついてるの。こんなに広がると思わなかったな。マジ楽しみなんだけど。ぜひ、本家の方もいいねとか、もろもろしていただきたい。そう、マジ。時間と人的技術、マジ。これいちいちさ、スクリムの相手のあれ見て、これすごいよね。動画確認して、人追ってとかやんなくていいの？マジこれ。かなりすごい話になってくると思うけど、こういうところもなんか、どんどん機械化されて効率化していっていただきたい。 フェーズ VS シークレット。これさ、あれってリプレイって出てるの？これってあれ、e スポのあれで、履歴で見られるよね、多分。マッチリプレイの機能あるよな。ダウンロードする。どこだっけ？どこで見んだっけ？マッチリプレイのあれって。ここら辺からなんかダウンロードできなかったっけ？メジャーだけだっけ？スイス。あれなんか昔はダウンロードボタンがあったような気がしたけど、できなくなってる？そういう話ではなくて。私そのつもりでいたんだけど。ダウンロードできる機能ってなくなっちゃったのもう。ソルトレイクシティメジャー。リプレイダウンロード機能ってもうないの？なさそう。ないわ。まあいいや。うわー、よいしょ。指示やる？指示やるか。あと13日。うん。これもやりたいしさ。これのイベントもやりたいし。デュアルフロントもやんなきゃいけないし。忙しいな。カメラ検出されてる敵を3人倒すってさ、もう相手が協力してくれないとできないやつなんだよな。これエグすぎる。相手依存のクエストマジで無理なんだけど。デュアルフロントやるか。一旦保存しといて。マッチする？これ何サバ？アメリカ、アメサバだったらマッチする？あ、そうだ、あれ買わないと。ハイライトからいける？あ、これ欲しい。うん。装備できない。ロッカーから行けばいい。これいいよな。今回のチャームいいと思うんだよな。Twitch ドロップの。これ好きだわ。普通に好き。かっこよき。うん。装備しやがった、これ。そういえばあんま使わないから、あんま見る機会なさそう。すごい。 ブロッサミングチェンジ。デュアルフロントマッチしないんだけど。誰もやってない？アメサバ誰もやってない？推定待ち時間000。これバグってない？個人的にやるか裏で。いや、ランクの練習で、射撃練習でもやるか。ちょっと、いい加減になれないと。てかさ、ミュートのさ、あれがハンドガンなんだよな。なんか、やめてほしい。勝手に11から変えないでほしい。リココンできねえ。やばい、なんかマウスがなんか握れないわ、ちゃんと。なんかホームポジションがわからん、自分の。来た。一番辛いのが、あれなので、クエスト中に3人カメラに映ってるやつを倒す。相手の協力が必要だからな。自分でクエスト、中立エリア5回補強はまあ、いつでもできるからいいとして。まあ、防衛のノマドかな。最強オペレーター。攻撃は勝手にやってください。どうせ取れるでしょ。防衛3人、ちょっと過剰かこれ。手伝った方がいいかな。大丈夫かな。ちょっと停滞したら手伝いに行くか。3人これ、パーティーかな。CS でやってます、みたいな。でもなんか差があるな。違うかも。そうなんだよね。カメラに映ってるところを倒さないとクエストに換算されないっていう辛さがあるね。CS かな。CS ってマジマップのロードがめっちゃデュアルフロンってでかいからさ、時間かかるっぽいんだよな。それか、変に、配線がどちゃくそ悪い人かっていうのは大丈夫そうか。160ピンってどこでやってんだろうな。俺でさえ111ピンだから、もっと遠い。中国とかいや、開けてほしいんだけどな、そこ。 うわーマジでお前いるんだがあいつが足元さ補強したところやっちゃったから
ドアにバリケード設置。エアジャブ準備。
いや塞ぐなよまあでも家側が塞いだからそれはそれでいいのか。ディフューザー設置した。もう補強しすぎて防衛ラインが崩れてる。
C4 設置した。
頼れるか。もうより熱いけどな。左いるな。さあ間に合うか。ワンインジャー。あれランドしてる。してない。
ジャブ設置完了。リロードする。反発デバイスを設置。
めっちゃしためっちゃしてる。
エアジャブ設置準備完了。壁を固めた。
攻撃取れた。ナイスー。熱い。
マグチェンジ。
お前やりきれるんかい。無理やわ。合っちゃうな、このまま。攻撃があれで合っちゃうわ。防衛が順調すぎるな。
マガジン交換。
下行ってみる。痛すぎ。
マガジンを交換する。
帰ってきた。うん。
エアジャブ設置完了。
ノマドちゃんとつけてるよね。
おとなしくしてて今助ける。
さあ、中立。任務に行きましょう。このために俺は生きてる。やめろー。
入り口を封鎖。
クエストやりたい。ちょっと待って。やめてください。カメラに映ってるやつを倒したい。カメラ誰も拾いに行かないの？カメラじゃないや。カード誰も拾わない？みんなカードさ、拾う待ちしてるからさ、あれかもしれないね。カード拾う待ちになっちゃってるから。カード誰も拾わないんだけど。どこ？カード拾わないね。うわ、マジで？誰もカード拾わないの？どうするか。あ、ちょっと待って、カメラ映ってね。カメラ映ってんのか、それ。中立セクター補強したい。やばい、ピンされてる。誰も来ない。誰も来ないんだが。早くクエストやってくれ。じゃあ防衛さ、一旦やめない？攻めるの。じゃあ攻撃攻めるのやめない？じゃあやめてほしい。やめてほしい。攻めるな、これ以上。そう。あ、逆にね、そっちを狙うことにし。ピン刺されない。いや、もう、起き上がってほしいな。お、優しい。誰も来ない。いるわ。悔しい。 うわーと、悔しすぎる。取られた。何キルいってる？補強だけ終わった。うわーもう最悪なんだけど。誰も来ないのやめてほしいなマジで。相手依存のクエストマジでやめてほしい。ある程度競ってる状態じゃないと、あれかな。クエストやる、あれが人がいないから。前提条件が作れてなかったか。ある程度なんか攻撃側が有利、相手を有利状況にしとかないと、真ん中にまで行ってくれないから、ダメかもしれない、これ。勝ちすぎると良くないわ。心理戦が求められる、これ。まあ、最終種はこれ一応なんかカスタムでやったら、カスタムでも大丈夫っていう話は聞いたことあるな。どうやらカスタムでも大丈夫っていう。ワザップは聞いたことある。まあでもさ、これさ、2回勝利の2分の1になってないから、ワンチャン同期取れてないだけかもしれないな。もしかしたらキルが取れてるかもしれない。これお互いピン刺すの待ってる状態だから不健全すぎるよな。誰か来てくんないかなーってお互い待ってる状況だから。うん。やめるか。うん。まあ、配信外で個人的にやっときますか。はい。じゃあお疲れ様でございました。またやりますわ。明日は配信は普通にシージをやろうかしら。メジャー終わりでランクやりたいしな。明日って大会ないよね。中日1日あってからオフ。有観客マッチよな。これってさ、あれある？ルーザーズある？うわ、ない。ってなると、結構ひりつくね。ルーザーズなしの BO3 を、BO3 のシングルイリミネーションか。なるほどね。了解です。じゃあまた明日やってると思われます。お疲れ。